to the common people. In that case it may go to extremes of radicalism, it may clamor for government ownership, and attack big public service corporations in a way that seems entirely independent and fearless. You say, surely this is honest journalism, and you acquire the habit of reading that newspaper. But then gradually you see the campaign die down, the great cause forgotten. The plundering of the public goes right on. The only thing that has been changed is that you, who used to be a reader of the World, are now a reader of the Journal, and that is the change which the Journal had in mind from the outset. You will see the Journal tabulating the amount of advertising it publishes each week or each month, and boasting that it is greater than the World publishes, and maybe you feel proud about that. You like to be in the boat with the best fishermen even though you are there as a fish. Anyone who is familiar with the newspaper world can think of a score of publications to which the above statement would apply. There exists a chain of 1-cent evening papers scattered over the country, the Scripps papers, catering to working-class audiences. They were founded by a real radical and friend of the people, E.W. Scripps, and for a decade or two were the main resource of the workers in many localities. Now E.W. Scripps is a sick man, out of the game, and his eldest son, who runs the papers, is a young businessman, interested in the business management of a great property, so in one city after another you see the Scripps papers toned down. They espouse the cause of strikers no longer. The other day I was staggered to find them dragging out that shop-worn old bugaboo, the nationalization of women in Russia. In the Seattle strike the Scripps paper, the Star, scabbed on the strike, and its editorial attitude won it the name, the Shooting Star. Or take the New York World. This paper was built up by one crusade after another, it was the people's friend for a generation. Today it is a property worth several $1 million, living on its reputation. It still makes, of course, the old pretenses of democracy, but when it comes to a real issue, it is an organ of bitter and savage reaction. It is edited by the telegraph and railroad securities in which the Pulitzer fortune is invested. The New York World's opinion of the Plum Plan is that of a Russian Grand Duke discussing Bolshevism. Or the Hearst papers. They too have been made out of the pennies of the masses, they too have lured the masses by rainbows of many-colored hopes. They still ask for government ownership when they happen to think of it, but they lie remorselessly about radicals, and exclude the word socialism from their columns, except when some socialist is sent to jail. They support Sinn Féin and twist the lion's tail, because it brings in the Irish Catholic pennies, but the one revolution in which their heart is really engaged is the one which is to make Hearst's Mexican acres into American acres. XXXVII the dregs of the cup. I would call the reader's attention to the fact that in this book I am dealing with our standard magazines and newspapers, the ones which are considered respectable, which all ladies and gentlemen accept as they accept the doctor's pills and the clergyman's sermons, the Bible and the multiplication table and Marian Harlan's cookbook. I have not made my case easy by dwelling on the cultural content of the mail order and household publications, of which there are scores with a circulation of 1 million or more, or of the agricultural papers of the country, whose total circulation amounts to tens of millions. How I could freeze your blood if I were to summarize the contents of the Ladies' World, the Gentlewoman, the Household Guest, Home Life, the Household, Comfort, the Home Friend, Mother's Magazine, Everyday Life, the People's Popular Monthly, the Clover Leaf Weeklies and the Boyce Weeklies, the Saturday Blade and the Chicago Ledger. If I were to tell about the various family story papers, which are left in areaways for servants, or the fashion papers, the Butterick Trio, with close to 2 millions, the Woman's World, with 2 millions, and Vogue, the Delineator, the Parisienne, the Ladies' Pictorial, Needlecraft with their 500,000 or more. Or the fast papers, which cultivate a taste for perfumed smut and which I will not advertise by naming. Or the papers of the sporting and racing and gambling worlds, down to the Police Gazette, with its leg shows and illustrated murders. Also the local papers, the small dailies, the weeklies and semi-monthlies and monthlies by the thousands and tens of thousands. If you wish to get a complete picture of American journalism, you must take these into account. You must descend from the heights of metropolitan dignity into the filthiest swamps of provincial ignorance and venality. Hardly a week passes that someone does not send me a copy of some country paper which calls for the stringing up of socialists to lamp posts, and denounces highly educated Bolshevik leaders in editorials with half a dozen grammatical errors to the column. And if you go to the small town in Pennsylvania or Arkansas or Colorado, or wherever this paper is published, you find a country editor on the level of intelligence of the local horse doctors of Englewood, New Jersey, and Tarrytown, New York, whose proceedings I have described in this book. Frequently you find this editor hanging on by his eye teeth, with a mortgage at the local bank, carried because of favors he does to the local money power. You find him getting a regular monthly income from the copper interests or the coal interests or the lumber interests, whatever happens to be dominant in that locality. You find him heavily subsidized at election time by the two political machines of these great interests. His paper is used to print the speeches of the candidates of these interests, and 5 or 10 or 50,000 copies of this particular issue are paid for by these interests and distributed at meetings. Campaign circulars and other literature are printed in the printing office of this newspaper, and of course the public advertising appears in its columns, a graft which is found in every state and county of the Union, and is a means by which hundreds of millions of dollars are paid as a disguised subsidy by the interests which run our two-party political system. Our great metropolitan newspapers take a fine tone of dignity, they stand for the welfare of the general public, they are above all considerations of greed. But the conditions under which these small-town newspapers are published do not permit them to pretend to such austerity, or even to conceive of it. They are quite frankly out for the stuff, as everybody else they know is out for the stuff. For example, the Tarrytown News, which jumped on me with its cloven hoofs, declaring that my home had been rated as a free love place. This Tarrytown News explained quite honestly why it was opposed to allowing agitators to come to Tarrytown and denounce the Rockefellers. And why was it? Because the Rockefellers stood for religion and the home, the Constitution, and the Star-Spangled Banner and the Declaration of Independence. No, not at all, it was because the Rockefellers carried a payroll in Tarrytown of $30,000 a month. The average country or small-town editor is an entirely ignorant man, the world of culture is a sealed book to him. His idea of literature is the Saturday Evening Post, only as a rule he doesn't have time to read it. His idea of art is a lithograph of the president and vice president with a stand of flags. His idea of music is Onward, Christian Soldiers, and Columbia the Gem of the Ocean. He has an idea what is good for his readers, optimism and boost, cheer up stuff, mother, home, and heaven stuff, sob stuff, slush for the women. He has no money to pay writers, of course, he doesn't even set type, except for local news. He gets his filler in the form of boilerplate, sent practically free from Washington and New York, this matter containing fiction, poetry, special stories, novelty, and gossip of the sort his readers find entertaining. What difference does it make if sandwiched in between this reading matter is the poison propaganda of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, of the tariff lobbyists, the railroad lobbyists, the liquor lobbyists, the whole machine of capitalist graft and greed? Several years ago I had a brilliant and wonderful idea. I was finishing King Cole, and thought that I had an excellent serial, timely, and full of swift incident. I ascertained that there were 17,000 weekly newspapers in America. Surely among this number must be a few hundred which would like to give their readers the truth about labor conditions in a basic American industry. I would build up a little syndicate of my own, I would market my future books, and perhaps those of other writers. I prepared a circular, outlining the plan, and offering the entire serial for some nominal sum, $10 or $15, plus the cost of the plates from which the printing would be done. I prepared a sample sheet, containing the first half-dozen chapters of King Cole. You may consult the volume and satisfy yourself as to whether they are interesting chapters. I sent out the offer to thousands of weeklies, and waited for replies. How many do you think I got? I didn't keep a record, but you could have counted them on your fingers, without your thumbs. No, the editors of country and small-town newspapers are not giving their readers the truth about labor conditions in basic American industries. They know, as the phrase is, which side their bread is buttered on, and they keep that side up with care. I have said that there are fortunes to be made by giving the news to the people. I must qualify the statement by explaining that it must be done on a large scale, and you must have capital to keep you going until you reach the people who can understand you. If you try it on a small scale, and without capital, you are crushed before you get your head out of the mud. And you know that, and govern yourself accordingly. The other day I had a call from the editor of a small newspaper, out here in this broad free West, about which you read in romances. The editor explained that he hadn't dared to write and order my books. He couldn't afford to let a check, payable to me, go through his bank. He called personally, and would carry the books home in his trunk. Also, this chapter would be incomplete without mention of the swarm of house organs, published by big industrial concerns for the edification of their employees. According to the New York Times, October 26, 1919, there are 375 such publications in America, many with circulations running into thousands. During the war, 73 were started in the shipyard industry alone. During the past spring and summer they multiplied like bacteria. And the Times tells admiringly of the subtle arts whereby slave labor is cajoled and idealized, saying it in ragtime jazz variations to the vast delight of its reading public. A Diamond Dick sort of tale. The story has punch. All as intimate as the small town weekly. And so on through columns of poison prescriptions. They trap the poor devils in their homes. The woman's page is one of the most carefully thought out departments, on the theory that the influence of the family is counted on to sway the man from radicalism. Fully half of this group of publications is sent to the man's home by mail, to give the wife first innings. In this particular magazine the woman's page is fairly crawling with babies. You hardly notice the propaganda even when you're looking for it with a microscope, but it is there. It is in the weave and the woof, rather than in the conspicuous pattern. You find it in similes, like soap in the home of a Bolshevik. Some novelty. The agitator is taken down from the dignity of his soapbox throne and flippantly advised to bathe. 38th Owning the press. The methods by which the empire of business maintains its control over journalism are four: first, ownership of the papers; second, ownership of the owners; third, advertising subsidies; and fourth, direct bribery. By these methods there exists in America a control of news and of current comment more absolute than any monopoly in any other industry. This statement may sound extreme, but if you will think about it you will realize that in the very nature of the case it must be true. It does not destroy the steel trust if there are a few independent steel makers, it does not destroy the money trust if there are a few independent men of wealth, but it does destroy the news trust if there is a single independent newspaper to let the cat out of the bag. The extent to which outright ownership of newspapers and magazines has been acquired by our financial autocracy would cause astonishment if it were set forth in figures. One could take a map of America and a paintbrush, and make large smudges of color, representing journalistic ownership of whole districts, sometimes of whole states, by special interests. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan would be swept with a yellow smudge that is copper. The whole state of Montana would be the same, and the greater part of Arizona. A black smudge for southern Colorado, and another in the northern part that is coal. A gray smudge in western Pennsylvania, and another in Illinois that is steel. A green smudge in Wisconsin, and another in Oregon and Washington that is lumber. A white smudge in North Dakota and Minnesota that is the milling trust, backed by the railroads and the banks. A dirty smudge in Central California, representing Southern Pacific and United Railways, now reinforced by M&M. 10 years ago there was a terrific reform campaign in San Francisco, and the reformers started a little weekly called The Liberator. I quote from one issue. Many San Francisco weekly papers were bought up with cash payments, coming principally from the offices of the United Railroads. But this did not seem to satisfy the plans of the defense, and suddenly the Calkins syndicate developed into a concern of astonishing magnitude. From the publisher of obscure weeklies and dailies, it established a modern publishing plant, and took over much of the printing of the Sunset magazine, which contract alone brought the Calkins outfit several $1,000s a month. The Sacramento Union and the Fresno Herald were purchased, and a bid made for the San Francisco Post. The syndicate failed to get the Post. The San Francisco Globe was started instead. Whatever money could do in the newspaper line, Calkins for a few months did. Newspapermen knew, of course, that the losses were enormous. The questions were, who is filling the sack? How long will the sack last? And wherever in America there has been an honest investigation, the same conditions have been revealed. The Calkins syndicate had its exact counterpart in Montana, or rather two counterparts, for Senator Clark and Marcus Daly, Copper Kings, were carrying on a feud, and each purchased or established a string of newspapers to slander the other. Now the gigantic anaconda has swallowed them both, and there are only two newspapers in Montana which are not owned or controlled by Copper. One of these is owned by a politician who, I am assured, serves the interests without hire, and the other is the Butte Daily Bulletin, socialist, whose editor goes in hourly peril of his life. In Oklahoma nearly everything is Standard Oil, and at the other end of the continent is the New York Outlook, one of whose important stockholders was discovered to be James Stillman, of the National City Bank of New York Standard Oil. I have given elsewhere a picture of conditions in Los Angeles. In San Diego are two papers owned by the Sugar King, and one paper of the Scripps Group. In San Francisco are two Hearst papers, the Examiner and the Call, the Chronicle, owned by Mike DeYoung, whom I have portrayed, and the Bulletin whose assorted knaveries will soon be set forth in detail. Also there is a monthly, the Sunset, formerly owned by the Southern Pacific, and now serving the anti-union campaign of the M&M. The Merchants and Manufacturers Association, which has raised $1 million slush fund, also a weekly, popularly known as the Rich Man's Doormat, and a number of gossip weeklies and kept political sheets. The Labor Digest has recently gone over with startling suddenness to the cause of capital, reversing itself absolutely on the Mooney case. The publisher, a veteran labor union official, recently informed an applicant for the job of editor that he was running the paper to make money. The applicant said that he favored the Plum Plan, so there was nothing doing. Moving on up the coast, there is the Portland Oregonian, owned by the estate of a huge-scale lumber operator, one of the richest men in the Northwest. An employee of this paper writes to me. He was so public-spirited and free-handed that the appraisal of the estate showed that he had invested to the extent of $5 in war savings stamps and in only $5,000 worth of war bonds, and that under direct compulsion, so it was revealed, of his fellow citizens. The Oregonian is born of corporate power, conceived for corporate purposes, and exists to do the corporate bidding, avowedly so. Also there is the Portland Telegram, owned by the two sons of a timber magnate, who obtained most of his lands by the popular dummy entry system. The same informant, who once worked for this paper, writes me of these owners. Neither has ever had to do a stroke of work in his life, and the attitude of both toward the man on the payroll is the most typically snobbish I have ever encountered. The younger brother directs the paper, although he could not earn $15 a week salary in any department if he were put on his own. The paper consequently is so wobbly in its policies and practices that it rapidly is becoming a joke. In this vicinity is a third paper, owned by a politician of whom my informant writes. He is a frankly dissolute old beast who plays the game of politics to bring money to his paper. His tendencies are all to the corporation side, and his business morals are as avowedly rotten as his personal. Of late months he has displayed every sign of decaying mentality, and the paper now is practically conducted by his business manager. And then, moving farther north to Seattle, there is the Times, an enormously valuable property, built up with the financial assistance of the Hill interests and the Great Northern Railroad, which, I believe, made more money out of a small investment than any other enterprise in America. The Times is paying 5% dividends on $6 million, and so naturally believes in the profit system. Also there is the Star, a Scripps paper, the shooting star, which was willing to lose 35,000 readers in order to smash the Seattle strike. And finally there is the Post-Intelligencer, which was purchased in the interest of James J. Hill and the Great Northern Railroad, and placed $170,000 worth of its bonds in the hands of these interests. The paper was taken over, says my informant, by the notorious Jacob Firth interests of Seattle. Firth was head of the Seattle Transportation Lines and the Seattle National Bank, and was the village pawnbroker. The paper had gradually gotten more and more into debt to the banks, and its present ownership arose out of that fact. Such is the newspaper plight of the Pacific Coast. And now come to the Atlantic Coast, and take one of our great centers of culture, take the hub of the universe, take Boston. The newspaper plight of Boston is beyond telling. There is the Evening Transcript, owned by an extremely wealthy and reactionary family, serving every wealthy and reactionary interest, and incidentally taking advertising bribes, as I shall presently show. There is the Boston American, owned by Hearst, and the Boston Daily Advertiser, also owned by Hearst. The latter is the oldest newspaper in Boston, and a year ago its circulation was cut down to 1,000 copies, its publication being continued merely in order that Hearst may retain its Associated Press franchise. There is the Boston Globe, and its evening edition, controlled, I am informed, by Standard Oil. There is the Boston Herald, and its evening edition, The Traveler, owned by the Plant and United Shoe Machinery interests, with ex-Senator Crane holding the balance of power. There is the Post, also heavily in debt to Crane, who is one of the leading reactionaries of New England. The owner of the Post is described to me by one who knows him as a sick man, who, like all men who have accumulated a great deal of wealth, is inclined to be conservative and fearful of change. Finally, there is the Christian Science Monitor, owned and run by a group of wealthy metaphysicians, who teach that poverty is a delusion of mortal mind, and that hunger can be relieved by thinking. I make it a practice when a public emergency arises, and I have something to say which I think is important, to send it to leading newspapers by telegraph collect. Sometimes the newspapers publish it, nearly always they accept it and pay for it because they judge there is a possibility of their getting something important by this method. The Christian Science Monitor stands alone among American newspapers in that it wrote me not to send it telegrams, because there was no chance of its caring to print what I might have to say. Or take Cincinnati, where I happen to have friends on the inside. There is the Cincinnati Enquirer and Post, owned by the estate of McLean, who made $30 million out of street railway and gas franchises, obtained by bribery. This estate also owns the Washington Post, whose knaveries I shall tell about later on. And there is the Times Star, owned by Charles P. Taft, brother of our ex-president. Charlie Taft married $20 million, and bought a newspaper, and started out as a valiant reformer, and everybody in Cincinnati thought how lovely that a fine, clean, young millionaire was going in for civic reform. But at the very outset he trod on the toes of Boss Cox, and Boss Cox showed how he could injure the Taft fortune, whereupon Charlie made a deal with the boss, and since then his paper has been the leading champion of civic corruption. In most big cities you find papers owned by big local trusts, and one or two others belonging to a trust of newspapers, a publishing system like that of Calkins or Capper or Muncie or Scripps or Hearst. For the rule that the big fish swallow the little ones applies in the newspaper world as elsewhere. The publisher of a big newspaper comes upon a chance to buy a small newspaper in a neighboring city, and presently he finds himself with a chain of newspapers. Then he learns of a magazine that is on the rocks, and it occurs to him that a magazine can help his newspapers, or vice versa. So you find Muncie, a self-confessed stock gambler, with 3 magazines and several newspapers, the Hearst machine with a dozen newspapers, also Hearst's magazine, the Cosmopolitan, and 4 other periodicals. Every month in the Hearst newspapers you read editorials which are disguised advertisements of these magazines. Also, it has been discovered that magazines can combine to their financial advantage. The agents who come to your home and pester the life out of you for subscriptions find that they can get more of your money by offering clubbing rates for a group of magazines, a farm paper, another paper with slush for the women, a third paper with slush for the whole family, such as I have quoted from the American and McClure's. So you see a vast commercial machine building itself up. There is Street and Smith, with no less than 8 magazines, all of them having enormous circulations, and devoted exclusively to trash. There is the Butterick Company, with 7, Vanity Fair and the Crowell Company, with 4 each, the Curtis Company, Munsey's, the Atlantic, the World's Work, the Smart Set, the Red Book, each with 3. In England we have seen great chains of publications built up in connection with the selling of cocoa and soap. In America we see them built up in connection with the selling of dress patterns, as with the Buttericks, with the boosting of moving pictures, as formerly done by McClure's, with grocery stores and stock manipulation, as Munsey's, with the selling of subscription books, as Collier's, or dictionaries, as the Literary Digest. Or perhaps it will be a magazine run by a book publisher, as a means of advertising and reviewing his own books, and if you investigate, you find that the book publisher in turn is owned by some great financial interest, which sees that he publishes commercial stuff and rejects all new ideas. This process of centralization has continued in England until now. Lord Northcliffe owns 50 or 60 magazines and newspapers of all varieties. Northcliffe had a personal quarrel with Lloyd George, and that part of British big business which makes its profits out of the Lloyd George policies felt the need of more publicity, and went into the market and bought the Chronicle for several $1 million. When the masters of industry pay such sums for a newspaper, they buy not merely the building and the presses and the name, they buy what they call the goodwill, that is, they buy you. And they proceed to change your whole psychology, everything that you believe about life. You might object to it, if you knew, but they do their work so subtly that you never guess what is happening to you. By way of illustration, let me tell you the amusing story of one American newspaper which was thus bought in the open market. Some years ago there was a Standard Oil magnate, H.M. Flagler, who took a fancy to the state of Florida, and entertained himself by developing it into a leisure-class resort. He owned all the railroads, and a great chain of hotels, and also, as a matter of course, the state legislature. He had the misfortune to have an insane wife, and the laws of Florida did not permit him to divorce this wife, so he caused to be introduced and passed a bill permitting divorce on grounds of insanity. But, being a moral citizen, who believed in the sanctity of marriage for everybody but himself, Mr. Flagler allowed this law to stand only long enough for him to get his divorce. He then had his legislature repeal the law, so that no one might be corrupted by his evil example. He married another woman, and shortly afterwards left her a widow with $100 million. Needless to say, such widows are not left very long to mourn. Mrs. Flagler espoused a certain Judge Bingham, a leading citizen of Kentucky. A prenuptial contract barred him from inheriting her estate, nevertheless she managed, 8 months after their wedding, and 6 weeks before her death, to present to him a trifling matter of $5 million. Then she died, and he, being lonely, and in possession of spare cash, looked around for something to play with. He decided to play with you, that is, with a newspaper. There was an old newspaper in Louisville, the Courier-Journal, which had been made by the genius of Col. Henry Watterson, a picturesque old-style Democrat, a radical of the Jeffersonian type, who stormed with vivid and diverting ferocity at the robber barons of Wall Street. The paper had got into financial difficulties, owing to family quarrels of the owners, and Judge Bingham bought it, with its evening edition, the Louisville Times, for something over $1 million. Col. Watterson was to stay as editor emeritus, that is, he was to be a figurehead, to blind the public to the sinister realities of modern capitalism. But modern capitalism is too greedy and too ruthless a force for the old-style gentlemen of the South, Col. Watterson could not stand the editorial policy of his new owner, so he quit, and today the Courier-Journal challenges the Los Angeles Times as an organ of venomous reaction. I quote one sample of its editorials, the subject being that especially infamous variety of pervert known as the Christian socialist clergyman. Behold him. Some person who has never worked in his life except his tongue and yet talks to his congregation about problems of workingmen. This rogue is sometimes an elocutionary shyster who rambles about the downtrodden, meaning his prosperous followers and, of course, himself, the expected revolution, the rights of the people, and so on. What he desires to do is to heroize himself, to appear to his people as a courageous leader against oppression, which is to say, against the law and the government which protect this people in the possession of their homes, automobiles, and liberties. Col. Watterson resigned. But as a rule the professional journalist pockets his brass check, and delivers the goods to his master in the silence and secrecy of the journalistic brothel. A professional journalist may be defined as a man who holds himself ready at a day's notice to adjust his opinions to the pocketbook of a new owner. I have heard Arthur Brisbane remark that the New York Times was sold on several occasions, and on each occasion its editor was sold with it. Yet when you read this editor's preachments, they are all so solemn and dignified, high-sounding, and moral you would never dream but that you were reading actual opinions of a man. Quite recently we saw the New York Evening Post put up on the journalistic bargain counter. I have told how the Evening Post treated me at various times, so you will see that the paper was hardly to be classified as radical. But during the war it became treasonable to the gigantic trading corporation which calls itself the British government. It persisted in this stubborn course, even when it knew that J.P. Morgan and Company were selling billions of British bonds, and handling all the purchases of the British government in America. When the Bolsheviki gave out the secret treaties of the Allies, the Evening Post was the one non-socialist newspaper in America which published them in full. So it was evident that something must be done, and done quickly, about the Evening Post. The paper was in financial difficulties, because of the constantly increasing cost of material and wages. Its owner gave an option to his associates, with the pledge on their part that they would not take the paper to Wall Street. Then, 3 weeks later, the paper was sold to Thomas W. Lamont, of the firm of J.P. Morgan and Company, the owner being kept in ignorance of the name of the purchaser. So now the New York Evening Post looks upon the peace treaty, and finds it a voice from heaven. A voice from heaven commanding the French to grab the Saar Valley, and the Japs to seize Shantung. A voice from heaven commanding the workers of Russia to pay the bad debts of the Tsar and to pay them through the banking house of J.P. Morgan and Company. And if you do not care to get your opinions from the gigantic trading corporation which calls itself the British government, you may read the New York Evening Mail, which was bought with the money of the German government. Or you may read the New York Evening Sun, which was bought by Frank A. Munsey, with part of the $1 million which he boasted of having made out of your troubles in the 1907 panic. If you do not like papers which are bought and sold, you may read the New York Evening Telegram, which has remained the property of the Bennett estate, and is working for the pocketbook of the Bennett estate, 41 editions every week. In the morning, you may read the Herald, which is working for the same estate. If you get tired of the point of view of that estate, you may try the estate of Whitelaw Reid, capitalist, or of Joseph Pulitzer, invested in railroads and telegraphs, or of Searles, of the Sugar Trust. Or, if you prefer living men, you may give up your mind to the keeping of Adolph Oakes, of the Traction Gang, or of William Rockefeller of Standard Oil, or of William Randolph Hearst of eternal infamy. This concludes the list of choices that are open to you in New York unless you are willing to read a socialist paper, the New York Call, and of course you cannot get the Call all the time, because sometimes the police bar it from the stands, and sometimes the soldier boys raid its offices and throw the editors out of the windows, and sometimes the postmaster general bars it from the mails, and at all times he refuses its second-class entry. So if I wish to get it out here in California, I have to pay 2.5 times as much as I pay for the papers of the Searles estate and the Pulitzer estate and the Hearst estate and the Bennett estate and the Reid estate. 6. The war makers. What is the moral tone in the offices of these great kept institutions? The best description I know of the inside of such a newspaper is found in an article, The Blue Pencil, by Maxwell Anderson, published in the New Republic for December 14, 1918. It is very evident that Mr. Anderson has worked in the office of some newspaper. He doesn't give names, but his text indicates that the city is San Francisco. The name of the imaginary owner is H. N. Smith, and if you are familiar with San Francisco affairs, you don't have to be a wizard to make your guess. Mr. Anderson portrays one after another of the staff of the paper: the managing editor, the assistant managing editor, the city editor, the copy reader, the reporter, the dramatic critic, the artist, the designer, the copy boy. Every one of these persons is a slave with a chain about his neck. Every one of them clearly understands that his function in life is to subserve the glory of his owner. They think unkindly of Hank de Smith, they speak derisively of his park, his policies, and the amount he is supposed to drink up in a day. But they obey him. Pasted before each man is a typed schedule of prejudice, known technically as the son of a bitch list, and consisting of the names of men who must be given no free publicity. Here all prominent radicals and the businessmen who have refused to advertise in the paper are lumped in an eternal obloquy of silence. Refer to dealer. Any copy containing name of. Names not to appear in headlines. Use title of Mr. Only in connection with H. N. Smith. What smoldering envies or balked ambitions may lie behind this absurd catalogue they do not know. But when this same De Smith buys a block of charity stock, as a matter of course they run headlines across the second title page to inform the city of it. Praise Hank, from whom all blessings flow, the tall and heavy Texan sneers gravely. And here is the assistant managing editor. I have interviewed such a managing editor as this, not once, but 50 times, and not only in San Francisco, but in a score of other American cities. He is acute and politic, as you discover when first you hear him call up Henry and De Smith to ask for a decision. Such action is very seldom necessary. The assistant managing editor knows the owner's prejudices and failings by long association. He is versed in a most essential knowledge of what may be printed in the paper, and what it would be dangerous for the public to know. Under his care comes the immense problem of general policy, the direction of opinion in the city in the paths most favorable to his master's fame and fortune. Nothing unpleasing to friend or advertiser must by any chance appear. It means nothing to him that given such conditions, advertising becomes a kind of legitimate blackmail, for his mind is not attuned to delicate moral vibrations. Such is San Francisco, and lest you think that is prejudice, or an anomaly, come to Chicago and have a glimpse of the insides of the Chronicle, given in a book of confessions, The Career of a Journalist, by William Salisbury. It was no easy matter, either, to be copy reader on the Chronicle. In addition to the average copy reader's immense fund of knowledge, one had to know almost by heart the names of the 16 corporations in which owner Walsh was interested, such as banks and street railways and gas and contracting companies. He had to know, too, the names of the prominent men Mr. Walsh liked or disliked, so as to treat them accordingly. A mistake in such things would much more quickly bring a telephone order from Mr. Walsh's banking offices for changes in the staff than any other error. It may seem an extreme statement, but I doubt if there is a newspaper office in America in which such things as this do not happen. There may be newspapers whose owners sternly refrain from using them as a means of personal glorification. There may be newspapers which do not give special attention to the owner's after-dinner speeches, and to the social events that go on in the owner's home. But is there any paper which does not show consideration for the associates and intimate friends of the owner? It happened to me once to be sitting in a hotel room with a millionaire who was under arrest and liable to serve 10 years in jail. This man's relatives were among the rulers of the city, and I heard him go to the telephone and call up his relatives, and advise them how to approach the newspapers, and precisely what instructions to give. Next morning I saw those instructions followed by the newspapers. Has any man ever held an executive position on a newspaper in America without witnessing incidents of this sort? the testimony available is not merely that of radicals and muckrakers. Here is a most conservative editor, Hamilton Holt, in his book, Commercialism and Journalism, mentioning a certain daily whose editor recently told me that there was on his desk a list 3 feet long of prominent people whose names were not to be mentioned in his paper. Is there any newspaper which does not show consideration for the business interests of its owners? Come to Los Angeles, which I happen to know especially well, because I live only 12 miles away from it. It calls itself the City of the Angels. I have taken the liberty of changing the name to the City of the Black Angels. This city gets its water supply from distant mountains, and its great financial interests owned vast tracts of land between the city and the sources of supply. There were 4 newspapers, all in a state of most ferocious rivalry, but all of them owned some of this land, and all of them united in the campaign for an aqueduct. For years they kept the population terrified by pictures of failing water supply. People say they had the water run out of the reservoirs, and the city parks allowed to dry up. So they got their aqueduct, and land that had cost $40 an acre became worth $1,000. A single individual cleared $1 million by this deal. I have given in this book a fairly thorough account of the Los Angeles Times, the perfect illustration of a great newspaper conducted in the financial interest of one man. The personality of that man infected it so powerfully that the infection has persisted after the man is dead. I have never heard anybody in Los Angeles maintain that the Times is an honest newspaper, or a newspaper which serves the public interest, but I have heard them say that Otis was sincere according to his lights, that you always knew where to find him. I have heard this said by several different men, and it is extraordinary testimony to the extent to which newspaper knavery can be successful. No, you didn't always know where to find Otis. For many years it was a toss-up where you would find him, for Otis had 2 offices in Los Angeles. One was the office of the Times, a Republican newspaper, maintaining ferociously the open shop policy so ferociously that some outraged labor leaders blew it up with a dynamite bomb. But at the same time Otis owned secretly another Los Angeles newspaper, the Herald, and the Herald was an independent newspaper, a Democratic newspaper, a closed-shop newspaper. So here was Otis handing out one kind of dope to the Los Angeles public with one hand, and handing out the opposite kind of dope to the Los Angeles public with the other hand, and taking in money from the Los Angeles public with both hands. When you read my statement that big business stages a sham battle every now and then, to make the people think they are controlling the government, you smiled, no doubt taking it for the exuberance of a radical. But what better proof could you have of a sham battle, than to find the same man fighting furiously on both sides? And how comes it that the public of Los Angeles is ignorant of this extraordinary situation? Why, simply that when the news came out, there was no Los Angeles newspaper that would feature it. The newspapers were in on some deal, and the only place the story could be exploited was in La Follette, in Wisconsin. It was told there by Frank E. Wolf, formerly managing editor of the Herald, the man who took the orders of Otis and carried them out. Some 30 years ago my friend Gaylord Wilshire started in Los Angeles a publication called The Nationalist, advocating the ideas of Edward Bellamy. This paper was printed at the office of the Los Angeles Express, and one day, walking down the street, Wilshire met General Otis. "I see you people have got a weekly paper," said the general. "Yes," said Wilshire. "Well, now, the Times has a new and modern printing plant. We would like very much to do that work for you. Suppose you give us a trial." "Well, General, it's all right so far as I am concerned, because I don't mind such things, but some of my associates consider that you don't treat our ideas fairly in the Times. Oh, now, you don't mind a thing like that? Surely, now, you ought to understand a joke." "Well, as I say, I don't mind, but some of my associates take it seriously." "Well, I'll show you about that. We'll fix that up very easily." So the general went off, and next day there appeared in the Times an editorial speaking very cordially of the Edward Bellamy brand of social idealism. And thereafter for 2 or 3 weeks, the Times spoke pleasantly of the Edward Bellamy brand of social idealism, and it faithfully reported the meetings of the nationalists. But the nationalist did not change its printing plant, and so the general got tired of waiting, and shifted back to his old method of sneering and abuse. This, you understand, for a job printing contract worth $50, or perhaps $100, a week. By methods such as these Otis grew wealthy, and later on he purchased 650,000 acres of land in northern Mexico. When the Diaz regime was overthrown, Otis had trouble in getting his cattle out, so he wanted a counter-revolution in Mexico, and for years the whole policy of his paper has been directed to bringing on intervention and conquest of that country. At one time the federal authorities indicted Harry Chandler, son-in-law of Otis, and his successor in control of the Times, for conspiracy to ship arms into Mexico. Mr. Chandler was acquitted. If you will turn back to page 209 of this book, you will find a statement by a prominent Los Angeles lawyer as to jury trials in the city of the Black Angels. Mr. Hearst also owns enormous stretches of land in Mexico, and Mr. Hearst also understands that if Mexico were conquered and annexed by the United States, the value of his lands would be increased many times over. Therefore for 15 years the Hearst newspapers have been used as a means of forcing war with Mexico. Mr. Hearst admits and is proud of the fact that it was he who made the Spanish-American War. He sent Frederick Remington to Cuba to make pictures of the war, and Remington was afraid there wasn't going to be any war, and so cabled Mr. Hearst. Mr. Hearst answered, "You make the pictures and I'll make the war." That was in 1897 or 1898. I was a boy just out of college, and fell victim to this modern kind of war-making. I was walking on the street, and heard newsboys shouting an extra, and saw these words, printed across the front page of the New York Evening Journal. War declared. So I parted with one of my hard-earned pennies, and read. War maybe declared soon. But did that bit of knavery keep me from buying the Hearst newspapers forever after? It did not. I am an American, and can no more resist sensational headlines printed in a newspaper than a donkey can resist a field of fat clover. So I still take a Hearst newspaper, the Los Angeles Examiner, and watch Mr. Hearst prepare my mind for the bloody process of annexing millions of Hearst acres to my country. Both the Hearst paper and the Otis paper print elaborate accounts of how the government is preparing to invade Mexico. There are details of diplomatic negotiations and of military preparations, stories elaborate, complete, and apparently entirely authentic. Once in a while the State Department issues a formal denial that it has any such intentions, or is making any such preparations. The Times and Examiner print these denials and then go on blandly printing their stories. I am left to wonder which is lying, the American government or the American press. You know the part which the newspapers of Europe took in the making of the late war, the last war, as we were told. You know that the crooks owned and subsidized the reptile press of Germany, using it to foment hatred of France. You know that at the same time they subsidized some of the leading chauvinist newspapers of France, to publish denunciations and threats against Germany, so that the new war appropriations might be forced through the Reichstag. Karl Liebknecht exposed this infamy in Germany, and the ruling caste of the country never forgave him, and in the crisis of the late rebellion they found their chance to pay him back. Among the secret documents made public by the Bolsheviki were some letters from the Russian minister to France, informing his home government of negotiations whereby Russia was to be allowed to seize Constantinople. He told how the French newspapers might be used, and pointed out how Italy did this while she was grabbing Tripoli. It is of the highest importance to see to it that we have a good press here, as an example of how useful it is to have money to offer the press. I know how Titanai has worked up the leading. It is of the highest importance to see to it that we have a good French papers most thoroughly and with the most open hand. The result is now manifest to all. We read about such infamies in Europe, and shudder at them, and congratulate ourselves that our sweet land of liberty is more clean. But put yourself in the place of an educated Mexican, and see how it appears to him. American financial promoters bring their wealth to Mexico, and buy the Mexican government, and obtain ownership of the most valuable land and oil and minerals of the country. The Mexican people overthrow this corrupt government, and attempt to tax these legally stolen properties, but the foreign governments say that these properties may not be taxed, and the newspapers owned and published by these foreign interests carry on for years an elaborate campaign of slanders against Mexico, to the end that the American people may make war upon the Mexican people and exploit them. And this is done, not merely by the Otis paper and the Hearst papers, which all thinking people know to be corrupt, it is done by papers like the New York Times and Tribune and Chicago Tribune, which are considered to be entirely respectable. As I write, the correspondent of the New York Tribune in Mexico, L.J. de Becker, resigns, and states as his reason that his dispatches were suppressed or cut in the Tribune office. And of course, in a campaign of this sort they count upon the cordial help of the Associated Press. Says the Heraldo de Mexico, August 15, 1919, we see that the Associated Press lies with frequency. And you do not have to take this solely on the word of a Mexican newspaper. The Mexican Minister of Foreign Relations gives out a letter from the Vice President of the Mexican Northwestern Railroad, whose offices are in Toronto, Canada. I see that the Associated Press mentions with frequency, in its reports, the name of our company. He goes on to explain that the Associated Press has stated that his company complains of the confiscation of lands, whereas these reports are wholly false. His company has had no difficulty whatever with the Mexican government. He says, it is intolerable that our name should be used. And also the Associated Press sends out a circumstantial story of the alleged withdrawal of the Canadian Pearsons from business in Mexico. The vice president of this company issues a point-blank denial that he has had any difficulty with the Mexican government. Says Mr. de Becker, protesting to the assistant manager of the Associated Press, it is a most marked example of the AP's unfairness. And it is a fair presumption that the AP will not carry this denial. The Mexicans are a backward people, and we complain that there are bandits among them. But which is worse, the spontaneous violence of a primitive people, or the organized and systematic treachery of a highly developed people? You have a child, and suppose that, instead of loving this child, understanding and helping it, you do nothing but scold at it, menace it, and tell falsehoods about it. Would you be surprised if the child now and then kicked your shins? XL owning the owners. The second of the methods by which our journalism is controlled is by far the most important of all the four. I do not mean merely that the owners are owned by mortgages, and such crude financial ties. They are owned by ambition, by pressure upon their families, by club associations, by gentlemen's agreements, by the thousand subtle understandings which make the solidarity of the capitalist class. I have written elsewhere of labor leaders, otherwise incorruptible, who have accepted the dress suit bribe. These same bribes are passed in the business world, and are the biggest bribes of all. When you have your shoes shined, you pay the boot black 10 cents, but can you figure what you are paid for having your shoes shined? When you buy a new suit of clothes, you pay the dealer, say, $100, but can you figure what you are paid for being immaculately dressed, for having just the right kind of tie, just the right kind of accent, just the right manner of asserting your own importance and securing your own place at the banquet table of big business? If you are the publisher of a great newspaper or magazine, you belong to the ruling class of your community. You are invited to a place of prominence on all public occasions. Your voice is heard whenever you choose to lift it. You may become a senator like Medill McCormick or Capper of Kansas, who owns 8 newspapers and 6 magazines, a cabinet member like Daniels, or an ambassador like Whitelaw Reid or Walter Page. You will float upon a wave of prosperity, and in this prosperity all your family will share. Your sons will have careers open to them, your wife and your daughters will move in the best society. All this, of course, provided that you stand in with the powers that be, and play the game according to their rules. If by any chance you interfere with them, if you break their rules, then instantly in 1,000 forms you feel the pressure of their displeasure. You are cut at the clubs, your sons and daughters are not invited to parties, you find your domestic happiness has become dependent upon your converting the whole family to your strange new revolutionary whim. And what if your youngest daughter does not share your enthusiasm for the great unwashed? What if your wife takes the side of her darling? It is such hidden forces as this which account for much of the snobbery in American newspapers, the fact that in every department and in every feature they favor the rich and powerful, and reveal themselves as priests of the cult of Mammon. I have watched the great metropolitan dailies, and those in many smaller cities and towns. I have yet to see an American newspaper which does not hold money for its god, and the local masters of money for demigods at the least. The interests of these Olympian beings, their sports, their social doings, their political opinions, their comings and goings, are assumed by the newspapers to be the object of the absorbed interest of every American who knows how to read. On every page and in every column of every page the American newspaper preaches the lesson, get money, and all things else shall be added unto you, especially newspaper attention. When Mr. John P. Gavitt, managing editor of the New York Evening Post, wrote to Mr. Melville E. Stone, general manager of the Associated Press, that I had a reputation as an insatiable hunter of personal publicity, what Mr. Gavitt meant was that I was accustomed to demand and obtain more space in newspapers than the amount of my worldly possessions entitled me to. Some years ago my wife went for a visit to her home in the far south. After the unusual adventure of marrying a socialist, she met one of her girlhood friends, who exclaimed, "My, but your husband must be a rich man." "My husband is a poor man," said MCS. Whereat the girlfriend laughed at her. "I know better," said she. "But it's true," said MCS. "He has no money at all, he never had any." "Well," said the other, skeptically, "then what are the papers all the time talking about him for?" A large part of what is called conservatism in our journalism is this instinctive reverence for wealth, as deeply rooted in every American as respect for a duke in an English butler. So the average American newspaper editor is a horse that stands without hitching, and travels without a whip. But emergencies arise, a fork in the road, a sudden turn, a race with another vehicle, and then a driver is needed and perhaps also a whip. I showed you Mr. Oakes pulling the Metropolis story off the front page of the New York Times at 1 o'clock in the morning. Every Hearst editor has stories to tell of 1 o'clock in the morning visits from the owner, resulting in the whole policy of the paper being shifted. And where the owner is owned, maybe somebody will call him up and lay down the law, maybe an agent will be set to keep watch over his doings, and to become the real master of his paper. I could name more than one famous editor and publisher who has been thus turned out of his job, and remains nothing but a name. For great interests have a way of being wide awake even at the late hour when the forms of newspapers close. They have a way of knowing what they want, and of getting it. "I am a great clamorer for dividends," testified old Rockefeller, and imagine, if you can, a publishing enterprise controlled by old Rockefeller, how closely the policy of that enterprise would be attended to. Imagine, if you can, one controlled by Pierpont Morgan. It happens that I can tell you about one of these latter. The story has to do with one of the most famous publishing houses in America, a house which is a national institution, known to every literate person, the ancient House of Harper's, which now has the misfortune to have an $800,000 mortgage reposing in the vaults of J.P. Morgan and Company. Would you think me absurd if I should state that the publishing business of Harper and Brothers is managed to the minutest detail by this mortgage? First, recall to mind The Money Changers, a novel dealing with the causes of the 1907 panic. The villain of this novel is a certain Dan Waterman, a great financier who dominates the life of Wall Street, and who in his relations to women is an old wild boar. The veil of fiction was thin, and was meant to be. Everyone who knew the great metropolis of Mammon would recognize Pierpont Morgan, the elder, and would know that the picture was true both in detail and in spirit. Naturally old JP himself would be furious, and his hired partisans would be looking for a chance to punish his assailant. Very well. 5 years passed, and I was editing an anthology of revolutionary literature. I was quoting authors from Homer to H.G. Wells, several hundred in all, and as part of the routine of the job, I addressed a long list of authors and publishing houses, requesting permission to quote brief extracts from copyrighted books, due credit of course to be given. Such quotations are a valuable advertisement for any book, the more valuable because they are permanent. The request is a matter of form, and its granting a matter of course. It proved to be such in the case of all publishing houses both in America and in England, all save one, the house of the $800,000 mortgage. This house informed me that no book of mine might contain a line from any book published by them. My reputation was such that I would injure the value of any book which I quoted. I am interested in this capitalistic world, and try to find out as much about it as I can. So I took the trouble to visit the dingy old building in Franklin Square, and to interview the up-to-date gentleman who had rendered this unexpected decision. He was perfectly polite, and I was the same. I pointed out to him that some of the authors, his authors, were personal friends of mine, and that they themselves desired to be quoted in my anthology. Mr. Charles Rann Kennedy, for example, was a socialist. Mr. William Dean Howells was one of Harper's own editors. He was in that very office, and I had in my hand a letter from him, giving cordial consent to the publication of 2 passages from A Traveler from Altruria. Also Mr. H.G. Wells, an English socialist, who had honored me with his friendship, had published When the Sleeper Wakes through Harper's, and now requested that I be permitted to quote from this book in my anthology. Also Mark Twain had honored me with his friendship. He had visited my home in Bermuda, and had expressed appreciation of my writings. He was no longer where I could consult him in the matter, but I offered evidence to Messrs. Harper and Brothers, proving that he had not regarded me as a social outcast. But no matter, the decision stood. I took the question to the authors themselves, and I am sorry to have to record that neither Mr. William Dean Howells nor Mr. Charles Rann Kennedy cared to support a fellow socialist in this controversy with a great capitalist publishing house. So it comes about that you will not find Mr. Kennedy or Mr. Howells quoted in The Cry for Justice, but you will find When the Sleeper Wakes quoted, the reason being that Mr. Wells did stand by me. Mr. Wells lives farther away, and is not so deeply influenced by an $800,000 mortgage in the vaults of a Wall Street banking house. The point of this story is the petty nature of the vengeance of this mortgage, the trouble it took, the minute detail into which it was willing to go. The moral for you is just this, that when you pick up your morning or evening newspaper, and think you are reading the news of the world, what you are really reading is a propaganda which has been selected, revised, and doctored by some power which has a financial interest in you, and which, for the protecting of that financial interest, has been willing to take trouble, and to go into the most minute detail. You will miss the point of this book if you fail to get clear that the perversion of news and the betrayal of public opinion is no haphazard and accidental thing. For 25 years, that is, since the day of Mark Hanna, it has been a thing deliberately planned and systematically carried out, a science and a technique. High-priced experts devote their lives to it. They sit in council with the masters of industry, and report on the condition of the public mind, and determine precisely how this shall be presented and how that shall be suppressed. They create a public psychology, a force in the grip of which you, their victim, are as helpless as a moth in the glare of an arc light. And what is the purpose of it all? One thing, and one only, that the wage slaves of America shall continue to believe in and support the system whereby their bones are picked bare and thrown upon the scrap heap of the profit system. XLI the owner in politics. What counts with newspapers, as everywhere else in the business world, is not so much the bulk of the wealth as its activity. Wealth which is invested in government bonds and farm mortgages is asleep, and will stay asleep until the profit system itself is threatened. On the other hand, $100,000 or $200,000 which happens to be in the hands of new men, trying to break into the game, may be exercising an influence out of all proportion to its amount. Such wealth may be bidding for a new franchise. It will come to the newspaper publisher and offer him stock, or it will point out to him that if the franchise is granted, certain real estate that he holds will be increased in value, or it will offer to help nominate him for mayor, or it will point out to him that his rival newspaper is enlisted on the other side, and is looking for some unrighteous graft. The story of every newspaper is a story of such a game of power politics incessantly going on. No newspaper can exist without taking part in it, because every newspaper wields influence, and every newspaper must cast its decision on every issue that arises. Every paper is expected to have its candidates for political office, every paper is expected to have its political policies, and inevitably in our system these candidates and these policies are a screen behind which great financial interests move to their ends. For example, here is the Denver Post, as portrayed by Judge Lindsay, founder of the Children's Court. Lindsay is telling in his book, The Beast, how one of the political machines sought to use him as a candidate for governor. A few days later the Post endorsed me editorially as a candidate for governor, and there was a flurry in the corporation camp. The paper was no more than on the streets before Mr. Field, telephone magnate, made a frantic effort to have the edition stopped and the paper's support reconsidered. But the Post had just lost in a fight with Evans, gas magnate, about a public franchise deal, and the proprietors were eager for revenge. Their newspaper rivalry with Senator Patterson made them ambitious to defeat him as leader of the Reform Democrats, by forcing my nomination in spite of him. I found myself in the storm center of a small political cyclone. You may recall Mr. Bonfils, one of the owners of the Denver Post, who jollied me over the telephone during the time of the Colorado coal strike. Now hear Judge Lindsay. When this latter ticket was named, I found it largely composed of Spear Corporation Democrats. Mr. Fred G. Bonfils, one of the proprietors of the Denver Post, which was still supporting me, assured me that Spear and his city organization would aid me if I would agree to lend my name to this ticket. In short, the corporations, being sure of Adams, the opposition candidate, now wished to make sure of me by tying me to the candidacy of a lot of corporation tools who would never allow us to obtain a reform law. I refused to lend my name to any such business, and I lost thereby the support of the Post and the Spear Democrats. And then, of course, Judge Lindsay was marked for destruction by the Post. He tells how a false news dispatch reported him as saying in a public lecture in the East that the copper king of the state ought to be hanged. The Denver Chamber of Commerce passed a resolution declaring Lindsay an enemy of the state. Says Lindsay, the Denver Post followed the resolution with a demand that I be driven from town, and stirred up all possible enmity against me as a defamer of my state. Or take San Francisco. Here is Fremont Older, for 25 years managing editor of the Bulletin, telling the story of his life. I shall have more to say about Older later on. For the present, take one incident from his book. Older, leading a terrific reform campaign, is after the man higher up, and decides that the highest of all is Herron, head of the law department of the Southern Pacific Railroad. Herron is the man behind the corruption of our whole state. Herron is the man who has broken down the morals of thousands of our young men, debauched our cities and our towns and our villages, corrupted our legislatures and courts. But it appears that Crothers, owner of the Bulletin, has been taking money from Herron in times past. Crothers became very nervous about it and suggested several times to me that he didn't want Herron attacked. I felt then that he feared Herron would expose the Wells money paid the paper, but in spite of that power which Herron held over us, I continued to go on with the campaign against him. Frequently Crothers would go into the printing office and look over the headlines himself, and if he discovered Herron's name, would insist on its being lifted out of the paper, but even with this interference I managed to keep up the fight. Finally, he told me flatly that he wanted the attacks on Herron stopped, the criticism of Herron to cease. I replied frankly that it was impossible for me to do that, that the entire repertorial force was under full headway in the fight, and they were writing, all of them, from the angle of the paper's policy as it appeared to them, and I could not go to each man and tell him that he must not criticize Herron. I can't do it, Mr. Crothers, because I am ashamed for you. If it's to be done, you'll have to do it yourself. I cannot. He did not have the courage to do it, and it was never done. However, all the time our opponents were trying to reach into the office. They succeeded in getting the business manager at that time to undertake to break me down, but I resisted all his efforts. The fight became more burdensome, because it extended into the very building in which I worked. The political campaign waxed warmer, and Crothers demanded that Older should support Heron's candidate, but Older refused. He replied that he owned the bulletin, and that it would support whomever he chose. I grew very angry and excited and replied, "Yes, what you say is perfectly true. You do own the bulletin, but you don't own me, and I won't stand for Crocker." I walked out of the room, very angry, determined never to return. I went to my wife and told her that I was through with the bulletin. She wanted to know the reason, and I told her that Crothers had gone back to his old methods. He was determined to get behind the candidate who represented the men we had been fighting, and I could not bring myself to continue in my position. Or take St. Paul, Minnesota. Here is the grain country, entirely possessed by the milling interests, with their allied railroads and banks. Until the farmers' nonpartisan movement arose, the politics and journalism of Minnesota were exclusively in the hands of these interests. In the Nonpartisan Leader for May 27, June 3 and June 10, 1918, appeared a series of articles by Walter W. Liggett, formerly exchange editor of the St. Paul Pioneer Press and its evening edition, the St. Paul Dispatch. Mr. Liggett made a great number of damaging charges against these newspapers, and in order to make sure of the facts, I address their managing editor, inquiring if he has ever published any denial of the charges, or if he cares to deny them to me. His answer is, "We never made any reply at all to them, nor do I care, as you suggest, to make any denial to you personally. It seems to me the record of the Dispatch and the Pioneer Press is the important thing, and this is open to anybody who cares to read our files." The letter concludes by warning me of the risk I shall run if I reprint the assertions of a dismissed employee. I reply to the writer, Mr. H. R. Galt, managing editor of the Dispatch and the Pioneer Press, that his letter is unsatisfactory. The strong point about Mr. Liggett's 3 articles is that they are based upon precisely the thing Mr. Galt invites: a study of the files of the newspapers. Mr. Liggett states that certain things are found in these files. I offer to send Mr. Galt copies of the articles, which he says he does not possess. I again invite him to point out to me in detail which of Mr. Liggett's charges are false. I also ask him why, if the charges are false, he did not take Mr. Liggett up at the time, and inflict upon him the legal penalties with which he threatens me. I suggest that any jury of Americans will display curiosity about that point. To which Mr. Galt replies, "I shall be content to advise you again, as I did in my previous letter, that the articles upon which you have apparently based your verdict are untruthful in every particular in which they reflect upon the Dispatch and Pioneer Press, and that in republishing them or any part of them, or in repeating any statements reflecting on these newspapers which may be contained in them, you will not only be publishing falsehoods, but having been advised in advance that they are falsehoods, you will publish them maliciously. Now pray proceed with your indictment of American journalism as reported by Mr. Liggett, and do not worry yourself about the curiosity of any jury so far as we are concerned. At the proper time we shall be abundantly able to satisfy any curiosity on this point. Now, when a man comes at me making a face like that, I have but one impulse in my soul, that is, to jump into a pair of 7-league boots, and turn and skedaddle as hard as I know how to the other side of the world and hide in a coal bin. I am not joking, that is really the way I feel. There is nothing in the world I dread so much as a personal wrangle, and these fierce and haughty and powerful men throw me into a tremble of terror. The things I enjoy in this world are my books and my garden, and rather than go into a jury room, and wrangle with fierce and haughty and powerful men, I would have my eye teeth pulled out. But then I think, as I have thought many times in my life before, of the millions of pitiful wage slaves who are exploited by these fierce and haughty and powerful men. I think of the millions of honest and true Americans who swallow the poison that is fed to them by our capitalist newspapers, and so I clench my hands and bite my lips together and turn on the fierce and haughty and powerful men with a yell of rage. Then a strange and startling, an almost incredible thing happens. The fierce and haughty and powerful men jump into their 7-league boots, and turn and skedaddle to the other side of the world and hide in a coal bin. Why is this? Is it because I am an especially terrifying person, with an especially terrifying face? No, it is simply because, in these contests, I have always taken one precaution at the outset. I have made certain of having the truth on my side. I have cast in my lot with the truth, whereas these fierce and haughty and powerful men with whom I enter the lists of combat have made all their success out of falsehood, and fear truth as they fear nothing else on God's earth. Before I go to the bat with Mr. Galt, managing editor of the St. Paul Dispatch and Pioneer Press, I will point out one important fact about my life, as follows. In the course of my 20 years career as an assailant of special privilege, I have attacked pretty nearly every important interest in America. The statements I have made, if false, would have been enough to deprive me of 1,000 times all the property I ever owned, and to have sent me to prison for 1,000 times a normal man's life. I have been called a liar on many occasions, needless to say, but never once in all these 20 years has one of my enemies ventured to bring me into a court of law, and to submit the issue between us to a jury of American citizens. Several times they have come near to doing it. I was told, by a lawyer who was present at the event, that there was a conference, lasting 3 days and a good part of 3 nights, between Mr. J. Ogden Armour and his lawyers, in which Mr. Armour insisted upon having me arrested for criminal libel, and his lawyers insisted that he could not stand the gaffe. As you have seen in this book, Mr. William E. Corey threatened to sue me for libel. I am informed that young Mr. Rockefeller desired ardently to do it, and Madam Tingley, the purple mother of Theosophy, actually sent her lawyers after me for my jests about her in The Prophets of Religion. But, if Mr. H.R. Galt actually files a suit against me, he will be the first of our captains of privilege who has ventured that far. Now, to return to the St. Paul Dispatch and Pioneer Press, I have not made a detailed study of the files of these papers, but I have made a study of the Nonpartisan League movement and its nonpartisan leader. Also I have made a study of Mr. Walter W. Liggett, formerly exchange editor of the Dispatch and the Pioneer Press. Mr. Liggett assures me that every statement he makes can be abundantly proven from the files of the papers, and I believe Mr. Liggett. Accordingly I take the risk of summarizing the statements which Mr. Liggett published concerning these 2 papers, and which these 2 papers allowed to pass unchallenged. My guess is that Mr. H.R. Galt will do one of 2 things. Either he will do what Mr. Ogden Armour did, and what Mr. Corey did, and what Mr. Rockefeller did, and what Madam Tingley did, that is, nothing. Or else he will do what the Associated Press did in the case of the masses. He will file a suit, or ask for an indictment, and thus get occasion to publish in his papers a high-sounding and dignified statement of his own righteousness. He will put me to the expense of employing lawyers and making a thorough study of his files, and then, when the case comes up, he will drop it, and say not one word about it in his papers. Now, what is it that Mr. Liggett has to say? His statements are briefly as follows. The St. Paul Dispatch and Pioneer Press were financed and put on their feet by a streetcar magnate, and for 20 years, from a generous and pure emotion of gratitude, have supported the streetcar magnate in all his doings, hiding his tax dodging and his franchise grafting, ridiculing and misrepresenting his employees when they go on strike. The papers could probably not be purchased for $1 million, yet they pay taxes on less than $57,000. Until quite recently they were charging the city an illegal price for the publication of city advertisements, and only quit when an independent citizen forced an exposure. They have defended the Hill Railroad interests systematically. They have suppressed news of public agitation against the packers and the millers, and have editorially defended these and other profiteers. After borrowing $300,000 from the Capital Trust and Savings Company, they did their best to start a run on the St. Paul Municipal Bank, and only failed because their false statements were promptly exposed. They have lied systematically about the farmers' movement, and have refused to publish corrections, even in the form of paid advertisements. They were ultra-patriotic, and urged all employers to continue their employees' wages while the latter were in the army, but they themselves failed to follow this advice. And now come, Mr. Galt, and explain to a jury of American citizens how it happened that these articles, untruthful in every particular in which they reflect upon the Dispatch and the Pioneer Press, were allowed by you to be published in a paper having 200,000 circulation in Minnesota and adjoining states, and were left unanswered and unchallenged by you for a period of 15 months. The Nonpartisan League is an issue, not only in Minnesota and North Dakota, but all over the country where the interests are in terror of a farmers' revolt. And so the whole power of the kept press is enlisted to malign it. The League is doing business through the Scandinavian American Bank of Fargo, and the enemies of the League raid this institution, with the help of subservient public officials, and throw it into the hands of a receiver. From one end of the country to the other goes the story of crooked banking by the Farmers' Party, and is featured by the capitalist press. The New York Times has several detailed dispatches, also solemn editorials. A week or two later the Supreme Court of the state denounces the proceedings as a conspiracy, declares the bank sound, and orders its return to the owners. The Times gives this not one line. Or take the Kansas City Star, a most completely respectable organ, which features the smash up of the bank, and reports the restoration in a tiny item, giving the name of the bank, but not mentioning it as the League Bank, understanding perfectly well that 99 out of 100 readers will not make the connection, and will not know that the League has been vindicated. And then, a few days later, the American Bar Association issues a denunciation of the League, declaring it is pure socialism, and socialism means the nationalization of women. The Chicago Tribune gets out a big headline. Socialists hope to communize U.S. girls, claim. The Chicago Tribune is in politics, you see, and like Richard Croker, it is working for its own pocket all the time. Let us hear William Marion Reedy, a journalist of 40 years training. In Chicago there is the case of two great newspapers, one of them Republican and the other Independent, which have been found clearly guilty of robbery of the school children of that city. Through the connivance of a school board, one of the members of which was an attorney for one of these newspapers, the land occupied by both these journals, in the very heart of the business center of Chicago, was leased to these great institutions for the molding of public opinion, on a basis of a site value absolutely absurd and ridiculous, and upon terms very much lower than those granted on similar lands to other leaseholders in the same neighborhood. This favor exacted of a public body, and at public expense, was given solely through fear of attack by, or desire to stand well with the publications in question. When there came into power in the school board, under Mayor Dunn, a number of men who could not be reached by political or other interests, and these men attempted to set aside the outrageous lease in question, both these papers began a crusade against the honesty and intelligence of the school board, and developed the campaign into one for the election of a mayor who would oust these school board members who tried to win back the property for the school children. They rallied to their support all the corrupt and vicious element of the Chicago slums, likewise the forces that could be controlled by the street railways and other public service corporations, elected the mayor, and turned the honest members of the school board out of office. They have since been reinstated, but not until the corporation mayor had appointed a sufficient number of safe and sane friends of the powers that be, to block any effort that might be made by the honest members to secure from these great publications a just compensation for the use of the land belonging to the public schools of Illinois and Chicago. Reedy omits to give us the names of these two Chicago newspapers. As I am dealing with names in this book, I state that one of them is the most respectable of all Chicago's newspapers, the Tribune, which carries on its front page the legend, "The world's greatest newspaper." The other is the most liberal of all Chicago's newspapers, the Daily News, owned by Victor F. Lawson, who is generally cited as the one among the 15 directors of the Associated Press who has any trace of progressive sympathy. XLII owning the Associated Press. When it comes to the Associated Press, the clearest statement I have read was made by Charles Edward Russell in Pearson's Magazine, April, 1914. Says Russell. About 900 daily newspapers in the United States, comprising the great majority of the journals of influence and circulation, receive and print the news dispatches of the Associated Press. This means that concerning any event of importance an identical dispatch is printed about 15 million times and may be read by 30 million persons. According to the construction and wording of that dispatch, so will be the impression these 30 million persons will receive, and the opinion they will form and pass along to others. Here is the most tremendous engine for power that ever existed in this world. If you can conceive all that power ever wielded by the great autocrats of history, by the Alexanders, Caesars, Tamburlaines, Kublai Khans, and Napoleons, to be massed together into one vast unit of power, even this would be less than the power now wielded by the Associated Press. Thought is the ultimate force in the world, and here you have an engine that causes 30 million minds to have the same thought at the same moment, and nothing on earth can equal the force thus generated. Well-informed men know that the great controlling interests have secured most of the other sources and engines of power. They own or control most of the newspapers, most of the magazines, most of the pulpits, all of the politicians and most of the public men. We are asked to believe that they do not own or control the Associated Press, by far the most desirable and potent of these engines. We are asked to believe that the character and wording of the dispatches upon which depends so much public opinion is never influenced in behalf of the controlling interests. We are asked to believe that interests that have absorbed all other such agencies for their benefit have overlooked this, the most useful and valuable of all. We are even asked to believe that, although the Associated Press is a mutual concern, owned by the newspapers, and although these newspapers that own it are in turn owned by the controlling interests, the controlling interests do not own, control or influence the Associated Press, which goes its immaculate way, furnishing impartial and unbiased news to the partial and biased journals that own it. That is to say that when you buy a house you do not buy its foundations. The point about the Associated Press upon which it lays greatest stress, and which it never fails to bring forward in defending itself, is that it is a mutual corporation. It is owned and controlled by the many hundreds of newspapers which use its services. In La Follette's magazine during the year 1909 there appeared a series of articles on the Associated Press by William Kittle. Mr. Kittle showed, taking the figures of the year 1909, that the 700 newspapers which then used the service had less than 1/7 of the voting control of the organization. The rest of the votes were cast on bonds which had been sold to certain of the members. These bonds represented a voting strength of 4,890 as against 775 votes of the member newspapers. The total of 5,665 votes elected the board of directors, and this board, having power to issue new bonds at any time, could keep its control absolute. Could anyone imagine a smoother scheme for holding a corporation in bondage? And then fancy Melville E. Stone coming before the public and making this statement concerning his organization. It is purely mutual in its character, and in this respect is unique. All of the other news-supplying agencies of the world are proprietary concerns. It issues no stock, makes no profit, and declares no dividend. It does not sell news to anyone. It is a clearing house for the interchange of news among its members only. I wrote to Mr. Stone, explaining that I was discussing his organization in my book, and wished to be scrupulously fair in every statement I made. Would Mr. Stone tell me the present status of these bonds and their votes? Mr. Stone delayed for some time to answer, and when he did so, explained the delay. First, because I have been taking a vacation, and have had no leisure to think of you, and second, because in the slight reading I have given to your publications, I was led to believe that any failure to acquaint yourself with the facts of a matter would in no wise embarrass you in presenting your case. My answer was that, curiously enough, This was precisely the impression I had formed of Mr. Stone's organization, the only difference being that whereas he admitted having given only a slight reading to my publications, I had had intimate first-hand experience with his organization over a period of 15 or 20 years. However, Mr. Stone consented to give me a list of the present bondholders, also his explanation of the matter. In the organization of the Associated Press in 1900 it was necessary to provide a certain sum to buy fixtures, etc., and certain first mortgage bonds were issued and sold to the members, the proceeds being applied in the way indicated. The charter authorized an issuance of $150,000. But this sum was found to be unnecessary. The actual issue was $131,425. This has since been reduced by redemption in certain cases so that today there is outstanding $113,125. Under the law of New York, holders of first mortgage bonds are entitled to vote for directors in proportion to their holdings. They have no right to vote upon bonds on any other matter in the conduct of the business. Many times, in the course of my experiences as a muckraker, I have had great captains of privilege endeavor to impose upon my intelligence, but I cannot recall having ever been offered so childish a pretext as I am here offered by Mr. Stone. I am asked to believe that in the 19 years of its history, this enormous concern has been able to pay off less than $20,000 of the debt incurred for its office furniture. I am asked to believe that these bondholders have votes because the law requires them to have votes, and that never once has it occurred to the shrewd gentlemen who manage the Associated Press that by the simple device of remaining in debt for their office furniture, they can keep their organization permanently and irrevocably in the control of the big reactionary newspapers of the country. Will Irwin, writing in Harper's Weekly 5 years ago, speaks of the ring of old, Tory, 41-vote papers in control of the Associated Press. It appears that the bonds of the organization are for $25 each, and when the association was formed, the big insiders each took $1,000 worth, giving them 40 votes, with one additional vote as member. I look down the list which Mr. Stone sends me, and I see that these 41-vote papers include all of the biggest reactionary sheets in America. One after another I look for those which I have pilloried in this book. They are all here. The Los Angeles Times is here, and a Young's San Francisco Chronicle, and the San Francisco Bulletin, of the Itching Palm, and the San Francisco Examiner, which sent out my shredded wheat story, and the Sacramento Union, which was sold to the Calkins Syndicate. Here is the Pueblo Chieftain, which circulated the foul slanders about Judge 18. Lindsay and the Miners' Wives. Here is the Baltimore News of Muncie, the stock gambler. Here is the Washington Post, which, as I shall narrate, had a typewritten copy of a speech by Albert Williams, and deliberately made up false quotations. Here is the Chicago Tribune, which slandered Henry Ford, and the Chicago Daily News, which, with the Tribune, robs the Chicago school children. Here is the Cincinnati Times-Star, which set out to fight Boss Cox, and didn't. Here is the Boston Herald, which, I shall show you, refused President Wilson's speech as an advertisement, and the Boston Traveler, which lied about my magazine. Here is the Kansas City Star, which hounded Mrs. Stokes to jail, and the St. Paul Dispatch, whose misdeeds I have just listed. Here is the Oil City Derrick, owned by Standard Oil, and the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, whose bonds were found in the vaults of the Great Northern Railroad. Here is the Portland Oregonian, which exists for large-scale capital, and the Milwaukee Sentinel, owned by Pfister, who owns most of Milwaukee. Here is the New York Herald, which suppressed my Packingtown story, and paid me damages for the Tarrytown libel. Here is the New York Evening Post, which failed to expose the Associated Press, and the New York World, which favors 20-cent meals for department store girls. Here is the New York Tribune, which lied about the socialist state legislators, and the New York Times, which has lied about me so many times that I can't count them. Such are the newspapers which control the Associated Press, a stand-pat machine, precisely like the Aldrich machine which once controlled the United States Senate, and the cannon machine which once controlled the House. Mr. Stone does his best to persuade me that in the maintenance of this control the bonds have not played any part. He writes, "Since the organization, over 100 elections of directors have taken place. In one case only, I believe, was the result different from what it would have been if no votes had been cast upon the bonds. And here again Mr. Stone is treating me as a child. Of the total bonds the big insiders control 9/10. Of the total number of votes cast at elections, they control 5/6. A successful rebellion is thus obviously impossible, and the penalty of an unsuccessful rebellion, as I shall presently show, is annihilation, yet Mr. Stone feels virtuous because nobody rebels. Let Mr. Stone pay off his debts for office furniture, and place all the 900-odd members of the Associated Press on an equality as regards votes, and then let him boast that the bonds have no effect upon elections. 10 years ago Mr. Kittle made a study of the 15 directors of the Associated Press. They were all publishers of large newspapers, and from these newspapers could be judged. Just one was a liberal, Nelson, of the Kansas City Star, and he has since died. All the other 14 were classified as conservative or ultra-conservative," said Mr. Kittle. "The other 14 papers are huge commercial ventures, connected by advertising and in other ways with banks, trust companies, railway and city utility companies, department stores and manufacturing enterprises. They reflect the system which supports them. There have been many changes of personality in the Associated Press in the last 10 years, but there has been no change in this respect. The statement of Mr. Kittle's remains the truth about the 15 directors. And likewise there has been no change in the policy of the organization, as Mr. Kittle reported it. The dispatches themselves disclose the attitude of the management. They give scant courtesy to movements for constructive legislation in the public interest. The reports, scores of which have been examined, are meager, fragmentary, isolated. Every time Tom Johnson was successful in more than 50 injunction suits, the general public in other states heard little or nothing of it. When an election recently went against him, everybody heard of the failure of municipal ownership. When La Follette for 5 years, by a continuous contest, was placing law after law on the statute books, the matter was ignored or briefly reported in distant states, and temporary defeats were given wide publicity. When Kansas, in 1908, rejected a conservative and elected a progressive United States Senator, the general public at a distance from that state did not know the real issue involved. For more than 2 years, there has been a strong movement in California against the rule of that state by special and corrupt interests, but that fact, merely as news, has never reached the general public in the East. The prosecution of offenders in San Francisco has only been a part of the wider movement in California. The strong movement in New Hampshire, headed by Winston Churchill, to free that state from the grasp of the Boston and Maine Railway Company, and the movement in New Jersey led by Everett Colby, which resulted in the defeat of Senator Dryden, the president of the Prudential Insurance Company, have not been given to the people adequately as matters of news. And this is the testimony of every independent-minded newspaper man with whom I have talked about the Associated Press. Will Irwin, writing in Harper's Weekly, shows how the old reactionary forces shape the policy of the organization. The subordinates have drifted inevitably toward the point of view held by their masters. And again, of the average Associated Press correspondent, a movement in stocks is to him news, big news. Widespread industrial misery in a mining camp is scarcely news at all. At a conference at the University of Wisconsin, the editor of the Madison Democrat stated that he had been a correspondent of the Associated Press for many years, and had never been asked to suppress news or to color news in any way whatever. Reply was made by A.M. Simons, "I have had many reporters working under me, and every one of you know that you will not have a reporter on your paper who cannot catch policy in 2 weeks." The general manager of the Associated Press makes public boast of the high character of his employees. Throughout the profession, employment in its service is regarded as an evidence of character and reliability. Such is the glittering generality, but investigate a little, and you find one Associated Press correspondent, Calvin F. Young, of Charleston, West Virginia, engaged in sending strike news to his organization, and at the same time in the pay of the mine owners, collecting affidavits against the strikers. You find a second Associated Press correspondent, E. Wentworth Prescott, of Boston, dipping into the slush funds of the New Haven Railroad, and giving an explanation of his services, so lacking in plausibility that Interstate Commerce Commissioner Anderson remarks, "I don't see why they couldn't just as well have hired you to count the telegraph poles on the street." The Associated Press is probably the most ironclad monopoly in America. It was organized originally as a corporation under the laws of Illinois, but the Illinois courts declared it a monopoly, so it moved out of Illinois, and reorganized itself as a membership corporation, thus evading the law. Today, if you wish to start a morning newspaper in the village of Corn Center, Kansas, you may get an Associated Press franchise, but if you want to start one in any city or town within circulating distance of the Big 41 vote insiders, you might as well apply for a flying machine to visit the moon. The members of the Associated Press have what is called the right of protest, that is, they can object to new franchises being issued, and this power they use ruthlessly to maintain their monopoly. Says Will Irwin. To the best of my knowledge, only 2 or 3 new franchises have ever been granted over the right of protest, and those after a terrible fight. Few, indeed, have had the hardihood to apply. When such an application comes up in the annual meeting, the members shake with laughter as they shout out a unanimous no. For owing to the exclusive terms of the charter, an Associated Press franchise to a metropolitan newspaper is worth from $50,000 to $200,000. Abolish the exclusive feature, throw the association open to all, and you wipe out these values. The publishers are taking no chances with a precedent so dangerous. A few years ago, the editor of the News of Santa Cruz, California, applied for the Associated Press franchise for his paper. The San Francisco manager of the Associated Press refused it, and gave this explanation, according to a statement by the editor of the News. The San Francisco daily papers owned all the Associated Press franchises for that city, and they also controlled a vast outlying territory, including Santa Cruz, 80 miles away, and would refuse to permit Associated Press dispatches to be printed by me or anyone else in Santa Cruz. There is only one way to get by this barrier, and that is to pay the price. Joseph A. Scranton, proprietor of the Scranton Republican, forced a man who wished to start another newspaper in Scranton to pay him $10,000 before he could have the Associated Press franchise for that small city. When the San Francisco Globe wanted the Associated Press franchise, it had to buy the San Francisco Post at the price of $110,000. Admittedly, the Post had no value, it was not a competitor in any sense. The price paid was for the franchise alone, and it was stated by the San Francisco Star that the greater part of the value consisted in a lower telegraph rate, a special privilege granted by the Western Union Telegraph Company to the Associated Press. Also, the Associated Press, being a membership corporation or club, possesses the legal right to expel and to discipline its members. This right it has specifically asserted in its charter. It may expel a member for any conduct on his part, or on the part of anyone in his employ or connected with his newspaper, which in its absolute discretion it shall deem of such a character as to be prejudicial to the welfare and interest of the corporation and its members, or to justify such expulsion. The action of the members of the corporation in such regard shall be final, and there shall be no right of appeal or review of such action. This, you perceive, is power to destroy any newspaper overnight. Not merely may a franchise worth $200,000 be wiped out at the whim of the little controlling oligarchy, the entire value of the newspaper may be destroyed, for of course a big morning newspaper cannot exist without its franchise. The masters of the AP hold this whip over the head of every member, and Will Irwin tells what use they make of it. 2 or 3 liberal publishers have expressed to me, after mutual pledges of confidence, their opinion of the AP cinch. And they have finished by saying something like this: "But for heaven's sake don't quote me in print, and don't tell anyone I've said this." The fine for such an offense runs from $50,000 up. In my story of the Colorado coal strike, I showed you the AP suppressing news, and the newspapers of the country, without one single exception, keeping silence about it. I showed you one bold managing editor promising to tell the truth, and then suddenly stricken dumb, and not carrying out his promise. Now I have shown you the meaning of the phenomenon. And yet, in spite of everything, members of the Associated Press do kick, they kick repeatedly, and word of their kicks gets out. Fremont Older complained repeatedly, and so did Van Valkenburg, of the Philadelphia North American. Herman Ritter complained, as Mr. Stone himself admitted when a Senate committee pinned him down. I quote a significant colloquy from a Senate lobby investigation. Senator LaFollette, Mr. Stone, has there ever been any complaint made by members of your association of unfairness on the part of the manager or the management of the association regarding news? Mr. Stone: oh, yes, sir. There is hardly. Senator LaFollette: have the members of your association or any member of your association complained that you suppressed important news? Mr. Stone: oh, yes, sir, we have had that for years. Senator LaFollette: that you have colored news? Mr. Stone: no, sir, I do not think anybody has ever said that. Well, I don't know about that. We have had complaints on all sides. This is the Committee on Finance of the United States Senate, holding hearings on the subject of reciprocity with Canada, Senate Document 56, 62nd Congress, First Session, Volume 2. The newspapers of the country want a clause by which they can get free paper pulp from Canada, so the Associated Press sends out full reports of the testimony of newspaper publishers before the Senate committee. But when certain farmers appear and oppose the reciprocity scheme, listen to Senator McCumber, questioning Herman Ritter, a director of the Associated Press. How do you account for the fact, which every senator here must have noticed, that while these farmers were giving their testimony, the reporters of the Associated Press leaned back in their chairs day after day, scarcely taking a note, and that the moment any man came forward to give testimony in favor of this bill, every pencil came out and every pad was on the table, and all of our good friends were studiously at work? And that has been the case all through these hearings. And again, it is a notorious fact that we have been able to get but one side of the question before the public so far as these hearings are concerned. Also, consider the testimony brought out by the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, 63rd Congress, First Session, Senate Resolution 92, Volume 2. It appears that the head of the Sugar Trust had issued a long statement, advocating free raw sugar, and this press agent material had been sent out in full by the Associated Press. The senators question Melville E. Stone, to find out why, and they cannot even get the name of the Associated Press correspondent who handled the material. It is brought out that the beet sugar interests of the West, which are fighting the Sugar Trust, have made bitter complaint concerning this article, and have been to the head of the Denver office of the Associated Press to demand that their side too shall be given a hearing. You remember how I went to the head of the Denver office of the Associated Press, to try to get a hearing for my side, the people's side, and how completely I failed? Needless to say, it is different when a representative of big business makes complaint. This gentleman obtains the promise of the Associated Press to send out 650 words, and later on Mr. Stone is found writing to his Denver manager. Personally, I am inclined to discourage the carrying of long statements of a controversial nature, but inasmuch as we carried Mr. Arbuckle's statement rather fully, my judgment is that we might have handled a little more of Mr. Hamlin's, provided it was prepared as briefly as our copy here indicates. Here, you see, we are close to the heart of a grave problem. Here are enormous sums of easy money in sight. If the managers and district managers and correspondents of our great press associations all sternly decline to touch this easy money, they are all honorable men. Also, they are different from most other men in most other branches of big business in America. Do they all decline? I sincerely hope so. But I recall how Max Eastman, in the Masses for July, 1913, made very specific charges against the Associated Press, which thereupon caused Eastman's arrest for criminal libel. The indictment brought by the grand jury against Eastman and Art Young quotes a paragraph from the offending editorial, as follows. I am told that every trust is to be encouraged to live its life and grow to such proportions that it may and must be taken over by the working public. But one trust that I find it impossible to encourage is this Truth Trust, the Associated Press. So long as the substance of current history continues to be held in cold storage, adulterated, colored with poisonous intentions, and sold to the highest bidder to suit his private purposes, there is small hope that even the free and the intelligent will take the side of justice in the struggle that is before us. The indictment goes on to interpret the above meaning and intending thereby that the said corporation intentionally withheld, suppressed, and concealed from its members information of important items of news and intelligence and intentionally supplied its members with information that was untruthful, biased, inaccurate and incomplete, and that the said corporation in consideration of monies paid to it intentionally supplied to its members misinformation concerning happenings and events that constituted the news and intelligence of the day. Then the indictment quotes another paragraph from the editorial. The representative of the Associated Press was an officer in that military tribunal that hounded the Paint Creek miners into the penitentiary in violation of their constitutional liberties, and this fact is even more significant and more serious than the abrogation of those liberties. It shows that the one thing which all tribes and nations in time have held sacred, the body of truth, is for sale to organized capital in the United States. The indictment interprets this as follows. Meaning and intending thereby that the said corporation was willing to and did in consideration of money paid to it knowingly supply to its members information of such untruthful, biased and prejudiced nature and so distorted and incomplete as the person paying such money might desire. This indictment was widely heralded in the press, and everybody thought they were going to get the truth about the Associated Press at last. But when the case was ready for trial, it was mysteriously dropped. For 6 years I have wondered why it was dropped. I cannot say now that I know, but I have just met Max Eastman, and heard from his lips the story of a certain eminent corporation lawyer in New York, who on several occasions has kicked over the traces of big business. This man knows a great deal about the Associated Press, and he came forward in this Mass's case, offering to assist the defense, and to conduct the trial. It was his plan to summon the heads of high finance in New York, beginning with Pierpont Morgan, and to question them as to the precise details of their relationship to the Associated Press. Aren't you sorry that trial didn't come off? And don't you think it a very serious matter that the Associated Press did not face this precise and definite issue, which it had so publicly raised? Let me speak for myself. If any man accused me in the specific and damaging way above quoted, I would consider that my time, my money, my energy, my very life must be called to the task of vindicating my honor. And if, instead of fighting, I put my tail between my legs and sneaked away from the scene, I would expect men to conclude that there was some guilt upon my conscience. Slying the owner and his advertisers. The third method by which the kept press is kept is the method of the advertising subsidy. This is the legitimate graft of newspapers and magazines, the main pipeline whereby big business feeds its journalistic parasites. Financially speaking, our big newspapers and popular magazines are today more dependent upon their advertisers than they are upon their readers. It is not a cynicism, but the statement of a business fact, that a newspaper or popular magazine is a device for submitting competitive advertising to the public, the reading matter being bait to bring the public to the hook. And of course the old saying holds, that he who pays the piper calls the tune. The extent to which the bait used in the game of journalistic angling is selected and treated by the business fisherman, is a subject which might occupy a volume by itself. Not merely is there general control of the spirit and tone of the paper, there is control in minute details, sometimes grotesque. For example, Arthur Brisbane wrote an article on dietetics, deploring the use of packaged cereals. The advertising men of the Evening Journal came to him, tearing their hair. He had knocked off $100,000 a year from the journal's income. Brisbane wrote an editorial pointing out that stiff hats caused baldness, and the Journal office was besieged by the hat dealers who advertised in the paper. Brisbane went to Europe and wrote editorials supporting a municipal subway. Said the advertising man, "Don't you know that Mr. ________ at Wanamaker's is dead against that sort of thing?" Max Shearover, in his excellent little pamphlet, Fakes in American Journalism, writes. The editor of a New York paper wrote an instructive editorial on the right kind of shoes to wear. The editorial was not inspired by any advertiser. It was simply the result of the editor's study and investigation of the problem of footwear. He advised against the wearing of the shoe with the curved point and urged in favor of the square-toed shoe. One of the big advertisers somehow got wind of the shoe editorial that was intended to appear on the following day. It so happened that the storekeeper had a shoe sale scheduled for the following week. He called up the business manager of the newspaper on the phone. After 5 minutes of conversation, the editorial went to the wastebasket. And if the advertisers censor the general ideas, needless to say they censor news about themselves. Henry Siegel owned a department store in New York, his wife divorced him, and nothing about it appeared in the New York papers, that is, not until after the department store failed. Our great metropolitan dailies are, as you know, strong protectors of the sanctity of the home. You saw how they treated Upton Sinclair, when he got tied up in the divorce courts. You saw how they treated Gorky and Heron. But how about the late C.W. Post, of posthum fame, when he decided to divorce his wife and marry his stenographer? Hardly a line in the newspapers throughout the country. I have told how the Philadelphia newspapers suppressed the suicide of one of the Jimble brothers. This same firm has a store in Milwaukee, and I have before me a letter from the district attorney of Milwaukee County, setting forth what happened when the vice president of this firm was indicted for bribing an alderman. Representatives of Jimble brothers requested, as I am credibly informed, the newspapers in which their commercial advertisements appeared to suppress the facts connected with the proceedings of Mr. Hamburger's trial. With 2 exceptions, so insignificant as to justify their being entirely ignored, the English press did so. The 5 daily English newspapers published no account whatever of the trial, which occupied about 1 week and disclosed sensational matter which would have undoubtedly been published broadcast in an ordinary case. Some of these papers printed a very brief notice at the time the case was called, stating this fact, but not all of them did even this much. It was shown that all the books of account of the Jimble brothers, together with their correspondence and legal documents pertaining to the transaction in connection with which the bribery was alleged, were burned under the direction of the defendant immediately after it was brought to his attention that the grand jury which indicted him was in session and about to investigate this case. This destruction of the books and documents occurred within the period of the statute of limitation, and less than 3 years after some of the entries had been made in them. The only explanation for this singular proceeding given by defendant or his business associates was that they lacked room in their vault and found it necessary to do away with papers, books, and documents which they felt they could dispense with. I mention this particular line of evidence because I am satisfied that if such a showing had been made in an ordinary case of bribery, the facts disclosed would have been given the widest publicity by the daily press. That the proceedings of this trial were suppressed by the English papers of the city for commercial reasons which appealed to their advertising department is unquestioned. Every newspaper man of my acquaintance to whom I have mentioned the matter has admitted the fact and deplored it. In the same way, when Wanamaker's was detected violating the customs laws, only one Philadelphia newspaper reported the circumstances. There was organized a league for honest advertising, and you might have thought that such a league would have appealed to our highly moral newspapers, but when this league prosecuted a merchant in New York for selling furs under false names, not one newspaper mentioned the circumstances. This merchant was convicted, and again not one New York newspaper mentioned it. In Chicago various firms were prosecuted for misbranding goods, and the local papers suppressed the news. In Milwaukee 4 firms were prosecuted for selling a potted cheese doped with chemicals, and the newspapers withheld the names of the firms. Says Will Irwin, I have never seen a story of a shoplifting case in which the name of the store was mentioned. Also he makes the following statement concerning the most august of the Brahmin newspapers of New England. The Boston Evening Transcript published in its issue of April 8 the fact that a workman had fallen from a tree, that an aged pauper had been found dead in bed, that the Harvard Shooting Club was about to hold a meet, but not the fact that Harvard beer, known to every consumer of malt liquors in Massachusetts, was in peril of the law for adulteration. Neither was the fact noted on Monday, April 10. But on Tuesday, April 11, Harvard Beer 1,000 Pure appeared in the pages of the transcript as a half-page advertisement. Every newspaper editor feels this pressure even though he feels it only in his imagination. A horse that travels in harness does so, not because he likes to travel, but because he carries in his subconsciousness the memory of the whip and the bit which broke him in the days of his wild youth. And if, by any chance, he forgets this whip and bit, he is quickly reminded. William Winter, a dramatic critic who had served the New York Tribune for 44 years, was forced to resign because his reviews of plays injured the advertising business of the Tribune. Certain managers were making money out of producing indecent plays. Mr. Winter rebuked these plays, the advertisers protested to the Tribune, and the managing editor of the Tribune censored Mr. Winter's reviews. During the controversy, Mr. Winter wrote to the managing editor that he had desired to injure the business of the producers of indecent plays, to which the managing editor replied, "My instructions with regard to that page are that the articles are not to be framed with any such purpose." The same thing happened to Walter Pritchard Eaton, dramatic critic of the New York Sunday. I learned of it just as my book was going to press, and wired Mr. Eaton for the facts. Here is his answer. Syndicate withdrew ads from Sun after my review of Soul Kiss, demanding my discharge. 6 months later I was fired, no cause given. Next Sunday all ads back in paper. No actual proof but conclusion pretty plain. Everywhere in the world of journalism, high and low, you see this power of the advertiser. I live in the beautiful millionaire city of Pasadena, and every afternoon I get my news of the world from a local paper, which is in some ways among the best. It publishes no scare headlines, and practically no scandal, but in its attitude toward its big commercial advertisers, the attitude of this newspaper is abject. There is a page of moving picture advertisements, and side by side are columns of write-ups of these plays. 9 out of 10 of these plays are unspeakable trash, but from the notices you would think that a new era of art was dawning upon Pasadena. All this is dope, sent out by the moving picture exploiters. Such a thing as an independent and educative review of a moving picture is not conceivable in my local newspaper. And it is the same with write-ups of bargain sales, and new openings of department stores. It is the same with the chain of leisure-class hotels. The man who manages and finances these hotels is a local god, and everything he does and says takes the top of the column. This system of publicity in return for advertising is a fundamentally dishonest one, but it is inseparable from the business of publishing news for profit, and the legitimate and the illegitimate shade into one another so gradually that it would be hard for an honest editor to know where to draw the line. The rule will differ with every newspaper. It may differ with every editor and every mood of every editor. I have made a little study of it with my local newspaper, and had some amusing experiences. Belonging to the socialist local in Pasadena, I several times had occasion to solicit publicity for socialist meetings. Being a naturally polite person, I did not go to the editor and say, "I'll buy $10 worth of advertising space, if you'll publish a quarter of a column of news about my radical venture." What I did was to insert the advertisement, and then send to the editor, the matter I wanted published, and it was published. So I thought this was a regular rule, but some time later, when the labormen of Pasadena started a cooperative store, and I became vice president of the enterprise, I inserted an advertisement of the store, and again presented my copy to the newspaper, and I did not get so much space. The advertising manager of the newspaper explained to the manager of the store that his paper could not boost a cooperative store, because the local merchants which supplied the bulk of its advertising were hostile to such an enterprise. At the last election the people of California had to decide upon a social insurance measure, and a friend of mine wrote an article in favor of this measure, and could not get it published. I suggested that she publish it as an advertisement, but the Pasadena Star News refused it, even in that form, and explained to me the reason that the lady had referred to Christian Science as a foolish belief. The partisans of Christian Science are accustomed to rent a page in this paper every now and then, and to have their foolishness published without question. A still stranger experience befell a gentleman in Boston, Sinclair Kennedy by name. In April, 1918, Mr. Kennedy learned that his state was falling far behind in the purchase of war savings and thrift stamps, and by way of helping his government in its thrift campaign, he prepared an advertisement consisting of 3 quotations, the first from a speech by President Wilson, the second from a speech by the Secretary of the Treasury, and the third from a speech by the Chairman of the National War Savings Committee, all 3 of the quotations urging that people should purchase only necessities, so that the energies of the country might go to war production. The Boston Herald and Journal contracted to publish this advertisement in 4 issues, it published it in 2 issues, and then refused to publish it again, and paid to Mr. Kennedy the sum of $500 damages for breach of contract. The Boston Post refused to publish the advertisement at all, its manager giving the reason that it was contrary to public policy. I have read of many socialists being sent to jail upon a charge of interfering with the government's war activities, but if the manager of the Boston Post was sent to jail, the other newspapers did not report it. What this amounts to is a censorship of the small and occasional advertisers by the large and permanent ones. This censorship is common, and sometimes it is made to wear the aspect of virtue. The best paying advertisements are those of automobiles and other leisure class luxuries, as such advertisers will not publish alongside cheap patent medicine fakes. Publications like Collier's and The Outlook make a boast of censoring their advertisements. But when it comes to protecting their high-priced advertisers, these publications are, as I have shown, every bit as unscrupulous as the sellers of cancer cures and headache powders. I, who wish to attack these high-priced advertisers, am forced to publish what I have to say in a paper which can only exist by publishing the advertisements of cancer cures and headache powders. This is very humiliating, but what can I do? Stop writing? If I could have my way, of course, I would write for a publication having a large circulation and publishing honest reading matter and honest advertising matter. But no such publication exists, and I have to decide the question, which does the least harm, a publication with honest advertising matter and dishonest reading matter, or a publication with honest reading matter and dishonest advertising matter. Also, of course, there will be censorship of advertisements containing news. If the newspaper is suppressing certain facts, it will not permit you to make known these facts, even for money. The Los Angeles Times, although it bitterly opposed single tax, was willing to take my money for an advertisement in favor of single tax, but the Times would not take my money for an advertisement reporting a meeting at which the truth about Russia was told. The Times would not sell me space to make known that the socialists of the city had challenged the superintendent of schools to debate the truth of certain false statements which he had made about Russia. In Louisville is the People's Church, conducted by an independent clergyman in a theater, and attended by 1,000 or 2,000 people every Sunday. The Louisville Courier Journal and its evening edition, The Times, have not contented themselves with suppressing all news about these meetings for several years, they have also refused all advertisements of this People's Church. Since this was written they have put the People's Church out of business. Some 15 years ago the most important news being put before the American people was in the form of paid advertisements signed by Thomas W. Lawson. The New York Times refused to publish these advertisements, and tens of thousands of New Yorkers, myself among them, were obliged to buy other newspapers in consequence. It cost the Times large sums of money to refuse these Lawson broadsides, but the Times made a virtue of it, because the broadsides threatened the entire profit system, without which the Times could not exist. In the same way the newspapers of Baltimore and Boston refused advertisements of a magazine run by Thomas E. Watson in Georgia, on the ground that he was publishing in his magazine articles attacking foreign missions. If you do not believe that interests like this exercise pressure upon newspapers, just try to publish in any capitalist newspaper an advertisement of a book or pamphlet attacking the Roman Catholic Church. Here in Los Angeles I know a man who set himself up in business as a land appraiser, and interfered with the leading industry of our community, which is selling real estate to come-ons from the East. He advised one client that some land in Imperial Valley was worthless, because it contained nearly 3% of alkali, and this judgment was later vindicated by a report of the U.S. Bureau of Soils, which I have read. But it happened that this land lay perilously near to the tracks of a great land company, in which the heads of Los Angeles newspapers are interested. The 3 leading newspapers of Los Angeles broke their contracts with this land appraiser, threw out his copy and ruined his business, and now he is working as a cowboy in the movies. And if you think that the power of the real estate sharks is confined to the places where they prey, consider the experience of Rob Wagner, who wrote 2 articles about the Southern California land sharks for the Saturday Evening Post. The first article, Being Full of Fun, a farce comedy, was accepted and paid for at once. The second, Giving the Real Story, and Being Full of Meat, was turned down. XLIV The advertising boycott. If the newspaper fails to protect its big advertisers, the big advertisers will get busy and protect themselves. This happens every now and then, and every newspaper editor has seen it happen. Sometimes an editor gets sick of the game and quits, and then we have a story. For example, William L. Chenery, who was editor of the Rocky Mountain News during the Colorado coal strike, tells me that the businessmen of Denver attempted both an advertising and a social boycott in order to prevent the publication of strike news. I was told that the owner of the paper would not be admitted to the Denver Country Club so long as our editorial seemed to support the cause of the strikers. Or take the case of Boston. George French, managing editor of a Boston paper, told how his paper lost $400 on account of one item which the interests had forbidden. Says Mr. French, that led to a little personal conversation, and to my retiring from the paper. He goes on to state, you cannot get anything into the newspapers that in any way rubs up against the business policy of the banks and department stores, or of the public service corporations. Those 3 great departments of business are welded together with bands ever so much stronger than steel, and you cannot make any impression on them. News of department stores that is discreditable, or in any way attracts unfavorable attention, is all squelched, all kept out of the papers. I have told how Otis of Los Angeles ran the Times as a Republican paper and an open shop paper, and at the same time ran secretly the Herald, a Democratic paper and a closed shop paper. Here is a glimpse of the Herald office, as narrated by Frank E. Wolf, former managing editor of the paper. The Merchants and Manufacturers Association took up the proposition of an aviation meet at Dominguez Field. This was managed by the walking delegate of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. The manager gave out the concessions. I went to Dominguez Field personally after the meet had been running a few days and found conditions so abhorrent there that I came back and personally wrote a story about 14 or 16 blind pigs running. Immediate reprisals came through the M&M, which controls all the advertising placed in the newspapers of the city by way of taking out of the Herald the advertising of a certain department store, the manager or proprietor of the store being one of the chief moguls of the aviation field. They took their ad out, and the business manager of the Herald came storming in to see me, as they always do in cases of this sort, to see who wrote the story. And when I told him I wrote it myself from facts I had, he wanted me to print an apology. That I have not yet done. There is a law against workingmen getting together and enforcing a boycott. The Danbury Hatters tried it, and the courts fined them several $100,000, and took away their homes and turned them out onto the street. But if big advertisers choose to get together and boycott a magazine, the law of course would not dream of being impolite. At the very time that this Danbury Hatters case was in the courts, the late C.W. Post was explaining in Leslie's, our barbershop weekly, how he broke the newspapers and magazines to his will. A friend of mine once had the honor of meeting Mr. Post and standing in his private vault and being permitted to handle a package containing $4 million worth of government bonds. All this had been made out of advertisements, which had persuaded the public to buy packaged cereals, of precisely the same food value as bread, at a price several times as high as bread. On January 23, 1913, Mr. Post published in Leslie's an article, urging businessmen to organize and refuse to give advertisements to muckraking publications, and Leslie's contributed an illuminating cartoon, The Fool Who Feeds the Monster. On April 10 Mr. Post contributed another article, describing his methods. He had his clerks go over all publications, listing objectionable matter, and he sent a form letter to offending publications, threatening to withdraw his valuable advertising unless they promised to be good in the future. Mr. Post told what he was doing. There were others who preferred to work in the dark. Perhaps the most significant case was that of Collier's Weekly and the Bollinger land fraud scandals. Norman Hapgood and Robert Collier broke the Taft administration on that issue, and President Taft, a venomous old man when he was crossed, issued a furious denunciation of Collier's, whereupon the National Association of Manufacturers, the most powerful organization in the country, took the field against muckraking magazines. They not only applied the advertising boycott to Collier's, they set the banks to work, as in the case of Hampton's, and they took away control of the magazine from Robert Collier, and put it into the hands of a banking committee, where it stayed. Robbie took to flying aeroplanes, and a year or two ago he died, and Collier's published a full-page obituary of him, telling the many services he had performed for the public except the one really important service, that he had broken the Taft administration over the Bollinger land fraud issue. Imagine a magazine, that, on the death of its owner, does not dare to mention the greatest event of its owner's life. I had an opportunity to watch, from the inside, the operation of this advertising boycott, in the case of my article, The Condemned Meat Industry. Many pages of advertising were withdrawn from Everybody's magazine, not merely advertisements of hams and lard, but of fertilizers, soaps and railways. Lawson several times tried to publish the names of these boycotting advertisers, but Everybody's would not let him. Everybody's possibly reflected that it might not keep up this muckraking business always. When it had secured enough readers, it might let down and become respectable, and then all the big advertisers would come back to it as they have done. The few men who really did mean business knew that the advertisers would never come back to them, so they fought the fight through to a finish, their own finish. So it was with Hampton's, so it was with Pearson's under the old regime. Pearson's tried publishing on the cheapest newsprint paper and with no advertisements, and for 2 or 3 years Pearson's was the only popular magazine in America from which you could get the truth. It was the only one which dared to fight the Railroad Trust and the Beef Trust, the only one which dared tell the truth about the Associated Press, and about capitalist journalism in general. Early in 1914 it published a series of articles by Charles Edward Russell, Keeping the Kept Press, the magazine Soft Pedal, and How Business Controls the News. Russell told the story of the Boston Traveler, which was bought by a young reformer, and put under the control of a real newspaper man, Marlin E. Pugh. The young reformer died, and the Shoe Machinery Trust bought the paper and ordered Pugh to be good. He refused, and stood on the contract which he had with the paper. He had a story affecting a big financial house. Threats were made, the business manager was confronted with ruin, the paper was tied up, and Pugh was forced to sell his contract for cash. I write this story, and the name of the paper sounds familiar to me. I search my memory. Oh, yes. It was the Boston Traveler, which, a couple of years ago, published a report to the effect that the authorities of Boston were about to confiscate copies of my magazine, and that copies had been thrown out of the library of Radcliffe College. I wrote to the librarian of Radcliffe College, and she replied that the report was a complete fabrication. Also Russell told how someone tried to run an independent newspaper in Indianapolis, where the street railway companies, by various manipulations, had boosted the capitalization of the railways from $3 million to $57 million. The Indianapolis Sun exposed the fact that the congestion on these railways was caused by the fact that all the cars were forced to pass in front of certain big department stores. Then the wage slaves of the railways started to organize. The Sun backed them, and told how the companies had automobiles which threw their lights on the entrance to the hall where the men met, and took the name of every man who entered. Also the Sun reported how the railway companies were having the union leaders slugged, and so the Sun reporter was slugged. The Merchants Association got busy, and the Sun advertisers were warned of a boycott. A safety commission of the Chamber of Commerce was organized, and a meeting was held, at which explicit instructions were given to all newspaper editors. The circulation of the Sun had gone up from 17,000 to 40,000, but the advertising was cut off, and so the paper had to quit. In the same way the Akron Press ventured to support a strike against the tire companies, and was boycotted. The same fate befell the Cincinnati Post, which ventured to expose a peculiar procedure engineered by a street railway corporation. There was a limitation of 25 years upon public franchises, so the state legislature passed a bill, permitting 50-year franchises. The City Council of Cincinnati then passed one 50-year franchise, after which the legislature repealed the bill permitting 50-year franchises for anybody else. In an article in the Atlantic Monthly for March, 1910, Professor Ross explained just how tight the hold of the advertiser upon the newspaper had then become. 30 years ago, advertising yielded less than half of the earnings of the daily newspapers. Today it yields at least 2/3. In the larger dailies the receipts from advertisers are several times the receipts from the readers, in some cases constituting 90% of the total revenues. As the newspaper expands to 8, 12, and 16 pages, while the price sinks to 3 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent, the time comes when the advertisers support the newspaper. And in Pearson's, Charles Edward Russell gave the figures for the magazines. He shows that at the prices then prevailing, 1914, a magazine publishing 400,000 copies a month would support a net loss of over $1,600 for manufacturing costs alone, not including the cost of illustrations, articles, salaries, rent, etc. All this, plus any profit from the enterprise, must come from the advertising. So largely did magazines depend upon the advertising that some of them were practically given away in order to get circulation. One large magazine was sold wholesale at an average price of 3 cents, another magazine was paying out a total of $5 for every $1 it took in through subscriptions. And what if the advertising did not come? Why then, of course, the magazine or newspaper went out of business. One case of this sort I happened to see from the inside, as the experience befell one of my intimate friends, Gaylord Wilshire, the first of America's heroic band of millionaire socialists. Wilshire came from the West with a couple of $100,000, and established a socialist magazine in New York. He had got the figures from experts, he must have 400,000 circulation, and then he would be safe. So he set out to get this circulation. He had a subscription contest, with a trip around the world for a prize. He had another with a grand piano for a prize. He gave away small fortunes, also he published the truth about American public affairs, and he published the most penetrating editorial comment then to be read in America. So he got his 400,000 subscribers. But alas, he had reckoned without his advertisers. For some strange reason the packers of hams and bacon, the manufacturers of automobiles and ready-made clothing, of toilet perfumeries and fancy cigarettes, would not pay their money to a socialist magazine. Wilshire was close to the rocks, and decided that to publish a socialist magazine in America a man needed a gold mine. He bought a gold mine, and for the last 12 or 13 years has been wrestling with it. He has just about got it ready to pay. I wonder, will he get his socialist paper started before we have socialism? XLV, the advertising ecstasy. Such was the fate of a magazine which rebelled. As for those which submitted, the answer is writ large on our newsstands. McClure's, Collier's, everybody's, the American have survived, as a woman without virtue, as a man without honor, of whom his friends say that he would better have died. The masters of finance have taken not merely the conscience from them, they have taken the life from them. If there was a man on the editorial staff with red blood in his veins, they turned him out to become a socialist soap boxer, and in his place they put a pithed frog. You know, perhaps, how the scientist takes the nerves out of a frog's body and puts in pith. Not merely have the money masters stamped their sign upon the contents of the magazines, they have changed the very form to suit their purposes. Time was when you could take the vast bulk of a magazine, and rip off 1/4 from the front and 2/4 from the back, and in the remaining fourth you had something to read in a form you could enjoy. But the advertising gentry got onto that practice and stopped it. They demanded what they call full position, next to reading matter. One magazine gave way, and then another, until now all popular magazines are cunning traps to bring your mind into subjection to the hawkers of wares. I pick up the current number of the Literary Digest, there are 128 pages, and the advertising begins on page 35. I pick up the current number of the Saturday Evening Post, there are 158 pages, and the advertising begins on page 29. You start an article or a story, and they give you 1 or 2 clean pages to lull your suspicions, and then at the bottom you read, continued on page 93. You turn to page 93, and biff you are hit between the eyes by a powerful gentleman wearing a collar, or swat you are slapped on the cheek by a lady in a union suit. You stagger down this narrow column, as one who runs the gauntlet of a band of Indians with clubs, and then you read, continued on page 99. You turn to page 99, and somebody throws a handful of cigarettes into your face, or maybe a box of candy, or maybe it is the crack of a revolver, or the honk of an automobile horn that greets you. The theme of the reading matter may be the importance of war savings, but before you get to the end of the article you have been tempted by every luxury from a diamond scarf pin to a private yacht, and have spent in imagination more money than you will earn in the balance of your lifetime. The culmination of this process may be studied in the supreme product of capitalist journalism, the Curtis publications, the peerless trilogy of the Saturday Evening Post, the Ladies' Home Journal, and the Country Gentleman. How many boys in college are making fortunes in their spare time, selling this trilogy to all America? I don't know, but if you write to the circulation department in Philadelphia, they will tell you, and perhaps let you join the opulent band. 130 times every year these Curtis people prepare for their millions of victims a fat bulk of high class, that is to say, high-paying advertising. As street urchins gather to scramble for pennies, so gather here all the profit seekers of the country to compete for your attention. They wheedle and cajole and implore, they shriek and scream, they dance and gesticulate and turn somersaults. I say they do it, in reality, of course, they hire others to do it. They take the brains and vitality and eagerness of our youth, they waste in a single week enough writing talent and drawing talent to create an American literature and an American art. The stake is a colossal one. Writing 10 years ago, Hamilton Holt showed that the American people were spending $145 million a year for advertisements in periodicals. Also he stated that one Chicago department store had spent $500,000 in advertising to sell $15 million in goods. At this rate of 30 to 1, the public was being persuaded, by means of advertising, to purchase $4.5 billion worth of goods. Allowing for the increase in extravagance and in prices today, the expenditure cannot be less than 10 or 20 billions. Such is the prize to be scrambled for, and when you realize it, you no longer wonder at the raptures to which our advertisement writers are impelled, the exhibitions of language slinging to which they treat us. What is your literary taste? Are you poetical? Does your temperament run to the flowery and ecstatic? If so, you will be landed by the full-page advertisement which I find in my evening newspaper, displaying a spreading peacock and half a dozen peacock ladies in a whirl of ruffles and frills. The rainbow of fashions, runs the heading, and continues in this fine, careful rapture. Other than this the impression is inadequate, that glimpse beheld of this fashion salon, this inimitable third floor of Goldstein's. What but the rainbow with its inexpressible sunburst of color could be the source, the inspiration from which fashion has modeled these veritable exquisites, these beautiful new frocks and suits and coats, these skirts and capes, these blouses and hats for milady's luxury? Truly the genii of fashionery are leading us into glory fields of beauty never before attained, although it seemed for a time that artists of Vogue had decided to paint indefinitely upon that picture of yesterday, with an occasional new tint perhaps to relieve somewhat the monotonous restrictions both in style and in fabric. But now today at Goldstein's the picture is a new one, startling and irresistible to be elaborated upon each day, for it is each day that new thoughts are added as new express packages are opened from fashiondom. Come, take a pencil peek with me, and only as a pencil sees them, not at all as they are or as you may see them if you come where these pretties are all assembled, where fashions are wont to congregate at Goldstein's. Or does your taste run to humor? Are you bluff and hearty, a real fellow and a good sport? Then maybe your purse strings will be loosened by the full-page advertisement which appears in all the magazines for August, 1919, portraying a stout and sensual gentleman with a pipe in his mouth and a wink in both eyes. Cries this gentleman. Scrub up your smoke decks and cut for a new pipe deal. Say, you'll have a streak of smoke luck that'll put pep in your smoky motor, all right, if you'll ring in with a jimmy pipe or the papers and nail some devil's dung for packing. Just between ourselves, you never will wise up to high spot smoke joy until you can call a pipe or a home-rolled cigarette by its first name. Then, to hit the peak of pleasure, you land square on that two-fisted man tobacco, devil's dung. Well, sir, you'll be so all-fired happy you'll want to get a photograph of yourself breezing up the pike with your smoke throttle wide open. Talk about smoke sport. And now, stop and consider what proportion of the total energies of the community are devoted to the production of poisonous filth such as this. I do not count the people who read and answer the advertisements, I count only those who write them and sell them, those who set the type and manufacture the paper, those who distribute the publications and keep the accounts of the complicated operations. There cannot be less than 1 million people thus occupied with the advertising business in America, and all of them buried to the eyes in this poisonous filth, all compelled to absorb it, to believe it, to have their personalities befouled by it. It means, of course, that these people are permanently excluded from the intellectual life. These people cannot know beauty, they cannot know grace and charm, they cannot know dignity, they cannot even know common honesty. To say that they are bound as captives to the chariot wheels of mammon is not to indulge in loose metaphor, but to describe precisely their condition. They are bound in body, mind, and soul to vulgarity, banality, avarice and fraud. You, perhaps, are not connected with the advertising business, so you think you may ignore the fate of these pitiful captives. You are a banker, perhaps, you handle the money of advertisers, and your mind is shaped by the effort to understand them and their ways. Or you are a telegrapher, and send telegrams for the advertising business, or you are a farmer, and raise food for the million advertisement makers, or you are a steel worker, and help to make their typewriters, the nails for their shoes, and the rails over which their products are carried. Or perhaps you are a person of leisure, you dwell alone in an ivory tower of art. Now and then, however, you have to know something about the world in which you live, and competitive commercialism ordains that when you seek to learn this, you shall have the maniac shrieks of advertisers resounding in your brain, you shall have the whirling dervishes of this new cult of publicity for profit cavorting about in your ivory tower. More than that, you shall have the intellectual content of everything you read distorted by the advertisements which adjoin them. Your most dignified editor, your most aloof, art for art's sake poet will be a parasite upon advertisements, and if he thinks the advertisements have nothing to do with him, it is only because the dignified editor and the aloof, art for art's sake poet are fools. Take the American magazine, that awful flubdub I quoted earlier in the book. What can it mean, save that the American magazine had to have advertisements, and to get the advertisements it had to please the sort of people who read advertisements? Or take the Curtis publications, what is the obvious fact about this colossal advertisement distributing machine? The owner of this machine, needless to say, is not in the business of distributing advertisements for his health. On the contrary, he has lost his health and made $11 million. His price for advertisements is $6,000 per page. To carry these advertisements, he must have reading matter, and to select this reading matter he employs a group of men and women called editors. These editors are, of course, in position to offer prices such as thrill the soul of every hungry author, and cause him to set diligently to work to study the personalities of the editors, so as to know what they want. If he doesn't find out what they want, he doesn't write for the publications. That is obvious enough. On the other hand, if he does find out what they want, he becomes a new star in America's literary firmament, and at the cost of pretty nearly all his ideals of truth, humanity, and progress. Take up the Saturday Evening Post. Here is Harry Leon Wilson, who used to show signs of brains, telling a story of how a labor union tried to take control of a factory. He exhausts his imagination to make this proposition ridiculous, to pour contempt over these fool workingmen. And here is a short story writer named Petullo, solemnly setting forth that socialism means dividing up. And here is George Kib Turner, who I used to think was one of America's coming novelists, with a short story, which turns out not to be a short story at all, but a piece of preaching upon the following grave and weighty theme, that the trouble with America is that everybody is spending too much money, that the railroad brotherhoods are proposing to turn robbers and take away the property of their masters, and that a working man who is so foolish as to buy a piano for his daughter will discover that he has ruined himself to no purpose, because workingmen's daughters ought not to have pianos, they are too tired to play them when they get through with their work. XLVI The bribe direct. We are accustomed to the idea that in Europe there exists a reptile press, meaning a press whose opinions are for sale, not merely to politicians and governments, but to promoters and financiers. We read of the Bourse Press of Paris, and understand that these papers accept definite cash sums for publishing in their columns news favorable to great speculations and industrial enterprises. I have heard America congratulated that it had no such newspapers. I myself was once sufficiently naive so to congratulate America. Naturally, it is not so easy to prove direct bribery of the press. When the promoter of an oil deal or of a franchise grab wishes to buy the support of a newspaper, he does not invite the publisher onto the sidewalk and there count a few $1,000 bills into his hands. But as a person who steals once will go on stealing, so a newspaper proprietor who takes bribes becomes a scandal to his staff, and sooner or later bits of the truth leak out. America has been fortunate in the possession of one bold and truth-telling newspaper editor, Fremont Older, and when you read his book, My Own Story, you discover that we have a reptile press in America, a press that is for sale for cash. The chances are that you never heard of Fremont Older's book. It was published over a year ago, but with the exception of a few radical papers, American journalism maintained about it the same silence it will maintain about the brass check. For 25 years Older was managing editor of a great newspaper, and now, in the interest of public welfare, he has told what went on inside that newspaper office. Older began as a plain, everyday hireling of privilege, but little by little his mind and his conscience awakened. He took his stand for righteousness in his city, and fought the enemies of righteousness, not merely at peril of his job, but at peril of his life. The first time I met Older, 10 years ago, he had just been kidnapped by thugs and carried away in an automobile and locked under armed guard in a compartment of a sleeping car, to be carried into Southern California, where the SP controlled everything, and could put him away. He told me the story, and to this day I remember my consternation. 2 or 3 years later I happened to tell it in England, to a group of members of Parliament. They were Englishmen, and were too polite to say what they thought, but I knew what they thought. It was hopeless to tell that story to Englishmen, Such things did not happen except in movies. The story of the San Francisco Bulletin, as Fremont Older tells it, is a story of corruption, systematic and continuous. The Bulletin was controlled in all four of the ways Jay have described, not merely by the owner, by the owners of the owner, and by the advertising subsidy, but by the bribe direct. The owner of the Bulletin was a man named Crothers, and he had an itching palm. It was itching at the beginning of the story, when it was empty, and it was still itching at the end of the story, when it was full. Says Fremont Older. In addition to this, the Bulletin was on the payroll of the Southern Pacific Railroad for $125 a month. This was paid not for any definite service, but merely for friendliness. Being always close to the line of profit and loss, it was felt the paper could not afford to forfeit this income. These were in the early days, you understand, when Older was playing the dirty game for his owner. He tells us, quite frankly, how he did it. For example, here is a picture of a great newspaper in politics. I hope to convince Charlie Fay, Felon's manager, to accept the same plan in Felon's fight that I used in the McKinley campaign, that is to get Felon to buy a certain number of extra Bulletin editions. I suggested the idea to Fay that if I could be allowed several 10,000 editions of the Bulletin in addition to our regular circulation, for which we would charge $500, I thought I could hold the paper in line throughout the campaign. But this was not enough for the itching palm, it appears. He, Crothers, felt that the Bulletin's support was worth more than an occasional $500. His pressure upon me for more money finally became so strong that I called on Charlie Fay and told him that I would have to get out another extra edition to the number agreed upon between us. And then, a year or two later, the fight had barely started when Crothers came to me and said that W. H. Mills, who handled the newspapers of California for the railroad company, had agreed to raise the Bulletin's pay from $125 to $250 a month if we would make only a week support of the new charter. And again, Crothers felt that the influence of the Bulletin was worth more than the Southern Pacific had been paying. He insisted that I go to Mills and demand $25,000 from the railroad for supporting Gage. I told him that this was ridiculous, that they wouldn't consider such a sum for a minute. He insisted that he would have $25,006 or B wouldn't support Gage, and demanded that I tell Mills that in these campaigns the Bulletin had been supporting the Democratic candidate, but it was supposed to be a Republican paper, and in the next campaign the owner decided that unless the Democrats paid him more money, he would become really and truly Republican. So Older went on the hunt once more. Poniatowski said, "I will do all I can, but the best I can do personally is $500 a month for 3 months through the campaign. I will put up the $1,500 out of my own pocket." I did not dare to go to anyone else, and I hoped, but faintly, that this would be enough. I went to Crothers with the information that I had got $1,500 to support Tobin, and he said, "It isn't enough." I was in despair. Only one other ruse remained by which I might hold him. I asked former Mayor E. B. Pond, banker and millionaire, James D. Felon, mayor and millionaire, and Franklin K. Lane, then a rising power in California, to call on Crothers and see if they could not prevail on him to stand by Tobin. Always greatly impressed by wealth, I felt that their prominence and financial standing might hold him. They called, and did their best, but made no impression. A few days later the railroad paid Crothers $7,500. It was paid to him by a man not openly connected with the railroad. I learned of it almost instantly. The report was confirmed by Crothers ordering me to support Wells. And now Fremont Older has been forced out of the Bulletin, and the paper has become rancid in the cause of reaction, and carries at the top of its editorial page this proud slogan, R. A. Crothers, editor and proprietor. And do you think that the owner of the Bulletin was alone among San Francisco newspaper owners in the possession of an itching palm? The San Francisco Liberator, organ of the reformers, showed how, in the effort to keep the president of United Railroads out of jail, Every crime up to murder had been committed. Armed mobs had been organized to resist the city's authority, thieves had been hired and safes broken open, juries had been bribed and witnesses spirited away. Last, but not least, public sentiment had been corrupted through the press. The Liberator gives names and dates, a whole mass of detail, which would fill a chapter of this book. One example, well authenticated: one little local paper had been purchased for $75, and in a period of 13 weeks had obtained $3,250 from the Publicity Bureau of United Railroads. And as I write, there comes to me a letter from an editor of one of San Francisco's largest newspapers, a man who knows the game from A to Z. He tells me the sordid history of Mike DeYoung's San Francisco Chronicle. The owner's brother was murdered not many years ago, because of a blackmail story run in the paper. During the war, it was he who got the San Francisco Publishers Association to charge the government full advertising rates for all war loan organizations, etc. He was a strong ally of the Southern Pacific when that road ran California, and still fights for the railroads whenever he gets a chance. I write to others in San Francisco, to be sure that I am making no mistake. One sends me a letter by Arthur McEwen, a well-known journalist, made public 25 years ago. Mr. DeYoung, says McEwen, has a grammar of his own. He speaks of being attacked, and he made famous the phrase, the tout ensemble of the whole. He is a multimillionaire, but for years had refused to pay $15 a month to keep his insane brother out of the paupers ward of the asylum. He plunders the big corporations mercilessly, having never been able to see why he should not share in their prosperity. Says McEwen. He set up in court the contention that it is legitimate for a newspaper to sell its editorial columns, and though he was reviled by his startled contemporaries for that dangerous frankness, there is no reason to doubt that he was sincere or unaffectedly astonished at the notion of there being aught disgraceful in his admission. Not until the archives of the Crocker family have been opened to the historian will it be known whether or not the common report be true which affirms that the title deeds to his California Street mansion are the intercepted love letters of a millionaire. Another friend sends me a poem by Ambrose Bierce, entitled A Lifted Finger. It is one of the most withering denunciations of a human being ever penned. As a sample, I quote the last stanza, in which the victim is forbidden to kill himself. Pregnant with possibilities of crime, and full of felons for all coming time. Your blood's too precious to be lightly spilt, in testimony to a venial guilt. Live to get whelpage and preserve a name. No praise can sweeten and no lie unshame. Live to fulfill the vision that I see, down the dim vistas of the time to be. A dream of clattering beaks and burning eyes, of hungry ravens glooming all the skies. A dream of gleaming teeth and fetid breath, of jackals wrangling at the feast of death. A dream of broken necks and swollen tongues. The whole world's gibbets loaded with DeYoungs. Let us go to Denver, where there lives another fighter and teller of truth, Ben Lindsay. I have made you acquainted with the Denver Post, and with one of its owners, Mr. F.G. Bonfils, who made his pile as a lottery promoter, and went into partnership with another man. Now let Judge Lindsay introduce us to this other man. The Post was then as independent as a highwayman. One of its proprietors, H. Tamman, had begun life as a barkeeper, and he would himself relate how he had made money by robbing his employer. When I took in $1, Tamman said, I tossed it up, and if it stuck to the ceiling, it went to the boss. He had a frank way of making his vices engaging by the honesty with which he confessed them, and he had boasted to me of the amount of money the newspaper made by charging its victims for suppressing news stories of a scandalous nature in which they were involved. He admitted that he supported me merely because it was the popular thing to do. It helped circulation. I knew it was a very precarious support, although the editorial writer, Paul Thiemann, seemed to me an honest and public-spirited young man. Or come to Kansas City, where William Salisbury is working on the Times. There is a fight on with the gas companies, which have formed a trust and doubled the price of gas. A solitary alderman named Smith has spoken against the ordinance. When I returned to the Times office that night, the city editor came up to my desk, sat down, and said, confidentially, "We'll have to print a favorable story on this consolidation." I wouldn't give much space to that man Smith's remarks. "I don't know what the gas people have done here in this office, but you can guess. They've bought the council." Mr. Salisbury, you see, is only a reporter, so all he gets is gossip and suspicion. He notes that the Kansas City, Pittsburgh and Gulf Railway is completing a line to Port Arthur, Texas. The railway company is advertising heavily in the Times, and he is sent to write up a 2-column interview upon the beauties of Port Arthur. Again, he tells us, "I could write columns about Cuban revolutions, and anti-cigarette and anti-hi-hat laws. But there were things that I couldn't write about at all, and other things that I had to write as the city editor told me, and as the owner or managing editor told him to tell me. These included street railway and paving and gas and telephone and other corporation measures, and anti-department store bills." And the City Hall reporters of the 3 other newspapers wrote of such things just as I did from dictation. Again, in Kansas City are great packing houses, and the people of Kansas City think they should have cheaper meat. The newspapers take up the campaign, and Mr. Salisbury tells what comes of it. "I did some detective work. At the end of several days I found that all the packing houses were represented at a meeting each week in the Armour Building at 5th and Delaware Streets. I gave a Negro porter $5 to show me the room. It was his business to bring the packers wine and cigars during the sessions at which they fixed the prices of food for millions of people. He pointed out the chairs in which each of them sat. He told me their names. He was willing to arrange for me to listen in the next room when the meeting was held again. I returned to the Times office in a fever of excitement. I told what I knew. The managing editor consulted with the business manager. Then he came to me and said, 'We won't print any more meat trust stories for a while.' Several days later I saw packing house advertisements in all the newspapers. But none of the papers published any more news about the price of meat for a very long time. I quote this story, and then I realize that I have got out of my classification. This isn't a bribe, this is an advertisement. I can only plead that it is hard to keep to a classification, because those who are corrupting the press do not keep to it. They use various methods, and sometimes the methods shade into one another, so that only a legal expert could sort them out. When is a bribe not a bribe? When it is an order for extra copies. When it is a share in a land deal. When it is a nomination for senator. When it is an advertising contract. For example, is this a bribe? Arthur Brisbane, the most highly paid and most widely read editorial writer in America, serves announcement to the public that he is going to follow with regard to the drama a policy of constructive criticism. He is going to tell the people about the plays that are really worth seeing, so that the people may go to see them. He writes a double-column editorial, praising a play, and 2 or 3 days later there appears in the Evening Journal a full-page advertisement of this play. Brisbane writes another editorial, praising another play, and a few days later there appears a full-page advertisement of this play. This happens again and again, and all play producers on Broadway understand that by paying $1,000 for a full-page advertisement in the New York Evening Journal, they may have a double column of the constructive criticism of Arthur Brisbane. Or is this a bribe? There is a fight for lower gas rates in Boston, and Louis Brandeis, now a justice of the Supreme Court, makes a plea in the interest of the public. One Boston newspaper gives half a column of Brandeis arguments. No other Boston newspaper gives 1 word of Brandeis arguments, but every Boston newspaper prints a page of the gas company's advertisements, paid for at $1 per line. If you will count these things as bribery, you are no longer at a loss for evidence. You discover that great systems of corruption of the press have been established. The bribing of American journalism has become a large-scale business enterprise, which has been fully revealed by government investigations, and proven by the sworn testimony of those who do the work. Slay the bribe wholesale. Every now and then some pillar of capitalism is overthrown, and a mess of journalistic worms go wriggling to cover. For example, the New Haven scandal. Some 5 years ago the Interstate Commerce Commission revealed the fact that the band of pirates who had wrecked the Great New Haven system had been paying $400,000 a year to influence the press, and more significant yet, the president of the railroad swore that this was relatively less than was paid by any other large railroad in the country. The New Haven had a list of reporters to whom it paid subsidies, sometimes $200 in a lump, sometimes $25 a week. It was paying $3,000 a year to the Boston Republic. Why, was the question, and the answer was, that is Mayor Fitzgerald's paper. The agent of the road who had handled this money stated that all the newspapers and magazines knew what it was for. He had paid money to over 1,000 papers, among them the Boston Evening Transcript, for sending out railroad dope. This New Haven, you understand, was the road which wrecked Hamptons for refusing to be bought. It was a Morgan road. It was the same way with the Mulhall revelations, brought out by a committee of the United States Senate. Here was the National Association of Manufacturers and the Merchant Marine League, spending enormous subsidies for propaganda with newspapers. When the La Follette-Siemens law was being fought in the Senate, it was shown that the great newspapers were distributing every year $2 million for shipping advertisements, and they claimed and got their return in the form of bitter opposition to this bill. During the life insurance investigations in New York, it was shown that every one of these great financial enterprises maintained not merely an advertising bureau, but a literary bureau. The Mutual Life Insurance Company had employed a certain telegraphic news bureau, which supplied newspapers with propaganda which they published as reading matter. For one item, supplied to about 100 different papers, the agent had been paid over $5,000. What the newspapers were paid was not brought out, but the agent testified that he had been paid $1 a line, while the papers had been paid as high as $5 a line. Also there was another agency, through which the Mutual Life was sending out what it called telegraphic readers. The big newspapers had special advertising agents to solicit this kind of paid material, and they had regular printed schedules of rates for publishing it. In the same way Attorney General Monette of Ohio brought out that the Standard Oil Company maintained a Jennings advertising agency to distribute and pay for propaganda upon this contract. The publisher agrees to reprint on news or editorial pages of said newspaper such notices, set in the body type of said paper and bearing no mark to indicate advertising, as are furnished from time to time by said Jennings agency at the rate of, per line, and to furnish such agency extra copies of paper containing such notes at 4 cents per copy. In the same way the Standard Oil Company was shown to have paid from $500 to $1,000 for the publication of a single article in Kansas newspapers. The Standard Oil had a subsidized press of its own, for example, the Oil City Derrick, and it had subsidized Gunton's magazine to the extent of $25,000 a year. In the same way it was brought out by Governor Hunt of Arizona, during the recent Great Copper Strike, that the mine owners had been bribing the local newspapers in Greenlee County for printing plate matter favorable to them. It was shown that the liquor lobby had maintained an enormous slush fund for the press. It was shown that the great public utility interests of the Middle West had maintained a publicity bureau to send out material against municipal ownership. It was shown that the high tariff interests had been maintaining a Washington bureau and sending out newsletters, all paid for. It was shown that the railroad companies were doing the same thing, in a single office of their publicity department, that in Chicago they had 43 employees, and the manager stated to Ray Stannard Baker that before this bureau began its work, 412 columns of matter opposed to the railroads had appeared in the newspapers of Nebraska, but after the bureau had been in operation for 3 months, in 1 week the newspapers of Nebraska had published 202 columns favorable to the railroads, and only 4 columns against them. And year by year, as the plundering of the people increases, this bribe wholesale becomes a greater menace. Today, as I write, it has become a nationwide propaganda. Testifying before the Committee on Agriculture and Forestry of the United States Senate, January 14, 1919, Frank Henney shows that to defeat the bill for government regulation of the packing industry now before Congress, Swift and Company alone are spending $1 million a month upon newspaper advertising. Henney testifies that he has had an examination made of every newspaper in California, and every one has published the full-page advertisements of this firm. Senator Norris testifies that he has had an examination made in New York State, and has been unable to find a single paper without the advertisements which, it is pointed out, are not in any way calculated to sell the products of Swift and Company, but solely to defeat government regulation of the industry. Armour and Company were paying over $2,000 a page to all the farm publications of the country, and this not for advertisements, but for special articles. J. Ogden Armour was put on the stand, and some amusement developed. He had given a banquet to the editors of these farm journals. He did not expect this banquet to have any influence upon the advertising, but he did have a vague hope that both banquet and advertising might dispose the editors to look with less disfavor upon the Armour business. Day by day the money masters of America become more aware of their danger, they draw together, they grow more class conscious, more aggressive. The war has taught them the possibilities of propaganda. It has accustomed them to the idea of enormous campaigns which sway the minds of millions and make them pliable to any purpose. They have been terrified by what happened in Russia and Hungary, and they propose to see to it that the foreign population of America is inoculated against modern ideas. They form the Publishers Association of the American Press in Foreign Languages, whose purpose it is to foster unswerving loyalty to American ideals, that is to say, to keep America capitalist. Then a group of our biggest exploiters, headed by Coleman DuPont of the Powder Trust, by the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers. They give a dinner to the heads of all the newspaper advertising agencies, at the Bankers Club of New York, and explain that in future all advertising must be placed through this great association. So the massed advertising power of American corporations is to be wielded as a club, to keep the newspaper columns and the editorial columns of foreign language newspapers free from radicalism. So when there is a strike anywhere in the Powder Barony, and Poles and Hungarians are being bayoneted and shot, the Powder Barons will know that Polish and Hungarian newspapers are printing no news of the shooting, and giving no encouragement to the strike. I write the above a priori, that is to say, I understand American capitalism so well that I venture to guess what it plans to do with its foreign language press machine. And 6 months later, as I am sending this book to the printer, I discover that I have guessed correctly. The Great Steel Strike is on, and the following appears in an Associated Press dispatch from Youngstown, Ohio. Managers of 5 foreign language newspapers today decided to publish special editions of their papers explaining to their countrymen that if they are satisfied with present mill conditions they should meet and vote on the question of returning to work. And, on the other hand, if the foreign language newspapers decide to get along without advertising, and to stand by the workers, what then? Then we denounce them as Bolsheviks, and demand deportation of their editors and publishers. We raid their offices and confiscate their lists and bar them from our mails. If necessary, some of our corrupt interests frame up evidence against them, and throw their editors and publishers into jail. The above may sound to you an extreme statement. But as this book is going to press, I come upon definite evidence of precisely such a case, and you will find it in full in the last chapter. Slayeth Poison Ivy. I have asked the difficult question, when is a bribe not a bribe? When it is legitimate business. When, for instance, the New Haven is discovered to have ordered 9,716 copies of the Outlook containing a boost of the New Haven system by Sylvester J. Baxter, a paid writer of the New Haven. You may read the details of this in The Prophets of Religion. The president of the Outlook Corporation wrote to me that the New Haven bought these copies without any previous understanding or arrangement. They are so naive in the office of this religious weekly. Nobody had the slightest idea that if they boosted some railroad grafters in peril of discovery, these grafters might come back with a big order. And right now, while the railroads are trying to get their properties back, and all their debts paid out of the public treasury, the spending of millions of dollars upon advertising is perfectly legitimate. It does not have the slightest effect upon newspaper editorial policy. When the miners of Colorado go on strike, and the Rockefellers proceed to fill every daily and weekly newspaper in the state of Colorado with full-page broadsides against the miners, this of course is not a bribe. The fact that on the page opposite there will appear an editorial, reproducing completely the point of view of the advertisements, that is a pure coincidence, and the editorial is the honorable and disinterested opinion of the newspaper editor. When the United States Commission on Industrial Relations exposes the fact that these attacks on the miners contain the most outrageous lies, and that the $1,000-a-month press agent of the Rockefellers knew they were lies, it is a pure coincidence that very little about this revelation is published in the Colorado newspapers. This last incident is so important as to deserve fuller exposition. The $1,000-a-month press agent of the Rockefellers was a gentleman by the name of Ivy L. Lee, and after the strikers had experienced his methods for a while, they referred to him as Poison Ivy. He took the published annual report of the Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers, which showed that the national vice president of the union in charge of the Colorado strike had received a yearly salary of $3,395.73 and a year's expenses of $1,667.30. He put these two figures together, calling it all salary, $4,062.93, and then he added the expenses again, making a total of $5,730.13, and then he said that all this had been paid to the national vice president for 9 weeks' work on the strike, thus showing that he was paid over $90 a day, or at the rate of $32,000 a year. By the same method, he showed that another official was paid $66 a day, that John R. Lawson had received $1,773.40 in 9 weeks. Old Mother Jones was listed at $42 a day, the actual fact being that for her work as organizer she was paid $3.57 a day, and this not including the many months which she spent in jail for refusing to leave the strike district. The bulletin containing these figures was published in all the newspapers, and was mailed out over the country to the extent of hundreds of thousands of copies, and when the miners exposed the falsity of the statements, Poison Ivy postponed correcting them until the strike was lost, and until he knew that the Walsh Commission was on his trail. 32 separate bulletins the scoundrel sent out over the United States, and many of them were full of just such lies as this. If you want details, you may consult 2 articles by George Creel in Harper's Weekly, for November 7 and 14, 1914. There are thousands of such press agents serving our predatory interests, but not often are we permitted to peer into their inmost souls, to watch them at their secret offices. The Walsh Commission was so cruel as to put Poison Ivy on the stand, and also to publish his letters to his master. An examination of these letters shows him performing functions not usually attributed to press agents. We see him preparing and revising a letter for Governor Emmons to send to President Wilson. You remember, perhaps, in my story of Governor Emmons, my charge that the coal operators wrote his lying telegram to the president? Maybe you thought that was just loose talk. We see Poison Ivy arranging for the distribution of an enormous edition of a speech on the Colorado coal strike by the kept congressman of the coal operators, the speech containing Polly Pry, with the slanders against Mother Jones, sent out under Government Frank. We see him following the newspapers with minute care, for example, calling Mr. Rockefeller's attention to the fact that the Northampton, Massachusetts, Herald had used a part of his first bulletin as an editorial, also sending to Mr. Rockefeller an editorial by Arthur Brisbane, sneering at our morning pickets. Finally, this remarkable press agent claims that he persuaded the Walsh Commission not to come to Colorado till the operators had finished strangling the strike. That he actually did this, I cannot say. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that the commission delayed to come, and Poison Ivy was stringing Mr. Rockefeller, to make sure of that $1,000 a month. Would you like to be such a press agent, and get such a salary as this? If so, you can find full directions, set forth by Poison Ivy himself in an address to the American Railway Guild. At this time he was prize poisoner for the Pennsylvania Railroad, and he explains that it is all a question of psychology. Success in dealing with crowds, that success we have got to attain if we are to solve the railroad question, rests upon the art of getting believed in. And our prize poisoner goes on to give concrete illustrations of how to get the railroads believed in. If you are opposing a full crew law, you will get believed in by changing the name of the measure to an extra crew law. If you are going into bankruptcy, you will get believed in by calling it a readjustment of finances. If you are fighting a strike, and one small group of the strikers demands a particularly large increase in wages, you will get believed in by so phrasing your statement as to make it appear that all the miners are making the same unreasonable demand as the little group. Miners ask 150% increase in wages, cites Poison Ivy. He sent a copy of this brilliant production to Mr. Rockefeller, and on the strength of it got a considerable increase in wages himself. XLIX the Elbert Hubbard worm. The Egyptians had sacred beetles, and capitalist journalism has sacred insects of various unpleasant and poisonous species. There was one sacred worm which all capitalist journalism venerated, and the Walsh Commission broke into the temple where this worm was kept, and tore away the sacred veils, and dragged the wriggling carcass out into the light of day. This was Elbert Hubbard, alias Fra Albertus, editor of the Philistine, Roycroft, and the Fra, founder of the Roycroft Shops, host of the Roycroft Inn, and patron saint of East Aurora, New York. That the Fra was one of the high gods of capitalist journalism you can surely not deny. He was the very personification of the thing it calls success. His books were circulated by millions, his magazines by hundreds of thousands, and all the world of hustlers and money makers read and gloried in him. He is gone now, but they still keep his image in their pantheon, and the corporations water his grave by free distributions of a message to Garcia. We are told to say nothing but good of the dead, but my concern in life is for the living, so I shall tell what I know about this sacred worm. I have mentioned in Chapter V my early experience with him. Prices were low in these days, and I am told that Hubbard got only $500 from the packers for his slashing of the jungle. Can it be possible that anyone is deceived by this insane rant and drivel? You may think that I cherish anger because of such violence to myself. You may not believe me, but I state the fact. I cherish anger because I tried to bring help to 30,000 men, women, and children living in hell, and this poisonous worm came crawling over their faces and ate out their eyes. And because again, and yet again, I saw this same thing happen. The wage slaves of the Copper Trust went on strike, and this poisonous worm crawled over them and ate out their eyes. And then came the Colorado coal strike, and the poisonous worm crawled on its belly to the office of the Rockefellers, looking for more eyes to eat. Thanks to Frank Walsh, we may watch him and learn how to be a worm. First, when an eye-eating worm approaches the great ones of the earth, it applies what it calls the human touch. It establishes itself upon terms of equality, it gives them a hearty hand clasp, perhaps a slap on the back if you can imagine such actions from a worm. Listen to Fra Albertus, addressing young Rockefeller. I had a delightful game of golf with your father on Saturday. How fine and brown and well and strong he is. To which young John responds with graceful cordiality. Father has spoken of your visit to Terrytown the other day, and of the good game of golf which you had together. He is indeed in the best of health. These little amenities having been attended to, we proceed to the business in hand. Says the worm. I have been out in Colorado and know a little about the situation there. It seems to me that your stand is eminently right, proper, and logical. A good many of the strikers are poor, unfortunate ignorant foreigners who imagine that there is a war on and that they are fighting for liberty. They are men with the fighting habit, preyed upon by social agitators. I am writing something on the subject, a little after the general style of my article on the Copper Country, in the Fra magazine for May. I mail you a copy of the Fra today. I believe you will be interested in what I have to say about the situation in northern Michigan. Just now it seems very necessary that someone should carry on a campaign of education, showing this country, if possible, that we are drifting at present in the direction of IWW socialism. Are you interested in distributing a certain number of copies of the FRA containing my article on the Colorado situation? Also, what do you think of the enclosed booklets? I have distributed these on my own account up to the extent of nearly 1 million, but I have not the funds to distribute 1 million more as I would like to do. Any suggestions from you in the line of popular education will be greatly appreciated. Popular education, you perceive. The worm is a public worm, serving the public welfare, animated by a grand, lofty ideal, to protect the poor, unfortunate, ignorant foreigners, who are preyed upon by social agitators. Mr. Rockefeller, of course, appreciates this, and is grateful for the support of so noble and disinterested a worm, he writes. Your letter of May 3 is received. I thank you for your words of approval in connection with my stand on the question of the rights of the independent workers. But of course, as a businessman, Mr. Rockefeller has to be cautious. He has to know what he is buying. He will pay for the silk which a worm can make, but not until it is made. I have looked over the number of the FRA which you have sent me with interest, and shall be glad to see the article which you are proposing to write regarding the Colorado situation. Not too cordial, but the worm has written books on salesmanship, explaining how you must not give up at one rebuff, but must come back again and again, wearing the other fellow down. He tries again. On May 3 I sent you a copy of the Copper Country number of the FRA magazine. Our friends up north have distributed a large number of these, sending the magazines out from here, duly blue-penciled. I have upwards of 1 million names of members of boards of trade, chambers of commerce, advertising clubs, Rotarians, Jovians, school teachers, all judges, members of Congress, etc. It seems to me that we could well afford to circulate a certain number of copies of the FRA containing a judicious and truthful write-up of the situation in Colorado. Judicious and truthful, you note. Never would our noble worm write anything that was not truthful, while as for being judicious, it is a virtue desperately needed in this crisis, while agitators are parading back and forth in front of the entrance to Mr. Rockefeller's office building. The judicious worm has observed our antics and their success, and he tactfully reminds Mr. Rockefeller of this. Just here I cannot refrain from expressing my admiration for the advertising genius displayed by those very industrious, hard-working people: Bill Haywood, Charles Moyer, Mother Jones, Emma Goldman, Lincoln Steffens, and Upton Sinclair. They are continually stating their side of the controversy. I believe if we would state ours, not of course in the same way or with the same vehemence, that we would be benefiting the world to a very great degree. The worm is all for benefiting the world, not for benefiting the worm, nor even for benefiting Rockefeller. But the worm is worthy of his hire, and would not cheapen himself and his advertising genius in the esteem of a businessman. The price of extra copies of the FRA is $200 a thousand, he writes. He proposes to charge Mr. Rockefeller 20 cents apiece for magazines which he can produce and mail for 10 cents apiece. In other words, he suggests that Mr. Rockefeller shall pay him $200,000, from which, after paying postage and wrapping, he will retain at least $100,000. But alas, it is notorious how the businessman fails to appreciate genius. Mr. Rockefeller consults Poison Ivy Lee, whose advice is that the worm shall be allowed to go out to Colorado and see everything, but have it distinctly understood that he is making the study entirely on his own initiative and at his own expense. If, after he has produced his article and you have read it, it seems to you something worth distributing, an arrangement for such distribution can be made with him. A cold world for a public educator and prophet of judiciousness. These businessmen haggle, precisely as if Pegasus could be harnessed to a garbage wagon. Says Mr. Rockefeller, writing to the president of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company in Denver. I have not seen Mr. Hubbard nor given him any encouragement in this matter, other than as set forth in the above correspondence. To which comes the reply from Denver. Mr. Hubbard's price for extra copies of his publication is to my mind high. We can determine after he has produced his article whether or not we should go any further than we already have in enlarging its distribution. There was more of this correspondence. It was printed in Harper's Weekly under the title, Elbert Hubbard's Price, the substance of the matter being summed up by Harper's Weekly as follows. Mr. Hubbard's proposal, it will be seen, had two parts. 1. To sell his opinion. 2. Later on to make an investigation in support of that opinion. The press and public welfare. As a result of the operation of all these forces, we have a class-owned press, representing class interests, protecting class interests with entire unscrupulousness, and having no conception of the meaning of public welfare. These words may seem extreme, but I mean them to be taken literally. When our press says the public, it means the property-owning class, and if in a newspaper office you should assume it meant anything else, you would make yourself ridiculous. We are not in business for our health, is the formula whereby this matter is summed up in the business office of our newspapers. It is only in the editorial columns that any other idea is suggested. What kind of public welfare will you consider? Here, for example, is William Salisbury, working for the Chicago Chronicle, owned by a great banker. Was this banker working for the public welfare? He was working for his own welfare so diligently that later on he was sent to jail. Is Mr. Salisbury working for the public welfare? No, Mr. Salisbury is working for an actress, he tells us, and the actress is working for a diamond ring. Mr. Salisbury comes upon a tip that will earn him the price of the ring. A certain merchant has conceived the idea of a cooperative department store, an enterprise which might be of great service to the public, but if the big department stores get wind of it, they will kill it. Mr. Salisbury takes the problem to his city editor, who consults owner Walsh over the telephone, and then tells Mr. Salisbury to write the story in full. The people who are getting this thing up are not advertisers, he added. The big department stores are. Besides, Walsh doesn't believe in cooperation or municipal ownership, or anything like that, so go ahead. I wrote 2 columns. All the other papers copied the story. The cooperative department store was not started. The owners of the big emporiums in the downtown district joined forces against it. They got an option on the only available building by greatly overbidding the small merchants. The latter, whose combined capital was less than the wealth of any one of their powerful rivals, gave up the fight in despair. Thus was nipped in the bud by the frost of publicity a project which might have revolutionized trade, and all because an actress wanted a bracelet, and a reporter wanted a scoop, and a newspaper wanted to protect its advertisers. But sometimes the Chronicle was merciful, as Mr. Salisbury lets us see. All the newspapers in Chicago were pouring ridicule upon John Alexander Dowie, a fake religious prophet. When I returned to the office I offered to write of Dowie's weeping about the birds. That was the only thing that struck me as unusual. Anything that would put Dowie in a ridiculous or unfavorable light was generally wanted by all the papers. But I was told to write nothing. We've just got orders to let up on Dowie, said the city editor. Mr. Walsh wants to increase the paper's circulation among the Dowieites. Our political views have cost us subscribers lately, and we want to make up for it. If there is any good hot news about Dowie, of course we'll print it, but not unfavorably. Maybe you distrust Mr. Salisbury? A man who could fake so much journalism might fake one book. Very well, but here is one of the most eminent sociologists in the country, a man whose honor is not to be questioned, Professor E. A. Ross of the University of Wisconsin. Writing in the Atlantic Monthly for March, 1910, Professor Ross gives several pages of incidents of this sort. I quote. On the desk of every editor and sub-editor of a newspaper run by a capitalist promoter now under prison sentence lay a list of 16 corporations in which the owner was interested. This was to remind them not to print anything damaging to these concerns. In the office these corporations were jocularly referred to as sacred cows. Nearly every form of privilege is found in the herd of sacred cows venerated by the daily press. The railroad company is a sacred cow. At a hearing before a state railroad commission, the attorney of a shippers association got an eminent magnate into the witness chair, with the intention of wringing from him the truth regarding the political expenditures of his railroad. At this point the commission, an abject creature of the railroad, arbitrarily excluded the daring attorney from the case. The memorable excoriation which that attorney gave the commission to its face was made to appear in the papers as the cause instead of the consequence of this exclusion. Subsequently, when the attorney filed charges with the governor against the commission, one editor wrote an editorial stating the facts and criticizing the commissioners. The editorial was suppressed after it was in type. The Public Service Company is a sacred cow. In a city of the Southwest, last summer, while houses were burning from lack of water for the fire hose, a lumber company offered to supply the firemen with water. The water company replied that they had sufficient. Neither this nor other damaging information concerning the company's conduct got into the columns of the local press. A yellow journal, conspicuous in the fight for cheaper gas by its ferocious onslaughts on the gas trust, suddenly ceased its attack. Soon it began to carry a full-page cook with gas advertisement. The cow had found the entrance to the sacred fold. Traction is a sacred cow. The truth about Cleveland's fight for the 3-cent fare has been widely suppressed. For instance, while Mayor Johnson was superintending the removal of the tracks of a defunct street railway, he was served with a court order enjoining him from tearing up the rails. As the injunction was not endorsed, as by law it should be, he thought it was an ordinary communication, and put it in his pocket to examine later. The next day he was summoned to show reason why he should not be found in contempt of court. When the facts came out, he was, of course, discharged. An examination of 7 leading dailies of the country shows that a dispatch was sent out from Cleveland stating that Mayor Johnson, after acknowledging service, pocketed the injunction, and ordered his men to proceed with their work. In the newspaper offices this dispatch was then embroidered. One paper said the mayor told his men to go ahead and ignore the injunction. Another had the mayor intimating in advance that he would not obey an order if one were issued. A third invented a conversation in which the mayor and his superintendent made merry over the injunction. Not one of the 7 journals reported the mayor's complete exoneration later. And the same thing has been done in every city where radicals of any sort have gained control. Says A. M. Simons, speaking at a conference of the University of Wisconsin. The story of the administration of Milwaukee while it was in socialist control was a caricature of the truth, so much so that it was found necessary to establish a weekly bulletin or press service, scarcely an issue of which did not contain a correction of some news agency story. Compare the story sent out about Mayor Shank and the public market in Indianapolis with the almost complete suppression of the fight against the ice trust by the socialist interests in Schenectady. One of the most incredible instances of news suppression in the interests of big business occurred early in 1914, during the hearings of the Interstate Commerce Commission. For 3 years the newspapers had carried on an elaborate campaign in favor of a 5% increase in freight rates. $50 million a year was at stake, and the roads were spending millions in advertising their cause in the newspapers. The presidents of our biggest railroads appeared before the Interstate Commerce Commission to tell of the ruin which was threatened unless the increase were granted. The campaign was all worked out in advance, the dope for the newspapers provided, but there came an unexpected hitch in the proceedings, caused by the appearance of a young man by the name of Thorne, a member of the State Railway Commission of Iowa. Mr. Thorne had the finances of all these railroads at his fingertips, and he proceeded to cross-question the railroad presidents and tear their testimony to pieces. He showed that in 12 years the capitalization of the roads had been increased 92%, and their dividends increased 359%. In the year 1912 their dividends had been the greatest in history. In 1910 the Pennsylvania, the Baltimore and Ohio, and the New York Central had assured the Interstate Commerce Commission that they could not borrow money, yet in 2 years they had borrowed $500 million. Mr. Thorne showed how in their reports just submitted they had padded their costs. Every locomotive had cost 112% more to maintain in 1913 than it had cost in 1912. Freight cars had increased 33% in cost, despite the fact that iron and steel were cheaper. The Interstate Commerce Commission allowed Mr. Thorne to question all the railroad presidents, and not one of them could answer him. And what do you think the newspapers did with this most sensational incident? I take the facts from Charles Edward Russell, as follows: the New York World gave nearly a column to the testimony of the railroad presidents, and said not a word about Mr. Thorne. The New York Times gave a full column, and not a word about Thorne. The Philadelphia Public Ledger did the same, and the Baltimore Sun, the Cincinnati Enquirer gave half a column without mentioning Thorne, and the Chicago Herald the same. This clipping marked, by the Associated Press. The hearings were continued. President Smith of the New York Central, a Vanderbilt property, took the stand. Mr. Thorne submitted figures showing that his road had made 11% net profit, that it had put by an $11 million surplus, that if its dividends had been properly figured they would have been 54%. President Smith was absolutely helpless, dumb. And how do you think the New York newspapers treated that incident? The New York World gave it this headline: "Going to the devil fast," says head of New York Central. And not a word about Thorne. Likewise the New York Times gave President 21. Smith's testimony in full, and nothing about Thorne. The Philadelphia Public Ledger, the Baltimore Sun, the Chicago Herald the same. By the Associated Press. And next day came the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. He, too, was helpless in the hands of Mr. Thorne. He admitted that he had made a stock allotment of $45 million, but again the same papers did not mention the matter. And next day came the vice president of the Baltimore and Ohio, and the same thing happened. All over the country the newspapers were full of articles portraying a railroad panic, our greatest roads going to the devil, according to the sworn testimony of their officials, and never one word about State Railroad Commissioner Thorne of Iowa. All these are positive acts, and now for a moment consider the negative, the good things that newspapers might do and don't. I could write a volume dealing with plans and social possibilities known to me, whereby the life of mankind might be made over, but you might as well start to fly to the moon as ask a capitalist newspaper to take these things up. For example, the idea of a cooperative home, as tried at Helicon Hall, or the idea set forth by Edgar Chambliss in his book, Roadtown. Did you ever hear of Roadtown? The chances are 99 out of 100 that you never did. If you are near a library, you may look it up in the Independent, May 5, 1910. I will say in brief that it is a plan which won the approval of the best engineers, to build a city in a way that would save 70% of the necessary labor of mankind forever after, and increase by several 100% the total of human happiness. You did not find this plan boosted by capitalist newspapers because its inventors sternly refused all propositions to exploit it for profit, and insisted upon preserving the idea for the free use and benefit of humanity. Lee, the press and the radicals. If you go into a New York club in the middle of August, you will be told in entire good faith that everybody is out of town. It is this everybody who is out of town in August that American journalism knows and serves. Those who stay in town in August are nobody, and have to take their chances with the newspapers, as with everything else in capitalist society. Imagine yourself a poor devil, caught in a set of circumstances which cause the city editor of some newspaper, after 5 minutes consideration, to make up his mind that you are guilty of a crime. Trial by a city editor in 5 minutes, and execution in columns of illustrated slander. That is our American system of jurisprudence. In the city of Atlanta, a Jewish manufacturer of pencils was tried for rape and murder. He was quite evidently innocent, but it happens that the poor whites of the South are jealous of the commercial keenness of the Jews, the politicians of the South want the votes of these poor whites, and the yellow journals want their pennies, so this poor wretch was hounded by the newspapers for several months, and finally was hanged. but it is for the poor devil become class conscious, and protesting against injustice to his class, that our journalism reserves its deadliest venom. It is when the radical steps upon the scene that the hunting pack joins in full cry. Then every prejudice, every hatred in the whole journalistic psychology becomes focused as by a burning glass upon one center. The hatred of the staff, men who have sold their honor, and take bold truth-telling for a personal insult, the hatred of the owner, whose lifetime gains are threatened, the hatred of the advertiser who supports the paper, of the banker who handles its funds, of the politician who betrays the state to it. All these various hatreds mass themselves, they form what the football player knows as a V, they rush this enemy and bowl him over and trample him under their feet. Any kind of radical, it makes no difference, anyone who advocates a change in anything, who expresses discontent with the system of legalized plunder and repression. 6 or 7 years ago Mrs. Pankhurst came from England in the interest of militant suffrage. The American people had read about Mrs. Pankhurst, and wanted to know what she looked like, and what she was going to do in America. A New York paper came out with a report to the effect that Mrs. Pankhurst, before being allowed to land in New York, had been required by the federal authorities to give a pledge that she would not engage in militancy in America. This report was cabled to London, where it was hailed with glee by Mrs. Pankhurst's opponents. Lloyd George made a speech about it, and this speech was cabled to America by the Associated Press, and thus widely spread in the American papers. Mrs. Pankhurst stated to me personally that she had been asked for no such pledge, and had given no such pledge, and that all her efforts to have this false report corrected by the New York newspapers and by the Associated Press had been in vain. Such was the treatment of a militant leader. You say, perhaps, well, nobody cares about those militants. If so, let us hear one of those who vehemently opposed militancy. I write to Mrs. Alice Stone Blackwell, and she replies. For many years, the news carried by the great press agencies on the subject of woman suffrage was habitually twisted, and the twist was almost always unfavorable to suffrage. As editor for a long time of the Woman's Journal, and later as one of the editors of the Woman's Citizen, I had constant occasion to observe this, and I commented upon it repeatedly. The thing happened so often as to make it impossible to explain it as accident or coincidence. As an extreme instance, take the following: every time that the woman suffrage bill was defeated in the British House of Commons, the fact was promptly cabled to this country, but when the bill finally passed, an event which both friends and opponents of suffrage were awaiting with great interest, not one of the papers in the United States that are served by the Associated Press gave the news. In my suffrage work, I learned beyond question that the news coming through the great press agencies was colored and distorted, and if this has been done on one subject, it has doubtless been done on others. A good many women, I think, learned a wholesome distrust of press reports during the suffrage struggle. And now let us hear some radicals of the male sex. Hiram Johnson of California is a radical. In Everybody's Magazine during 1908 there appeared an interview which had been submitted to him and printed with his corrections. 16 newspapers published on their front page the report that Governor Johnson had repudiated this interview, and when he declared that the report was false, they refused to correct it. Charles Z. Yublin is a radical, a very quiet and conservative one, who lectures on municipal ownership to ladies' clubs. I write to ask him what his experiences have been, and he tells me they are too personal to be quoted. He gives me one illustration, which I take the liberty of quoting. The Kansas City Journal has pursued me every season I lecture there because it is an organ of the local public utilities. At one time they twisted some statement of mine in a report of a lecture which they headed, Z. Yublin believes every woman should marry a Negro. There was no doubt this was done solely to queer other things that might be said which had no connection with this invention. Senator La Follette is a radical, and here is a public man who has been almost wiped out by deliberate newspaper boycott. The story of what was done to La Follette in the 1912 presidential campaign can hardly be made to sound like reality. It is a plot out of an old-time Bowery melodrama. La Follette was a candidate for the Republican nomination. He was conducting a tremendous campaign all through the Middle West, and the Associated Press was suppressing the news of it. At an open conference of newspapermen, held at the University of Wisconsin, the editor of the Milwaukee Journal, a strong capitalist paper, openly stated that the Associated Press was sending something, of course, but so little that it amounted to nothing. But when the governor of the state made an attack upon La Follette, well, the Associated Press suddenly woke up, and sent out that entire address word for word. Nevertheless, La Follette was winning, and stood an excellent chance to get the nomination. He was invited to a dinner of the Periodical Publishers Association in Philadelphia, and at that dinner he told a little about the control of newspapers by the big advertising agencies, such facts as fill chapter slayai of this book. After the dinner was over, the newspapermen got together on the proposition, and decided that they would end the career of La Follette that night. They cooked up an elaborate story, describing how he had raged and foamed at the mouth, and rambled on and on for hours, until the diners had got up and left him orating to the empty seats and dinner plates. It was evident, said the story, sympathetically, that La Follette was suffering from overwork and exhaustion, his mind was failing, and he would be compelled to retire from public life. After that, by deliberate arrangement, the Washington correspondents reported not a line of anything that La Follette wrote or said for a couple of years. Again, during the war, they did the same thing to him. He made a speech before the nonpartisan convention in St. Paul, denouncing bitterly the war profiteers, who were being protected by our big newspapers. The Associated Press took this speech and doctored it, as a means of making La Follette odious to the country. They had to make such a slight change in it. La Follette said, "We had grievances against the German government." And all the Associated Press had to do was to slip in one little word, "We had no grievances against the German government." The whole country rose up to execrate La Follette, and the United States Senate ordered him placed on trial. When it came to a showdown, they discovered they had nothing against him, and dropped the case, and the Associated Press, after many months' delay and heavy pressure from La Follette, finally admitted that it had misquoted him, and made a public apology. And then La Follette came before the people for their verdict on his conduct. He carried the state by a vote of 110-064 to 70-813, but the big capitalist newspapers of Milwaukee deliberately held back the returns favorable to him, and on election night the story was telegraphed all over the country that the La Follette ticket had been overwhelmed. The leading Chicago newspapers reported the election of 20 out of 26 anti-La Follette delegates, and the repudiation of La Follette by an overwhelming majority of Wisconsin voters. Next morning there followed editorials in all the leading Wall Street organs, gloating over this defeat. And, as usual in newspaper practice, this first story got all the space that the subject was worth. The later news of La Follette's victory was buried. Lee, the press and the socialists. The particular kind of radical who is most disliked by our newspapers is of course the socialist. The socialist meets the class consciousness of the newspapers with another class consciousness, almost as definite and aggressive. The socialist is noisy, also the socialist has a habit of printing pamphlets and leaflets, thus trespassing on newspaper profits. Every newspaper differs in the names it puts on its son of a bitch list, but every newspaper agrees in putting the most conspicuous socialists on its son of a bitch list. The Hearst newspapers pose as friends of the people, they print a great deal of radical clamor, but there is a standing order in all Hearst offices that American socialism shall never be mentioned favorably. All newspapers have a rule that if any socialist get into trouble, it shall be exploited to the full. When socialists don't get into trouble often enough to suit them, they make socialists out of people who do get into trouble. Says Max Shareover. When the king of Greece was shot by an insane and irresponsible man, the New York Times and hundreds of other papers ran the headline, "King of Greece assassinated by a socialist." And although it was proven conclusively that the assassin hadn't even heard of socialism, none of these papers saw fit to retract their lie. When the great novelist, David Graham Phillips, was shot by one Goldsborough, Every paper in New York knew that Goldsborough not only was not a socialist, but had often spoken against socialism. They also knew that the latter had a personal grievance against the author. Notwithstanding these facts, the New York World and other papers came out with headlines, David Graham Phillips shot by socialist. None of the papers retracted that lie. When Theodore Roosevelt was shot at in Milwaukee, the Associated Press sent broadcast the news that a socialist had assaulted the colonel. Though it was proven by the evidence of the assailant's own statement that he was an affiliated member of a Democratic organization in New York, that he had always voted the Democrat ticket, the New York Evening Telegram ran the headline, Roosevelt shot by socialist. This the Telegram never retracted. Perhaps the most tragic illustration of this kind of thing was the Chicago anarchists. There were one or two anarchists among them, the rest were socialists, perfectly innocent working-class educators, who were railroaded to the gallows by public hysteria, deliberately incited by the newspapers of Chicago. Finley Peter Dunn, creator of Mr. Dooley, was a reporter on one of these newspapers, and 10 or 12 years ago he narrated to me some of the things he had witnessed, the most outrageous inventions deliberately cooked up. His voice trembled as he told about it. I asked him why he did not write the story, and his answer was that he had often tried to write it, but was blinded by his own tears. The same thing was done in the Debs railway strike of 1893. Every act of violence that was committed was hailed by the newspapers of the country as part of a terrorist campaign by the labor unions. Therefore the public permitted Grover Cleveland to smash the strike. Afterwards Cleveland's Commission of Investigation put the Chief of Police of Chicago on the witness stand, and heard him testify that the Railway Managers Association had hired thugs, thieves, and ex-convicts as their deputies, and that these men had set fire to freight cars, and had cut the hose of the Chicago firemen. It would not be too much to say that American capitalist newspapers sent Eugene V. Debs to jail in 1893 and made him into a socialist. And now in 1919, when he is sent to jail again, they help to keep him there. On the day that he is sent to prison, they spread wide an interview to the effect that he will call a general strike of labor to get himself out of jail, and this interview is quoted by the Attorney General as reason for refusing amnesty to Debs. But Debs gave no such interview. He denied it as soon as he saw it, but of course you did not see his denial, unless you are a reader of the socialist papers. The Appeal to Reason is preparing to have a suit brought against the Associated Press on this issue. It reprints a letter from Debs to the general manager of the Associated Press, written in 1912, protesting against a false story to the effect that the Appeal is suspending publication. This report, obviously a great injury to the Appeal, the Associated Press refused to deny. Says Debs. Am I to infer from your letter that the Associated Press aims to deal fairly, honestly, and justly with all people, to disseminate the truth, and taboo what is false? I happen to know differently by personal experience. If there is in this country a strictly capitalist class institution, it is the Associated Press. Pardon me if I give you just an instance or two of my personal experience. During the heat of the Pullman strike, when the Pullman cars were under boycott, the Associated Press sent out a dispatch over all the country that I had ridden out of Chicago like a royal prince in a Pullman palace car while my dupes were left to walk the ties. 100 witnesses who were at the depot when I left testified that the report was a lie, but I could never get the Associated Press to correct it. This lie cost me more pain and trouble than you can well imagine, and for it all I have to thank the Associated Press, and I have not forgotten it. During the last national campaign, at a time when I was away from home, the Associated Press spread a report over the country to the effect that scab labor had been employed to do some work at my home. It was a lie, and so intended. I had the matter investigated by the chief union organizer of the district, who reported that it was a lie, but I was never able to have the correction put upon the wires. That lie is still going to this day, and for that, and still others I could mention, I have also to thank the capitalistically owned and controlled Associated Press. You might think this a pretty small lie for a big organization like the Associated Press to bother with, but if you think that, you do not know the Associated Press. Hardly ever do I mention this organization to a radical that I do not hear a news story, frequently just such a petty and spiteful story as the non-union labor in the home of Eugene Debs. In Pasadena lives my friend Gaylord Wilshire, and I mention the Associated Press to him, and he laughs. Did I ever tell you my story of York, Pennsylvania? What did you do in York, Pennsylvania? Nothing, says Wilshire, that's the story. It appears that he was on a socialist lecture tour, and the schedule was badly arranged, the trains were late, and so he cut out York, Pennsylvania, and on the date in question was up in Maine. But the Associated Press sent broadcast over the country a detailed report that the editor of Wilshire's magazine had spoken in York, Pennsylvania, had denounced the courts, had offered $10,000 for a debate with Mark Hanna, and had been mobbed by the citizens of York. You will say, perhaps, that this must have been a mistake. Yes, but how comes it that the Associated Press makes all its mistakes one way? Why is there never a mistake favorable to a socialist? Why does not the Associated Press report that Gene Debs has rescued a child from drowning, or that Gaylord Wilshire has been awarded a gold medal by a Chamber of Commerce, or that Upton Sinclair has been made a bishop of the Episcopal Church for writing The Prophets of Religion? One of the most interesting illustrations of newspaper lying about socialists occurred during a May Day meeting in Union Square, New York, a few years ago. It is interesting because we may go behind the scenes and watch the wires being pulled. It appears that police arrangements for this meeting were in charge of Chief Inspector Schmidberger, an old-style Tammany clubber, but he could not handle the affair in the usual fashion of the New York police, because the administration of Mayor Mitchell had ordained free speech. Schmidberger had his clubbers hidden in an excavation of the subway, ready to sally forth when the meeting gave excuse. But the meeting did not give excuse, and some of the policemen grew impatient, and sallied out without orders and started clubbing. My friend Isaac Russell, who was reporting the day's events for the New York Times, was standing by Schmidberger's side, and heard him shout to these unauthorized clubbers. Says Russell, I ran beside Schmidberger into the fracas, and he yanked and pulled cops over backwards to break up the thing. And finally he got them under control, and then gave them fits for acting without orders. Russell, being an honest man, went back to the Times office, and wrote a story of how the New York police had been seized by a panic, and had broken out without orders, and that story went through. But it happened that up in the editorial rooms of the Times somebody was writing the conventional Times editorial, denouncing the socialists for their May Day violence, and praising the police for their heroism. It never occurred to the editorial writer that the news editors could be so careless as to pass a story like Isaac Russell's. So next day here was this comical discrepancy, and an organization of magazine editors, the Ragged Edge Club, invited Isaac Russell to come and explain to them the war between the news columns and the editorial columns of the Times. Russell was called up before his boss and, as he says, roasted to a frazzle for having written the truth. Arthur Greaves, city editor of the Times, told him that he had got off all wrong in that situation. But Russell's job was saved, and how do you think? The police commissioner of New York came out with a formal statement, denouncing the police, and saying that they had acted contrary to his orders. Or take the experience of A.M. Simons, reporting an International Socialist Congress at Stuttgart, Germany, for the United Press, supposed to be a liberal organization. Simons received a dispatch from the London headquarters of his organization. Wire 300 words on probable split of Congress into BB lists, Herveists, and Laborites. And Simons continues. Now, there was not a single human being in that Congress that ever dreamed there would be a split. The particular question on which they were supposed to split was passed by a unanimous vote. I sent a straight news story out. At the close I put these 3 words, split talk rot. Judge of my surprise when I landed in New York to find that that story of the split of the Socialist Congress had been carried over the United Press wires to the paper I was serving. And now, as this book is going to press, on November 11, 1919, the Associated Press sends from the town of Centralia, Washington, a series of dispatches telling how IWW members fired from windows of their meeting hall upon an Armistice Day parade of returned soldier boys. The dispatch does not say directly that the firing was done in cold blood, it simply tells in elaborate detail about the firing, and says not one word about incidents occurring before the firing. It leaves it to be assumed that the firing was done in cold blood, and the whole country does assume that, and a perfect frenzy seizes the returned soldiers and the government authorities. They raid IWW meeting rooms in 100 places, and beat up the members and throw them into jail. And I, who understand the infamies of our journalism, wait patiently, knowing that in due course the truth will begin to leak. And sure enough, 3 days later comes an Associated Press dispatch from Centralia, Washington, mentioning, quite casually and incidentally, that Dr. Frank Bickford, one of the marchers, testified at the coroner's inquest that the former soldiers attacked the IWW hall before any shots were fired. And the Hearst service reports the same news with the comment that no special significance was attached to this testimony. Later, it appears that the soldiers were battering in the door, and the first shots were fired through it. The press and sex. There is a whole field of problems connected with our sex nature which we are only beginning to explore. Mechnikov has told us something. Freud and Jung have told us more, but long after we have solved our economic problems we shall still be seeking knowledge about sex. And meantime men and women grope blindly, and are betrayed into entanglements and misunderstandings and cruel miseries. If they happen to be ordinary, respectable citizens, they keep these things under cover. If they are radicals, trying to square their preaching and their practice, they will get into weird and awful predicaments, and then there will be sport for predatory journalism. I have told you the stories of Maxim Gorky, of George D. Herron, of Upton Sinclair. How many such stories would you care to hear? Would you care to hear about Charlotte Perkins Gilman? About Thorstein Veblen? About Jack London, Reginald Wright Kaufman, Clarence Darrow? About Marion Craig Wentworth, Mary Ware Dennett, Gaylord Wilshire, Oscar Lovell Triggs, George Sterling? This that I am giving you is not a list of the vital spirits of our time, it is merely a list of persons of my acquaintance who happen to have been caught upon the hook of an unhappy marriage, gutted, skinned alive, and laid quivering on the red-hot griddle of capitalist journalism. I will tell you a story told to me only the other day. The man asks me not to give his name, he is trying to forget. Poor fellow, as he talks about it, I see the color creep into his forehead, I see his hands begin to shake, all the symptoms I remember so well. I ask him, do you start in your sleep, as if someone had touched a live nerve? Do you cry aloud, and carry on long discourses through the night? A few years ago this man was a popular extension lecturer in Chicago. Anywhere in the Middle West he chose to go he could have a couple of thousand people to listen to him. He was unhappily married, his wife was living with another man, and desired a divorce. When this happens in Chicago, they usually agree upon the charge of cruelty. Their friends, and likewise all Chicago newspaper editors, perfectly understand that this is a conventional charge, having no necessary relation to the facts. I have quoted the case of Mr. Booth Tarkington, returning from Europe and saying to the newspaper reporters, with a smile, when one's wife accuses one of cruelty, no gentleman would think of replying. The reporters all understood what that meant, and the public which read it appreciated Mr. Tarkington's tact. Mr. Tarkington, you see, is a novelist whose work involves no peril to the profit system, therefore Mr. Tarkington's wife could charge him with cruelty, without Mr. Tarkington's reputation being destroyed and the sale of his books wiped out. A recent item sent out by Mr. Tarkington's publishers Messrs. Harper and Brothers, with the $800,000 mortgage reposing in the vaults of J.P. Morgan and Company, stated that they had sold a total of 1,324,900 copies of Mr. Tarkington's novels. But it was entirely different with the Chicago lecturer. This man, you see, was a socialist, and therefore a menace to mortgages. In a lecture room the question came up of a teacher who had switched a child. The speaker remarked playfully that the caveman had been accustomed to inflict discipline with a club, and that, boys, according to biology, were in the caveman stage of development. So next day the readers of a yellow journal in Chicago read a scare headline about a highbrow society lecturer who was preaching caveman philosophy to his students, and applying caveman treatment to his wife, so that she was divorcing him for cruelty. Half a dozen such yarns at this were piled in quick succession upon the head of this socialist lecturer, with the result that his career was ruined. By way of contrast, let me tell you about another man, proprietor of a great department store in New York. I will not name him. He is a worm, poor in everything but money. It happened that through mutual friends I knew about his private life. He kept numerous mistresses, and flaunted them boldly on the Great White Way, starting them on showy theatrical careers, and otherwise making himself a joke to the tenderloin. This man's wife divorced him for his infidelities, and what do you think happened? What did the newspapers do? Not a line about the matter in any newspaper of New York City. To some of the rules which I lay down in this book there are exceptions. It is sometimes possible for a radical to be quoted honestly by a capitalist newspaper. It is sometimes possible to get news unfavorable to the profit system into the most reactionary sheet. But to the following two rules there is no exception anywhere. Rule 1. Any proprietor of a department store anywhere in America may divorce, or be divorced, with entire immunity so far as concerns the press. Rule 2. No radical in America can divorce or be divorced without being gutted, skinned alive, and placed on the red-hot griddle of capitalist journalism. I will tell you about another Chicago socialist whom I have mentioned, Oscar Lovell Triggs. 15 or 20 years ago Triggs was the most popular man in the faculty of Mr. Rockefeller's University of Chicago. They had to get extra-sized classrooms for his lectures, and so there was jealousy of him, camouflaged, of course, as opposition to socialism. Triggs was so indiscreet as to live in a radical colony in Chicago. He was asked to give an interview on some subject or another, and the reporter, going down the hallway of the community building, made note of the fact that in the next room there hung some silk stockings and a pink kimono. So he went off and wrote a cunningly devised and highly suggestive story about silk stockings and a pink kimono in the room adjoining that of the Chicago College professor. Here was a scandal, of course, and Triggs was expected to fight it. But, as it happened, Triggs was unhappily married, his wife was living with an artist in Paris, and desired a divorce. Any divorce lawyer will tell you that men who are thus caught on the hook are prone to strange and reckless rushes. Triggs, whose wife wanted a divorce, decided that the story would serve as well as anything. A friend who lived in the building at the time, and knew Triggs intimately, assures me that there was not a word of truth in the insinuations. There was nothing between Triggs and the young lady of the silk stockings and the pink kimono. Nevertheless, this most popular professor of literature was driven out of the university, and set to work as a common laborer on a California chicken ranch. I write to ask him to verify the details of this story. I ask him to be heroic, and let me tell the story, in the interest of the public welfare. He gives the permission, adding the following comment. In this statement, you speak of only one detail, the last one. But the real story involves what amounted to a conspiracy against me in the 2 years preceding my retirement from the university. This consisted in so reporting lectures and statements that a very quiet and reasonable scholar came to be regarded as a freak professor. No one could stand up against this kind of attack and retain a position in a conventional university. I never could get to the bottom of it. It is a poor way to treat human material, but so be it. Maybe you distrust the radicals. They are all free lovers, you say, they deserve their marital unhappiness, they deserve exposure and humiliation. Well, then, suppose I tell you about some respectable person? Suppose I tell you about the President of the United States, secure in the sanctity of the White House. Will that convince you? You didn't happen to know that the Scandal Bureau had prepared a story on Woodrow Wilson. The interests, which wanted war with Germany and Mexico, had a scandal all ready to spring on him toward the end of the 1916 campaign. They had the dynamite planted, the wires laid, all they had to do was to press the button. At the last moment their nerve failed them, they did not press the button. I was told why by a prominent Republican leader, who was present in the councils of the party when the final decision was made. This man pounded on the table and declared, "I'd have said I'd sooner vote for the devil than for Woodrow Wilson, but if you start a dirty story on the President of the United States, I'll vote for Woodrow Wilson, and 1 or 2 million Americans will do likewise." Their nerve failed them, but some steps they had already taken, and you may trace their footprints if you are curious. There were dark hints in many newspapers, and if you saw the Washington correspondence of London papers during the fall of 1916, you found more than hints. For example, here is James Davenport Whelpley, a well-known journalist, writing in the Fortnightly Review, one of the most dignified of English monthlies. Another issue has come to the fore in the American political campaign, quite unusual in American politics. With all the freedom that is given to the American press, and with all the pernicious intrusion into private affairs that finds expression in the columns of American newspapers, it has been many years since the personality of a candidate has played any part in the publicity work of a campaign, no matter how great the temptation may have been to use material at hand. In reading American newspapers today, however, much can be gleaned from between the lines. Something seems to be struggling against precedent and unwritten rules for clear expression, and that something finds itself articulate in the communications of man to man. And then Mr. Whelpley goes on to tell about elections being won and lost at the last moment by psychological waves which have swept across the national mind, swamping on their way the political hopes of one or the other candidate. So Mr. Whelpley is unable to predict the re-election of Woodrow Wilson. More definite even than this, there was a story in McClure's magazine, which had already gone to press, and could not be recalled. McClure's, now a tool of the interests, was conducting a raging campaign for preparedness, and Wilson stood in the way. The story was called That Parkinson Affair, by Sophie Kerr, and was published in the issue of September, 1916, just when the scandal was ready to be sprung. It is ostensibly a piece of fiction, but so transparent that no child could fail to recognize it. It is the vilest piece of innuendo in American political history, and remains on our library shelves as a monumental example of the depths to which our predatory interests have been willing to drag their kept magazines. When the big magazines were bought up by the interests, we were solemnly assured that the purpose was to put an end to scandal mongering. But now it appears that the purpose was not to lay the muckrake on the shelf, but merely to turn it against the friends of human progress. Live the press and crime. You guess that this chapter will show how the press exploits crime for its profit, and that sounds tiresome. You know all about that. You know how the yellow journals take up murder cases and divorce cases and sexual irregularities, and carry on campaigns of scandal, lasting for months. You know how they send out their amateur sleuths, and work up a case against someone, and make it a matter of journalistic prestige that this person shall be hounded to jail. No, this chapter does not deal with the crimes which the press exploits, nor yet with the crimes which it invents. I could tell a hilarious anecdote of a group of New York reporters assigned to the Immigration Service, shy of news and bored to death, who cooked up a tale of an imaginary murder by an imaginary Austrian countess, kept all New York thrilled for a week, and got away with it. But all that is comparatively nothing. The theme of this chapter is the crimes which the press commits. What is a crime? The definition is difficult. You have to know first who commits it. Many things are crimes if done by workingmen, which are virtuous public services if done by great corporations. It is a crime when workingmen conspire to boycott, but it is no crime when newspapers do it, when advertisers do it. It is a crime when an individual threatens blackmail, but when a great newspaper does it, it is business enterprise. For example, in Los Angeles there was started a municipal newspaper, which was thriving. Gen. Harrison Gray Otis of the Times sent agents to various advertisers to notify them that if they continued to advertise in this paper they would be boycotted, blacklisted, and put out of business. So the big advertisers deserted the municipal paper. I have told in this book about many crimes committed by newspapers against myself, not metaphorical crimes, but literal, legal crimes. It was a crime when a Philadelphia reporter broke into my home and stole a photograph. It was a crime when the New York Evening Journal sent forged cablegrams to Dr. James P. Warbass and Mrs. Jessica Finch Cosgrave. It was a crime when the newspapers of New York bribed a court clerk to give them the testimony in my divorce case. Any lawyer will tell you that these things are crimes, yet they are a recognized part of the practice of American journalism, and follow logically and inevitably from the competitive sale of news. Nietzsche says of the soul of man that it hungers after knowledge as the lion for his food. Just so the yellow journals hunger after news, and just so their proprietors hunger after profits. When profits are at stake, they stop at nothing. I have quoted Hearst's telegram to Frederick Remington, "You make the pictures and I'll make the war." I have told of Hearst's ruffian conduct towards myself in the case of Adelaide Branch. Do you think that a man who would commit such acts would stop at anything? When Hearst ventured to run for governor of New York State, his enemies brought out against him a mass of evidence, showing that he had deliberately organized his newspapers so that the corporations which published them owned no property, and children who had been run down and crippled for life by Mr. Hearst's delivery wagons could collect no damages from him. Mr. Hearst poses as a friend of labor, but he keeps his newspapers on a non-union basis, and when his employees goon strike, he treats them as other corporations treat their strikers. And all newspaper corporations do the same. I could name not one, but several cities in which newspapers have hired thugs to break the strikes of newsboys, or where they have hired strikes against their rivals. During the Colorado coal strike, the Denver Express was publishing the truth about the strike, and the other newspapers organized a boycott of the dealers who handled the Express. When the Express hired its own newsboys, mysterious gangs of rowdies appeared, and beat up these newsboys and scattered their papers in the streets. And no interference from the police, no line about these riots in any Denver newspaper except the Express, which could not get distributed. Wherever you dig in the cellars of these great predatory institutions, you find buried skeletons. I have dragged some of them into the light of day, I would drag others, but the test here is not what I know to be true, but what I can prove in a court of law. And it is so easy for a great newspaper to buy witnesses, so easy for a great newspaper to terrorize witnesses. I came upon one typical story that I could prove, and prove to the hilt. I prepared to tell the story, with names and places and dates, but while I was collecting the evidence, a friend of the victim exclaimed, "You will ruin him. You will set the newspaper after him again." This man, a former city official, an honest public servant, had been deliberately ruined by a newspaper conspiracy, and brought to utter despair. The thing happened 6 years ago, and only now is he beginning to recover his practice as a lawyer. If now I revive this story, he will take up his morning paper and read something like this: "The defendant was represented by John Jones, who a few years ago was indicted, etc." Or, "The striking carpenters have retained John Jones, who was once city prosecutor, and concerning whom several witnesses testified, etc., etc." Shall I inflict this upon a man, in spite of his wishes? I thought the matter over from many angles, and decided to ask the reader to accept the story on my word. Really, it is too incredible a story to be an invention. Listen. John Jones, city prosecutor, caused the arrest of the proprietor of a great and powerful newspaper for printing salacious advertisements. He forced this newspaper to make abject public apology, and to promise reform. Later he caused the arrest of the proprietor for criminal libel, whereupon this proprietor set out to get the city prosecutor. The paper had a literary editor, a man who has since become well known as a critic and novelist, author of perhaps a dozen books. At this time his salary was $30 a week, and he was told by the proprietor of the newspaper to go and get John Jones, using either wine or women. A woman was brought on from the Middle West, a woman just 1 month under 21, which is the age of consent in the state in question. This woman sought a city position from John Jones, came to his office, threw her arms about his neck, and screamed. Instantly the door was broken in, and it was made known that sleuths had bored a hole through the office wall, and were prepared to testify that they had seen John Jones committing a crime with this woman underage. Now, I hear you say, with a knowing smile, that's the story John Jones tells. No, reader, I assure you I am not so naive. I did not get this story from John Jones, I did not get it from any friend of John Jones. It happens that I know the literary editor fairly well, and I know a dozen of his friends. To one of these, an intimate friend of mine, this literary editor told the entire story. 2 friends of mine were present at a club dinner, when the man was confronted by accident with his victim, and admitted what he had done, and begged pardon for it. It was his job, he said, his job of $30 a week. And that is how I came on the story. I go over in my mind the newspapers concerning which I can make the statement that I know, either from direct personal knowledge, or from the evidence of a friend whom I trust, that the owner or manager of this paper has committed a definite act of crime for which, if the laws were enforced, the owner or manager would be sent to the penitentiary. I count a total of 15 such papers, located in leading American cities, such as New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Each one of these criminals sits in a seat of power and poisons the thinking of hundreds of thousands of helpless people. I ask myself, in what respect is the position of these people different from that of the peasantry of medieval Germany, who lived and labored subject to raids from robber knights and barons whose castles they saw upon distant cliffs and mountain tops? L.V. The Press and Jack London. I once had the pleasure of hearing Jack London express his opinion of American journalism. It was a picturesque and vivid experience, a sort of verbal aurora borealis. Not wishing to trust to my memory of the incidents, I write to Mrs. London, and she sends me a huge scrapbook, The Journalistic Adventures of Jack London During the Year 1906. I open it, and the first thing I come upon is a clipping from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, with a picture of Mrs. London which is not Mrs. London. Then, a couple of pages on, a clipping from the New Haven Palladium, with a picture of Jack London which is not Jack London. They just take any old picture, you understand, and slap your name under it. I have seen Jack London's picture serving for me, and I have seen my own picture serving for a vaudeville actor. As I write, the Los Angeles Times comes to my desk, with a scare headline all the way across the page, Britain defies Union labor threat of revolution. It appears that the miners are preparing a general strike, and the Los Angeles Times, wishing to make them odious, publishes on its front page a large portrait, with this caption, trying to throw Britain off balance. Robert Smiley, brains of the Triple Alliance of powerful labor unions, seeking social and economic revolution in the United Kingdom. The portrait shows a foreign-looking individual with straggly beard and tousled hair, wearing a Russian blouse. It is Abram Krylenko, commander-in-chief of the Russian Bolshevist armies. If you are near a library you may find the picture in the Outlook, volume 118, p. 254, or in the Independent, volume 93, p. 405, or in the Metropolitan magazine for October, 1919. A picture of Smiley appears in Current Opinion for August, 1919, an entirely conventional-looking Englishman. To return to Jack London, this was the year that Charmian and Jack got married. It was in Chicago, and the Hearst paper of that city reported it in this chaste fashion. Jack London wins in battle for a bride. Messenger boys, telephones, Korean valet, political influence, pleadings, many explanations, and a special dispensation finally won a marriage license on Sunday for Jack London. And then next day the Hearst reporters discovered that this marriage was not legal. Jack was liable to 3 years in jail, so, as a matter of precaution, he was going to be married in every state in the Union. All over the country the story was telegraphed. Such trifling with a sacred institution displeased certain women's clubs in Iowa, which cancelled their engagements to hear Jack London lecture. Returning to his home after these excitements, I find Jack being interviewed by the Oakland Herald. That report was all the imagination of the Chicago reporters who were scooped on the wedding story. There was nothing in that at all. Later on Jack took another trip to the East, and delivered his famous address, Revolution, which you may find in his volume Revolution and Other Essays. He is describing the feelings of a Colorado working man under the regime of the militia general, Sherman Bell, whose orders were, "To hell with the Constitution." Says London. Nor does the Constitution of the United States appear so glorious and constitutional to the working man who has experienced a bullpen or been unconstitutionally deported from Colorado. Nor are this particular working man's hurt feelings soothed by reading in the newspapers that both the bullpen and the deportation were preeminently just, legal, and constitutional. To hell, then, with the Constitution, says he, and another revolutionist has been made by the capitalist class. And next morning here comes the New York Times, not quite saying that Jack said to hell with the Constitution, but carefully implying it, which dishonesty, of course, takes wings, and from one end of the country to the other Americans read that Jack London has said, "To hell with the Constitution." Jack is on his way home, and cannot answer, "Here am I," as vice president of the Intercollegiate Socialist Society, under whose auspices the meeting had been held, writing to the Times to call attention to the injustice it has done to a great American novelist. The Times puts my letter under the title, "The Call of the Wild." Jack London puts an if in the condemned Constitution. And here is the New York Evening Sun, denouncing Jack. Here is the Chicago Inter-Ocean, in an editorial. If Jack London speaks only for himself, he is either a cheap seeker after notoriety or a pestilential agitator. If the latter, he is more dangerous than the agitators whose fulminations led to the assassination of President McKinley, and assassination is as likely to follow his diatribes. Our laws prevent the importation of foreign anarchists. Are the laws and public sentiment not strong enough to suppress the exploiter of sensationalism who preaches treason to the flag and war on the government? And here is the Rochester Post-Express, with the headline, "A Literary Anarchist." Here is the Milwaukee Sentinel, "London belches more fire." Here is the Chicago Inter-Ocean, "Assassination pet joy of Mr. London." And here are various public libraries, rushing to defend our imperiled institutions by barring the books of Jack London from their shelves, Derby, Connecticut, Des Moines, Iowa, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And here is Jack, writing to Gaylord Wilshire, "Thanks for the enclosures. You bet they amuse me. I leave it to you if my situation isn't amusing." In a letter to me, Mrs. London explains this amusement, down went his royalties. And she adds, "Several years ago Jack learned, from one newspaper man and another, what he had often suspected, that the standing instructions in practically every newspaper office on the Pacific coast were to give Jack London the worst of it whenever possible. Of course this meant no matter what the occasion, whether slamming his work, or willfully misrepresenting his personal actions. And they only subsided, as I have said above, when they adjudged he had a bank account, and therefore must needs be less radical. This trick played upon Jack London is a favorite one with our newspapers to take some quotation, and put it in the mouth of the quoter. What a sordid man is William Shakespeare, he said, put money in thy purse. What a vainglorious man is the Apostle Matthew, he said, all these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. What a violent man is James H. Moorer, president of the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor, he said, down with the stars and stripes. Mr. Moorer came to New York to tell the people about the state constabulary, a public strike-breaking agency organized by the big capitalists of his state. The big capitalists of New York wanted the same thing, and the big newspapers of New York were boosting for it, and of course ridiculing and slandering all who opposed it. At the Washington Irving High School, On April 19, 1916, Mr. Maurer addressed a public meeting and read a passage from his book, The American Cossack. The incident he read was a funeral. A Spanish war veteran had died during the miners' strike in Westmoreland County, and was being buried by the striking miners with military honors. Members of the state constabulary came riding up. They objected to these lousy strikers using the American flag, and ordered that the flag be lowered. The strikers refused, whereupon the Cossacks threatened to shoot unless the flag was lowered and furled. Maurer quoted them, "Down with the stars and stripes." So next day the newspapers reported Maurer as saying, "Down with the stars and stripes." The New York Times went farther yet, and reported him as saying, "To hell with the stars and stripes." I quote Maurer's letter. Mayor Mitchell of New York ordered the school board to investigate these charges at once, and they did so. At the hearing 12 witnesses were heard. 11 swore that I said nothing of the kind and repeated what I did say. 1. A New York Sun reporter by the name of Lester S. Walbridge, contended that I had said, "Down with the stars and stripes," but admitted that there had been much cheering at the time and that he did not catch all that I said. 3 others wrote and telegraphed their testimony, all saying that I said nothing of the kind. Some of the witnesses were people favorable to the state police. The verdict of the school board was to the effect that I said nothing of the kind, but had simply told my audience what the state police had said, that it was the state police who said, "Down with the stars and stripes," and not Mr. Maurer. A dear vindication. The day the story first appeared in the New York papers, charging me with the flag slander, the story was used to stampede the New York senators into voting for the state police bill then pending, and it worked. Although I was vindicated, the story is still used. Every now and then someone editorializes about it. In my effort to verify this story, I write to a reporter who was on the job at this time. He answers. As a matter of fact, all the reporters were out getting a drink when Maurer spoke, and they took their version of what he said from the Real Estate Association's provocateurs at the meeting. In connection with this Maurer episode, there is a curious story which should be told. You remember Collier's Weekly, a magazine run on a personal basis, and the many young writers who had been debauched by Collier prosperity. One of these writers was Richard Harding Davis, and you would have to hunt a long time to find a more perfect incarnation of capitalist prosperity and success in literature. It happened that Davis was at his country home when he read in the New York Times that Maurer had said, "To hell with the stars and stripes." Davis flew into a rage, and drafted a telegram to the mayor of New York, calling upon him to use the power of the government to put down these preachers of sedition. He went to the telephone to dictate the message, and before he was halfway through, fell dead of an apoplectic stroke. 10 years ago I produced in California a one-act play called The Indignant Subscriber. The editor of a great newspaper is found walking on the shore of an imaginary lake. A stranger invites him for a row in a boat, the boat consisting of 2 chairs and a board tied together, the oars being brooms. The stranger rows the editor out into the middle of the lake, and then announces himself as the indignant subscriber. "For 25 years, he says, I have listened helplessly, while you set forth your views on every subject under the sun. Now for once I mean to tell you my views on one subject yourself." So he speaks his mind, and at the end upsets the boat and swims away, leaving the editor floundering in the water. Now I am the indignant subscriber, who has been taking the New York Times for 25 years. I propose to give the Times a taste of its own medicine by writing some headlines and letting the Times see just how it feels. Here goes. New York Times kills favorite author. Death of R.H. Davis caused by reporter seeking highball lie occasions fatal shock. Reads Times incitement, drops dead in home. Now, how's that? LVI the press and labor. I have told many stories of newspaper lies about myself, and perhaps you thought that was just one person who was wronged, and it didn't make much difference, but when it comes to lying about the labor movement, thousands and even millions of people are wronged, and that surely does make a difference. When newspapers lie about a strike, they lie about every one of the strikers, and every one of these strikers and their wives and children and friends know it. When they see deliberate and long-continued campaigns to render them odious to the public, and to deprive them of their just rights, not merely as workers, but as citizens, a blaze of impotent fury is kindled in their hearts. And year by year our newspapers go on storing up these volcanic fires of hate against the day when labor will no longer be impotent. Imagine, if you can, the feelings of a working man on strike who picks up a copy of the Wall Street Journal and reads, "We have a flabby public opinion which would wring its hands in anguish if we took the labor leader by the scruff of his neck, backed him up against a wall, and filled him with lead." Countries which consider themselves every bit as civilized as we do not hesitate about such matters for a moment. Whenever it comes to a showdown between labor and capital, the press is openly or secretly for capital, and this no matter how liberal this press may pretend to be. Says Professor Ross. During labor disputes the facts are usually distorted to the injury of labor. In one case, Chicago, strikers held a meeting on a vacant lot enclosed by a newly erected billboard. Forthwith appeared, in a yellow journal professing warm friendship for labor, a front-page cut of the billboard and a lurid story of how the strikers had built a stockade behind which they intended to bid defiance to the bluecoats. It is not surprising that when the van bringing these lying sheets appeared in their quarter of the city, the libeled men overturned it. During the struggle of carriage drivers for a 6-day week, certain great dailies lent themselves to a concerted effort of the liverymen to win public sympathy by making it appear that the strikers were interfering with funerals. One paper falsely stated that a strong force of police was being held in reserve in case of riots, and that policemen would ride beside the non-union drivers of hearses. Another, under the misleading headline, "Two Funerals Stopped by Striking Cabmen," described harmless colloquies between hearse drivers and pickets. This was followed up by a solemn editorial, "May a man go to his long rest in peace." Although, as a matter of fact, the strikers had no intention of interfering with funerals. That was in Chicago, 10 years ago. And now, as I write, the employees of the packing houses, my old friends of the jungle, are on strike again, and the Chicago newspapers are at their usual game of deliberate lying. Violence is expected, situation is critical, and so on. It happens that an honest man, Alfred W. McCann, is on the scene. He writes, "I say it isn't true. To the shame of the press, no foundation can be discovered for the wild stories now filling their columns, spreading public anxiety and inciting labor to outbursts of indignation against what is called the deliberate misrepresentation of the press. The packers advertise heavily in Chicago newspapers, and so also do the Chicago department stores." Says Professor Ross. In the same city, Chicago, during a strike of the elevator men in the large stores, the business agent of the Elevator Starters Union was beaten to death, in an alley behind a certain emporium, by a strong-arm man hired by that firm. The story, supported by affidavits, was given by a responsible lawyer to 3 newspaper men, each of whom accepted it as true and promised to print it. The account never appeared. Try, for a moment, to put yourself in the position of a girl slave of one of these big department stores. You resist the flirtatious advances of the floor walker, and continue to eat your 20-cent dinners, but after a few years you grow desperate, and in the face of the heaviest pressure you organize and declare a strike for better pay. How much chance do you stand for fair play from the newspapers? Why, they won't even print the names of the stores against which you are striking. Says Max Shareover. While addressing a street meeting, held under the auspices of the Retail Clerks Union, in front of Stern Brothers department store, Miss Elizabeth Dutcher was arrested at the instigation of one of the store managers. Miss Dutcher is highly prominent in social and labor circles, and the papers did not dare to be entirely silent about the arrest. Every paper in New York, except one, and that one does not carry department store advertising, spoke of a meeting at the doors of a large retail establishment. They also referred to an earlier incident as a disturbance at the doors of a 6th Avenue store, not daring to mention the name, Gimbel's. Or again, Professor Ross. In New York, the sales girls in the big shops had to sign an exceedingly mean and oppressive contract, which, if generally known, would have made the firms odious to the public. A prominent social worker brought these contracts, and evidence as to the bad conditions that had become established under them, to every newspaper in the city. Not one would print a line on the subject. And not only do they exclude the news, they keep watch over the general ideas which go into their columns, to make sure there is nothing to injure the sensibilities of department stores, or to favor the girl slaves of department stores. Would you think I was absurd if I were to declare that there is a whole set of philosophical ideas which the newspapers forbid you to know about, because the department stores ordain? Yes, even so. You must believe in free will, you must not believe in economic determinism. You must think that prostitution is a sexual phenomenon, you must not learn that prostitution is an economic phenomenon. Anybody who advocates the heretical, anti-department store doctrine that white slavery is caused by low wages will be suppressed, and if necessary will be slandered as an immoral person. You remember the New York World, its solemn editorial about 20-cent dinners. Some years ago the World was under contract to publish every week a short story by O. Henry. They received the manuscript of what posterity has come to recognize as O. Henry's masterpiece, the unfinished story. They refused to publish this unfinished story, because it was injurious to department stores. Or consider what happened when the Illinois Vice Commission made an investigation of the causes of prostitution, and submitted one of the best reports on this subject ever written. The report was highly sensational, also it was highly important, it was news in every possible sense of the word. But it attributed prostitution to low wages, and therefore only one Chicago newspaper gave an adequate account of this report. You saw the Boston Herald and Journal, and also the Boston Post, forbidding you to know that President Wilson was urging you not to spend money on luxuries. In the same way, when there is a crisis of unemployment, the department stores and other advertisers command that falsehoods shall be told you. If you know that business is bad, you may be cautious and save your money, whereas the department stores want you to spend your money, and the kept press wants its share of this money for advertisements. Says Professor Ross. The alacrity with which many dailies serve as mouthpieces of the financial powers came out very clearly during the recent industrial depression. The owner of one leading newspaper called his reporters together and said in effect, "Boys, the first of you who turns in a story of a layoff or a shutdown, gets the sack." Early in the Depression the newspapers teemed with glowing accounts of the resumption of steel mills and the revival of business, all baseless. After harvest time they began to cheap prosperity, bumper crops, farmers buying automobiles. In cities where banks and employers offered clearing-house certificates instead of cash, the press usually printed fairy tales of the enthusiasm with which these makeshifts were taken by depositors and workingmen. The numbers and sufferings of the unemployed were ruthlessly concealed from the reading public. A mass meeting of the men out of work was represented as anarchistic or instigated by the socialists for political effect. In one daily appeared a dispatch under the heading 5,000 jobs offered, only 10 apply. It stated that the Commissioner of Public Works of Detroit, misled by reports of dire distress, set afoot a public work which called for 5,000 men. Only 10 men applied for work, and all these expected to be bosses. Correspondence with the official establishes the fact that the number of jobs offered was 500, and that 3,000 men applied for them. That was 12 years ago, in the Middle West. 6 years ago we had another unemployment crisis, and I watched the newspapers handling it in New York. You might have thought they would not have been able to fool me, but they did. A boy out of this unemployed army, Frank Tannenbaum by name, led a number of starving men to the Catholic Church of St. Alphonsus to request shelter on a winter's night. I read several newspapers, in the hope of getting the truth from one of them. On this occasion all the papers agreed that the unemployed men and their leader abused and threatened the priest, and were noisy and blasphemous in their behavior. I was heartsick about it. Oh, what a pity! If only those poor devils had had the sense to go to the churches in a quiet and respectful way, their position would have been impregnable. Christian churches would not have dared to turn out starving men on a winter's night. But Christian churches did. And the capitalist press backed them up. The leader, Frank Tannenbaum, was arrested, and he called as witnesses the very newspaper men who had written the stories of his raid. These men had been willing to lie in what they wrote that was part of the newspaper game, but they were unwilling to lie under oath that was not part of the game. So they testified that these unemployed men had been entirely peaceful in their conduct, that Tannenbaum had addressed the priest with politeness and respect, and that the crowd had left the church when told that they must do so. Some years ago there was a strike of the hotel workers in New York, an IWW strike, and of course there is nothing with which the newspapers deal more freely than the IWW. They quoted Joe Etter as having advised the strikers to put poison in the soup which they served to hotel patrons, also as having insulted the American flag. Etter denied vigorously having made any such statements, but of course his denial went for nothing. Some of us who knew Etter thought that the public ought to get a little of the truth about conditions under which these hotel workers were forced to live, conditions menacing not only to themselves, but to the public they served. Therefore the Intercollegiate Socialist Society called a meeting in Carnegie Hall to hear the IWW leaders. A fiery little New York politician who held the office of sheriff saw an opportunity to leap into the limelight. He would attend that meeting with a large force of deputies, and protect the American flag from insult. He brought some 30 deputies, to whom the county paid $3 each, and we provided them with seats on the platform, and all the orators made speeches to them, and the young ladies who passed the collection plates took away a part of their $3. And next morning the newspapers reported that the gallant sheriff had protected the American flag and tamed the seditious fury of the IWW. You remember, perhaps, my story of the Paterson silk strikers, and how the New York Times quoted me as telling them that they had the police at their mercy. Here is another glimpse of this strike, through the eyes of Max Sherover. At the IWW pageant held about 2 years ago at Madison Square Garden, New York, for the benefit of the Paterson, N.J., silk strikers, the writer was an eyewitness to the following scene: a reporter, whose identity we were unable to learn, in the basement of the garden hurriedly printed the following words on an improvised banner: "No God and no Master, IWW." One of the illiterate strikers was asked to hold the banner aloft and pose while a newspaper photographer was taking a flashlight photo. This Paterson pageant was a result of the effort of a few literary men and women in New York, who saw the shameless lying of the press and the shameless violation of law by the authorities in Paterson. A group of people, including Ernest Poole, Hutchins Hapgood, Leroy Scott, John Reed, Thompson Buchanan, Margaret Sanger, and myself worked for weeks, giving all our time and energy and a great deal of money, and brought about 1,000 strikers to New York City to rehearse the story of their sufferings before an audience in Madison Square Garden. This was so sensational that the newspapers could not suppress it, therefore what they did was to ridicule and betray it. They always make out that labor movements are rolling in wealth, and that agitators are making fortunes. In this case they said that we were planning to finance the strike by this pageant. Every newspaper man knew this was absurd, for they knew the seating capacity of the garden and could figure the possible gross receipts. The enterprise suffered a deficit of $1,000 or $2,000, so of course the poor, starving strikers, who had read in the newspapers that they were to be financed, were bitterly disappointed. The New York Times thus had a chance for a story to the effect that the strikers were accusing us of having robbed them, and this while we were engaged in making up the deficit out of our own pockets. Or take the Lawrence strike. I have told the story of how conspirators of the Great Woolen Trust planted dynamite in the homes of strike breakers as a frame-up to discredit the strikers. The man who was convicted of this was a school commissioner and a prominent Catholic, a close friend of the mill owners. When this dynamite was found, the Associated Press sent the story fully. When the plot was exposed, it sent almost nothing. These statements were made publicly at a conference at the University of Wisconsin by A.M. Simons, and never challenged by the Associated Press. And at this same conference it was stated by George French that the department stores served notice upon all the Boston newspapers that if they featured the strike they would get no more Sunday advertising. Or take the present struggle of the railroad brotherhoods for a living wage. The Saturday Evening Post published a series of articles by Edward Hungerford, full of gross falsehoods regarding the wages of railroad workers and managers under the federal administration. These, mind you, were flat misstatements of facts officially recorded and available to anyone. The Brotherhoods asked a certain United States Railroad Administration official to prepare from official records a statement concerning these misrepresentations. This was formally submitted to the Saturday Evening Post, and was absolutely ignored. Or take the case of Tom Mooney. The capitalist newspapers of San Francisco tried Tom Mooney, with the help of $1 million corruption fund, raised by the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of the city. They found him guilty, but the prosecuting authorities didn't have enough evidence to make good the verdict in court, so they manufactured the evidence. Mooney was a socialist and a well-known labor organizer, so the case was taken up by the socialists and the unions of the country, and became the great labor issue of the time, all without one word getting into the capitalist newspapers of the East. There were 2 or 3 million copy protest editions of the Appeal to Reason issued, and still not a word about it in the capitalist newspapers outside of California. Finally, the anarchists in Petrograd took up the matter. They attacked the American embassy, and the news was cabled back to New York that the attack was on account of a certain Tom Mooney. The newspapers of New York didn't know anything about the case, and couldn't find out about it in time. They had to publish the name as it came over the cables, thus laying bare their shame to the whole world. Could any writer of farce comedy have invented a greater satire upon New York journalism than the fact that it had to get its San Francisco labor news misspelled from Petrograd? LVII, the Associated Press and Labor. Great strikes are determined by public opinion, and public opinion is always against strikers who are violent. Therefore, in great strikes, all the efforts of the employers are devoted to making it appear that the strikers are violent. The greatest single agency in America for making it appear that strikers are violent is the Associated Press. How does this agency perform its function? In the first place, by the wholesale method of elimination. There are some violent strikers, needless to say, and capitalist journalism follows this simple and elemental rule: if strikers are violent, they get on the wires, while if strikers are not violent, they stay off the wires, by which simple device it is brought about that 9/10 of the telegraphic news you read about strikes is news of violence, and so in your brain channels is irrevocably graven the idea association. Strikes violence. Violence strikes. What about the millions of patient strikers who obey the law, who wait, day after day, month after month, starving, seeing their wives fading, their little ones turning white and thin, and still restrain themselves, obeying the laws of their masters? What about the strike leaders who plead day in and day out? I have heard them 100 times: no violence. No violence. What about them? Why, nothing, just nothing. The Associated Press will let a big strike continue for months and never mention it unless there is violence. For example, the Great Coal Strike in West Virginia. It happens, through a set of circumstances to be explained in the next chapter, that I have before me the sworn complete file of all the dispatches which the Associated Press sent out during the 16 months of this strike. The strike began April 1, 1912. The first dispatch sent by the Associated Press was on April 6, a very brief dispatch, telling of threats of violence. The second dispatch was on June 1, this also very brief, to the effect that serious rioting is imminent. The third dispatch was on July 23, also brief, telling of rioting, and of state troops 23,353 sent in. Thus it appears that during 113 days of a great strike the Associated Press considered it necessary to send only 2 brief items, and these containing not one line about the causes of the strike, not one line about the demands of the miners, not one line about the economic significance of a ferociously bitter labor struggle. I have before me the affidavit of Thomas Cairns, President of the United Mine Workers West Virginia District, stating that during these 16 months, which brought West Virginia to a state of civil war, not once did the correspondent of the Associated Press come to him for information about the strike. And now, in 1919, there is more trouble in this district, and I pick up my morning paper and read that 3,000 miners of Cabin Creek have taken up arms and are marching to battle against machine guns. The strike has been going on for weeks, says the report, but this is the first hint I have heard of it. I who read 4 Associated Press newspapers, the Los Angeles Times and Examiner, and the New York Times and World. The first point to be got clear is that in cases of big strikes the Associated Press is getting its news through its local newspaper member. I have shown that in Los Angeles it is content to cooperate with the unspeakable Times. In San Diego it works with the Union, personal organ of John D. Spreckels, the Sugar King, and a few years ago, when a murderous mob of bankers, lawyers, and merchants was engaged in shooting, clubbing, tarring and feathering, throwing into prison, and there torturing, drugging, and starving the radicals of that city, the San Diego Union paid editorial tribute to the fact that the Associated Press was handling the situation to the satisfaction of the murderous mob of bankers, lawyers and merchants. The San Diego Union, which had done most of the inciting of this mob, stated editorially, "Great credit is due the Associated Press for the manner in which it has handled the news end of this matter. In city after city, you will find the Associated Press thus tied up with the worst reactionary influences. In Louisville, for example, it cooperates with the Courier-Journal, whose serio-comic story I have told in detail. In St. Paul, Minnesota, we saw the Associated Press misquoting Senator La Follette in a manner calculated to ruin him. It sought at first to put the blame upon its member paper, the St. Paul Pioneer Press. You recall the charges made against this paper by Walter W. Liggett, quoted on page 268. Note that the Associated Press did not cease taking its news through a paper which had failed to resent such grave charges as these. I cannot find that the AP ever did raise this issue with one of its member papers. An interesting light is thrown on this very important subject by a controversy between the Sacramento Bee and the San Francisco Star. The Bee printed a long defense of the Associated Press, and the Star discussed it as follows. Another damaging admission is that the Associated Press doesn't care a picayune what manner of pirates buy a newspaper that has an Associated Press franchise. It mentions the case of the San Francisco Globe, which bought the special privilege news service of the Post when it bought the name of that paper. The franchise went with the name to a band of industrial pirates who wanted a special privilege news service to supplement their special privilege traction service in the city. The San Francisco Star is a weekly, and so its editor does not need to be afraid of the Associated Press. I have a letter written by this editor, James H. Berry, to Professor Ross of the University of Wisconsin. You wish to know my confidential opinion as to the honesty of the Associated Press. My opinion, not confidential, is that it is the damnedest, meanest monopoly on the face of the earth, the wet nurse for all other monopolies. It lies by day, it lies by night, and it lies for the very lust of lying. Its news gatherers, I sincerely believe, only obey orders. In great labor centers, from which strike news comes, you find this situation, that even if the Associated Press wished to deal with a fair newspaper, there is no fair newspaper to deal with. In Lawrence, Massachusetts, in Paterson, New Jersey, in Trinidad, Colorado, in Bisbee, Arizona, the newspapers are owned by the local industrial magnates and their financial and political henchmen. In Montana, the Anaconda Mining Company, a Rockefeller concern, owns or controls practically every newspaper in the state, so of course the Associated Press sends no fair labor news from Montana. I asked ex-Governor Hunt of Arizona how the Associated Press had treated him while he was giving the miners a square deal during the big copper strike. He answered, "They were so unfair that I quit dealing with them at all." I said, "What paper in your state capital do they work with?" He answered, "There are only two, one owned by a millionaire land speculator, the other owned by the Ray. The Ray is a copper company, one of the most powerful and most corrupt. Said ex-Governor Hunt, I proposed a law in Arizona requiring that papers should carry the line, this paper owned by the Ray, or the Copper Queen, or whatever the case might be. No wonder this ex-governor is an ex. He comes to see me, and brings a clipping from the Messenger, an independent weekly of his state capital. It appears that the wealthy bandits of the copper companies, who 2 years ago seized over 1,000 miners and deported them from their homes, are now being tried for their crime. Says the Messenger. Associated Press reports from Bisbee and Douglas relative to the preliminary trial of alleged kidnappers are enough to condemn that service forever. It was bad enough to withhold service on July 12, 1917, the day of deportation, but the present stuff. And then the Messenger goes on to explain in detail what is happening. The reporters of the local, copper-owned dailies of Bisbee and Douglas are acting as Associated Press correspondents, and are sending out doctored stuff to the country. 3 times during 1 week of the trial at Douglas the Bisbee Review has had to apologize and correct statements attributed to a woman witness. These errors, telegraphed broadcast by the Associated Press, have been corrected only by local mention. And here is the Central Trades Council of Tucson adopting a resolution, denouncing the brazen one-sidedness of the Associated Press reports of the trial. Resolved, that to date we have not seen a single article that did not feature some silly remark made by some foreigner or illiterate witness for the state, and the vital news parts omitted. In the case of the Colorado coal strike, I have shown you what the Associated Press did in New York and in Denver. What was it doing meantime in the actual strike field? In Walsenburg the publisher was Jeff Farr, whiskey magnate, coal company sheriff and organizer of assassination, popularly known as the King of Huerfano County. In Trinidad there were 2 dailies owned by the chief attorney of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, whose son took command of one of the gunman armies, and seized a United States mail train to transport them. The AP Day man was the editor of the evening paper, the AP Night man was the Telegraph editor of the morning paper. Max Eastman tells me of interviewing one of them introducing himself as a Chautauqua lecturer, desirous of getting the truth about the strike. The editor was in a mood of frankness, and said, "There's no use coming to me for the truth. A man in my position naturally gets only one side, the operator's side. And, of course, he sent out that side." During the latter part of the strike the Rocky Mountain News of Denver sent its own correspondent to the field, and one of the editors told me of a conversation with the Associated Press representative in Denver. Said the latter, "Why do you keep a man down there?" Said the editor, "Because you people refuse to send me the news." And it was exactly the same during a strike in another part of the state, the Northern Field, where several score labor leaders were thrown into jail, but when it came to trial were nearly all acquitted. George Creel writes, "The Associated Press furnished the newspapers with accounts of these cases, but lost interest when the verdicts were returned. As I write, there is a great steel strike, and from the Panhandle of West Virginia comes the following special dispatch to the New York Call. The capitalist press representatives have so falsely reported the existing strike conditions that steel strike leaders here now refuse to make any statements at all to them." Several times, after having promised to write, without alterations, the reports which the strike leaders had given, the Associated Press representatives deliberately reversed the statements. So much for steel. And now hear what Charles Edward Russell has to say, Pearson's for April, 1914, concerning the conduct of the Associated Press in the Calumet copper strike. In a letter to me he writes, "I may say that the Associated Press made a loud squeal on the story and blacklisted me for some years afterward, so you will see that the subject is one on which they are sensitive." I quote from the article, "The Associated Press and Calumet. Some of the richest copper deposits in the world are in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, most of them purporting to be owned or controlled by a great corporation called the Calumet and Hecla. This is a mining company that is also the holding concern for 17 other mining companies, owns a railroad or 2, some smelting works, some other profit-making devices and an organized system of politics the equal of any. It is one of the richest and most profitable enterprises in the world. Except for a few railroads like those of Mr. Hill, the Calumet and Hecla has made more money on a smaller investment than any other corporation that ever existed. In the 16 years ending with 1912, the smallest annual dividend has been 80%, and in other years it has been as much as 400%. As these dividends were declared upon a capital stock less than half of which was ever paid for, a nominal dividend of 400% was an actual dividend of 800%. On every dollar ever invested in this company, more than $100 have been paid in dividends, while millions of dollars of other profits have been diverted to the purchase of additional profit-making ventures. With a PAR value of $25.00 on which only $12.00 was paid in, the shares have now a value of $540.00 each. This gigantic cornucopia is owned by the Shaws, Agassizes, and Higginsons, leading families of Boston, and besides their dividends, they pay themselves enormous salaries as officers and directors of Calumet and Hecla, and of the 17 subsidiary companies. Says Russell. The Calumet and Hecla barony comprises 117 miles. There is every reason to believe that it occupies and has occupied this land without rightful title, and all the vast wealth it has taken therefrom really belongs to the people of the United States. There is also good reason to believe that it has consistently violated its charter, and is now engaged in doing so every day and every hour of every day, a fact that will not in the least astonish you when you come to learn of some of its other activities, but that adds a rarely piquant taste to the pious exclamations of its attorneys on the subject of law-breaking. And now, what of the men who worked for these copper barons? They were ill-paid and ill-treated, badly housed, worked for long hours at peril of life and limb. They lived in a community absolutely dominated by their masters. There was no other industry or source of wealth, and the politicians and the courts, the newspapers and the churches, everything was owned by copper. It is the old, sickening story of the overthrow of American institutions, the subjection of political democracy to industrial autocracy. The copper miners of the Upper Peninsula went on strike. They stayed on strike for many months, and during that time they were slugged and beaten up by imported gunmen, their offices raided, their leaders shot or jailed. During this entire affair the Associated Press sent out to the country a string of subtle and knavish falsehoods, of which Charles Edward Russell gives 7 pages, printing them in parallel columns, first the falsehood, and then the result of careful investigations, backed by numerous affidavits. I might add that the congressional investigation vindicated these affidavits in every detail. The parallel columns which Russell gives would fill about 20 pages of this book. I give 4 samples, and the reader may take my word that these samples are typical of the rest. The Associated Press, from Washington Post. Calumet, Michigan, Sept. The copper strike situation took a serious aspect today as a result of the fatal shooting of Margaret Faxakis, aged 15, daughter of a striker, at the North Kearsarge mine, when a picket of strikers and women clashed with deputy sheriffs guarding a mine. The facts. Her name was Margaret Faxakis. She was not the daughter of a striker, and had no connection with the strike. There was no clash with any picket. A Labor Day procession was being held at Kearsarge. It had nothing to do with the strike. A band of armed guards without excuse or occasion attacked the procession and broke it up, firing about 100 shots from their revolvers. This girl was not in the procession. She was walking along the sidewalk, and a bullet from a gunman's revolver pierced her skull. The Associated Press, Calumet, Michigan, October 22, 1913. To the Associated Press, Chicago, 111. As a measure of precaution against possible disorder, the troops have kept on the move bodies of strikers who collect while men are going to work in the morning, but this is not construed as interference with any of the rights of the strikers. The affidavits, for instance, Victor Ozonik swears that on July 31 he was walking quietly along the public road when he was arrested, taken to Houghton and thrust into jail. After a time he was taken into the sheriff's office and searched. A deputy sheriff struck him in the face with his clenched fist and then kicked him. He was then asked if he was a member of the miners' union. When he said yes, he was dragged back to a cell and locked up for 24 hours. After that he was released. No warrant was issued for his arrest, no charge was made against him, no proceedings of any kind were had. There are sheafs of such affidavits relating the manner in which the armed guards proceeded to obey the orders to start something. The results of their efforts to obey their orders was a reign of terror throughout the strike zone. Men, women, and children were shot at, beaten, ridden down by armed guards, or pursued along the highways. At the road intersections shacks were erected, from the windows of which the guards could command every house in a village, and the inmates could not stir out of their dwellings except under the watchful eyes of the gunmen and the muzzles of rifles. The Associated Press, from Chicago Record-Herald. Calumet, Michigan, December 11. Guerrilla warfare, which raged in the South Range district of the copper miners' strike zone, was ended today when a force of deputy sheriffs invaded several towns there and made 39 arrests. The only person injured was Timothy Driscoll, a deputy sheriff, who was shot and seriously wounded when he and other officers attempted to force an entrance into a union hall. The trouble this morning centered around the hall of the Western Federation of Miners in the town of South Range. Here Driscoll was shot and several of the arrests made. Henry Oskey, a striker, was specifically charged with wounding the officer, and he is said to have implicated by his confession 2 other members of the union. The Associated Press. From the Washington Post. Calumet, Michigan, December 20. Charles I.T. Moyer, president of the Western Federation of Miners, was put on a train and sent out of the copper strike district tonight. The deportation was the affidavits. A mob composed chiefly of the gentlemen of the Citizens Alliance gathered in Houghton and went by special train to South Range. There the mob attacked the hall of the South Range branch of the Western Federation of Miners, broke down the door, smashed all the furniture, seized all the books, papers, and records, and destroyed several thousand relief coupons that had been prepared for the miners' families. Henry Koski, the secretary of the branch, lived over the hall. When the work of destruction had been completed, the mob rushed upstairs and began with rifles to beat down the door to Koski's rooms. He warned the rioters that if they did not desist he would fire. They continued to batter the door, whereupon he fired 2 shots, one of which passed through the belly of one of the rioters. The facts. A mob broke into the room in Scott's Hotel, Hancock, occupied by Mr. Moyer and Charles Tanner, General Auditor of the Western Federation of Miners, seized them both, beat and kicked them, shot Moyer in the back end. Direct result of a refusal of families stricken by the Christmas Eve disaster here to accept relief from a committee, the majority of whose members belong to the Citizens Alliance, an organization combating the 5-month strike of the Federation. At the local Federation headquarters, Moyer's departure was called a kidnapping by the Citizens Alliance. The action was said to have caused no great surprise, as it was said that threats of such a possibility had been received 2 weeks ago. The Relief Committee, which had collected $25,001, found itself unable to give away 1 cent when it started today to deliver the fund. Every bereaved household that was approached told the men and women in charge of the distribution that they had been promised adequate aid by the Western Federation of Miners, and nowhere was there any assistance wanted. Dragged them, both wounded, from the hotel into the street. The 2 prisoners were held so that they could not defend nor protect themselves, and in this position were dragged through the streets and across the bridge to Houghton, being incessantly kicked and beaten. Mr. Moyer was bleeding and weak from a revolver shot, and Mr. Tanner was bleeding from a wound just below right eye. In this condition they were placed upon a train and under armed guard taken out of the state, being threatened with lynching if they should return. Nobody has been indicted nor arrested for these assaults, although the persons that committed them are perfectly well known in Hancock. But Mr. Moyer has been indicted for conspiracy. It might be worthwhile to summarize Russell's narrative of the outcome of this last matter. The leader of the mob was an eminent Bostonian, James Macnaghten, vice president and general manager of Calumet and Hecla. When he was accused, the Associated Press took the trouble to send out a dispatch explaining that he could not possibly have been the man, because of an elaborate and complicated alibi, which alibi was later proven to prove nothing. Mr. Macnaghten was never prosecuted in this matter, nor was the Associated Press prosecuted except by Charles Edward Russell. We may believe the statement in Russell's letter, that the Associated Press made a loud squeal on the story. I would ask, why did they not prosecute Russell? Why is it that the general manager of the Associated Press makes nothing but a loud squeal? Why does he content himself with easy victories before church forums and chambers of commerce banquets? Why does he not come into court and vindicate his honor in an open contest before a jury? Laine poisoned at the source. I have been privileged to examine a mass of material, some 3 or 4 million printed and typewritten words, the evidence collected for the defense of Max Eastman and Art Young, when they were indicted for criminal libel in November, 1913, at the instance of the Associated Press. These 3 or 4 million printed and typewritten words enable us to enter the offices of the Associated Press, and to watch its work hour by hour. They enable us to study the process whereby the public opinion of America is poisoned at the source. 300 miles from our national capital, in the lonely mountains of West Virginia, exists an empire of coal, governed in all respects as Russia was governed in the days of the Tsardom. I take up 2 printed volumes of testimony given before the investigating committee of the United States Senate, a total of 114 closely printed pages. I turn these pages at random, and pick out a few heads that will give you glimpses of how things are managed by the coal barons of West Virginia, check weighman guaranteed by law, but not allowed to the miners. Men paid in scrip which they could not cash. Men discharged and put out of their houses, as fast as they talked unionism. Mail burned by store manager. Law of West Virginia relieves coal owners from liability for injuries in the mine, no matter how they occur. Independent storekeeper refused his goods at the express office which was on company grounds. Men not allowed to approach post office on company property. Provost Marshal imprisoned 9 men without trial. No mine guard has ever been tried for participating in any battle. Machine guns and guards turned on peaceful crowd coming from Meet MG. In King Coal I have portrayed the conditions in Colorado. In West Virginia conditions were in all respects the same, and for the same reason. When the 16-month strike in West Virginia had been smashed, the same mine guards, with the same rifles and machine guns, were shipped to Colorado, and under the direction of the same Baldwin Felts detective agency they smashed the 14-month strike in Colorado. And both in West Virginia and Colorado the same Associated Press was made use of to send to the country the same misrepresentations and suppress ions of truth. In the Independent for May 15, 1913, after the West Virginia strike had lasted more than a year, there appeared an article by Mrs. Fremont Older, describing the farcical military trial of some Union officials at Paint Creek Junction. Mrs. Older, the only impartial person who was able to get into this courtroom, made the statement, the Provost Marshal was not only the ruling officer of Paint Creek Junction, he was the Associated Press correspondent. He had the divine gift for creating darkness. In the next issue of the Independent appeared a letter from the Assistant General Manager of the Associated Press, declaring, the Provost Marshal was not the Associated Press correspondent, and never had been. Nevertheless, this rumor would not down, and in the masses for July, 1913, appeared a cartoon, poisoned at the source, representing the president of the Associated Press engaged in pouring the contents of a bottle labeled lies into a reservoir labeled public opinion. Accompanying the cartoon was an editorial, one sentence of which read, the representative of the Associated Press was an officer in that military tribunal that hounded the Paint Creek miners into the penitentiary in violation of their constitutional liberties. The answer of the Associated Press to this was the indictment for criminal libel of Max Eastman and Art Young. The masses, presumably by advice of counsel, did not discuss the case, and continued to maintain silence, even after the case was dropped. The facts are here made public for the first time, possibly because in preparing this book I have not taken the trouble to consult counsel. Here are certain facts which the public should have, and if I have to hand them to the public through the bars of a jail, it will not be the first time that has happened in history. Was the Provost Marshal of the West Virginia State Militia a correspondent of the Associated Press? He was, or he was not, according to whether you care about truth or technicality. Asterisk. You are, doubtless, a loyal American. You believe in the Constitution and laws of your country, and you do not understand just what it meant to be Provost Marshal of the West Virginia State Militia during the coal strike of 1912-13. If you think that it meant to be a public official, performing a public service in the interest of the public, you are naive. To have had anything to do with the West Virginia State Militia during that strike meant to be a creature of the mine operators, in the pay of the mine operators, owned body and sold by the mine operators. It meant that you were setting aside, not merely the laws of the state of West Virginia, but the Constitution of the United States. It meant that you were beating and flogging and shooting strikers, kicking their wives and children out of their homes to freeze in the mountain snows, turning machine guns upon their tent colonies, throwing their leaders into jail without trial, and torturing them there for months on end. It meant this, whether you were the lowest Baldwin Felts mine guard taken out of a city slum and put into the militia uniform, or whether you were Capt. Lester, an official of militia, who testified under oath before the Senate committee that it was not his business to know if miners had a legal right to organize or not. He was sent there to prevent their organizing, and he did what he was sent there to do. And now, just what was the relationship of the Associated Press to this prostituted state militia? Was the Provost Marshal of Militia the Associated Press correspondent in this field? He was, or he was not, according as you care about truth or technicality. The Associated Press correspondent at Charleston, who covered all the strike, and who had been officially appointed and acknowledged, was a man named Cal Young, and he had his office in the office, or connected with the office, of the 8th General of Militia. This Cal Young had an intimate friend by the name of John C. Bond, who was Provost Marshal of Militia, and also was correspondent for several newspapers. Cal Young did not trouble himself to travel about in the strike field, which was widely scattered, occupying a number of mountain valleys. Bond, however, was compelled by his militia duties to travel to the scene of all troubles. Therefore Bond and Young had an arrangement whereby Bond telephoned news from wherever he was, and Young sent this news, not only over the Associated Press wire, but to the papers which Bond represented. The above was stated from first-hand positive knowledge by Jesse Sullivan at the State House to an attorney for whom I can vouch. Also it was sworn to by W. Bruce Reed, reporter for the Charleston Gazette and the Kanawha Citizen. Reed swore that he knew Young intimately, that Young maintained his offices in the 8th General's office without charge, that Young from this office transmitted orders for the movements of the state militia, and for these services was paid out of the governor's contingent fund, that he acted as official reporter for the state administration, that anyone who called at the State House for news was referred by the governor and the 8th General to Young, that Young received news of military doings and of strike incidents from J.C. Bond, who was a printing clerk in the Secretary of State's office, and also captain and paymaster of militia, that Bond was made Provost Marshal, with absolute authority over the strike territory, and tried a number of citizens, 98 in all, by military tribunal, that Bond had a regular arrangement with Young whereby he furnished Young with news reports, and that Young had an understanding with the military department whereby all news was given out through him. Reed further testified that he was instructed by the militia authorities to distort news, and also to write editorials for his paper, supporting the military policy, that when he refused to do this, the editors of his paper were called up and practically instructed to write such editorials, and that they did this, that furthermore Reed was threatened, if he failed to distort news as directed, that all these things were well known to Young, correspondent of the Associated Press, that Young was extremely bitter against the miners' cause, that he continually so expressed himself before Reed, that a correspondent of the Baltimore Sun, who came to Charleston, was so impressed with Young's prejudice that he went into the field for himself, and wrote an entirely different account of the events. It was known that Young, while Associated Press representative, was seeking employment from the state administration, and he had since obtained such employment. So much for outside evidence. And now let us hear from Young himself. The attorney sent by the masses called upon Cal Young, who told him that after the strike he had been discharged from the Associated Press by W.H. French, manager of the Pittsburgh division, and that French had stated to him that the reason was that Fremont Older and others had made complaint concerning the news that the Associated Press had furnished from West Virginia. Young admitted practically everything as stated by Reed, his desk in the O.I.T. General's office, his relations with the administration, and his arrangement with Bond, whereby Bond furnished him regularly and continually with news from the field. I note 3 sentences from the investigator's report. Young also stated that before martial law he got most of his information from the sheriff or deputy sheriff, or from telegraph operators who were in the employ of the railroad company or the mine owners. He stated that although he went up the creek a few times, he obtained most of the information through official reports. Young stated that through the senatorial investigation he had to cover other territory and that during that time Bond covered the investigation for the AP. Such are the facts. I have taken the trouble to give them at length, so that you may judge for yourself. And in the light of these facts, what do you think of the letter published in the Independent over the signature of Frederick Roy Martin, Assistant General Manager of the Associated Press? Do you think that Mr. Martin was entirely ingenuous when he stated, the Provost Marshal was not the Associated Press correspondent, and never had been? W.H. French, manager of the Pittsburgh division of the Associated Press, was subpoenaed by the masses editors, and gave his deposition in advance of the expected trial. It was a trial all in itself, and the stenographic record of it lies before me. For the light it throws on Mr. French's sincerity, let it be noted that he swore he could remember nothing whatever of his conversation with Cal Young when he discharged Young from the employ of the Associated Press. The discharge had taken place less than a year previously, and Mr. French had taken a special trip from Pittsburgh to Charleston, West Virginia, to attend to the matter. But he could not remember why he had discharged Young, nor what he had said to Young. He could not remember having mentioned Fremont Older's complaints. He vaguely thought that he had mentioned Bond, but he couldn't be sure in what connection he had mentioned Bond. Mr. French explained in detail the methods by which the Associated Press handled its news, and the principles upon which he and his subordinates edited it. He produced a bulky mass of typewritten sheets, containing all the dispatches dealing with the West Virginia strike sent out by the Associated Press during 16 months. Mr. French swore that this record was complete, and you will readily understand that in studying the reports it is of the utmost importance whether Mr. French was telling the truth. If the Associated Press sends out hundreds of dispatches about a strike, and if, before such dispatches are offered in evidence, they are carefully gone over and those which are flagrantly untrue and damaging to the reputation of the Associated Press are extracted and destroyed, then obviously the Associated Press has poisoned the evidence of the trial at the source. Can I say that the officials of the Associated Press did thus poison the evidence by which they endeavored to send Max Eastman and Art Young to the penitentiary? No, I cannot say that. All I can say is, that Mr. French submitted this record under oath, as the original record, and a correct and complete record, and testified under oath that there was no possibility of its being incorrect or incomplete. Also I can say that an investigation made in the bound files of 2 Associated Press newspapers revealed the fact that these papers had published dispatches, marked as sent by the Associated Press, which did not appear in the correct and complete record offered under oath by the Associated Press. Such a dispatch may be found in the Los Angeles Times, September 9, 1912, marked, by AP Nightwire to the Times. Another such dispatch may be found in the Nashville American, September 22, 1912, marked, by Associated Press. Let us take the 537 exhibits that the Associated Press did submit. By means of them we are enabled to enter the Associated Press Pittsburgh office and watch step by step the process of poisoning the news at the source. Mr. French, it appears, was not satisfied with the bitterly prejudiced reports which his correspondent, Young, and Young's partner, Bond, sent in to him. He found it necessary to go over their dispatches, and to put in still more poison. The dispatches, as submitted in evidence, contained numerous pencil marks, excisions, and revisions, and all these were initialed, so that it was possible to tell whether Mr. French or one of his assistants had done the work. Mr. French, under cross-examination, explained exactly upon what principles this editing had been done. Thus there had been cut out a sentence, that mine guards have resorted to unlawful practice is generally conceded. Mr. French explained that this sentence was editorial opinion, the dispatch did not say who conceded it. Mr. French declared that he used this same system of editing all through the dispatches. But in the same dispatch his attention was called to the sentence, contrary to expectations, the miners did not go to the meeting armed with rifles. This clearly prejudiced sentence stayed in the dispatch in spite of the fact that the dispatch did not reveal whose expectations were referred to. And Mr. French testified that such cutting out of a sentence favorable to the miners and leaving in of a sentence injurious to the miners did not in his judgment render the dispatch unfair. Mr. French repeated the words twice, "I do not say unfair. I do not say unfair." So we are provided with a precise measure of the sense of fairness of an Associated Press manager in charge of strike news. In one case the story of an ambush by miners came to the Pittsburgh office, with the qualification, according to the story which reached here this afternoon. These words were cut out, the effect of the alteration being to make a rumor into a statement of fact. Mr. French could give no justification for this proceeding. From another dispatch the sentence had been cut, the workers were ready to stick to the last. That seemed to Mr. French a superfluous sentence. Again he had altered a dispatch which interviewed the President of the United Mine Workers of America. He declared that the miners of West Virginia were groaning under oppressive methods. Mr. French's office had altered it to read that the miners had been groaning, and he could see no difference in this change of tense. I have taken the trouble myself to study the dispatches, and how I wish that I might have Mr. French upon the witness stand. I would like to go through the 537 dispatches and point out how utterly false is his claim that hearsays and opinions were not admitted. There are literally hundreds of hearsays and opinions. For example, the miners are threatening trouble, and it is thought that on account of this situation the martial law zone may have to be extended. Again, in some quarters the opinion was expressed that the miners had retired into the mountains. Again, all the prisoners, it was reported, have been removed from boxcars and were being made as comfortable as possible. Again, this afternoon there was considerable shooting at Holly Grove. It is said that men employed in the mines were accosted by strikers. Again, armed miners have taken possession of the strike territory, according to reports. Such hearsays and opinions as this you find in every other dispatch. Certain testimony is introduced before a commission of the governor of the state, and the Pittsburgh office of the Associated Press is so in love with hearsays and opinions that it takes some of the evidence introduced and deliberately turns it into hearsay and opinion. I quote one paragraph, first as it was sent in by the correspondent in the field, and second as it was altered in the Pittsburgh office. The evidence introduced all tends to show that the prices at the company stores have been much higher than at independent stores, and that there had been no trouble until the mine guards were brought into the district. According to the miners, the prices at the company stores have been much higher than at independent stores. They say there would have been no trouble if the mine guards had not been brought into the district. On November 20, 1912, the Charleston correspondent sent a long dispatch about the fighting, and whole paragraphs of this dispatch were cut out in the Pittsburgh office. I note that in these paragraphs were many hearsays and opinions, But I note that Mr. French's assistants were not content to cut out the hearsays and opinions, they also cut out the news. Here, for example, is one paragraph that never saw the light. During the first period of military control, the sympathy, it is claimed, of a majority of the West Virginians, was with the miners. Since that time many of the Union miners have left this section, taking their families into other coal fields. Then, it is alleged, the contention was the removal of the mine guard system maintained by the coal operators, which had become obnoxious to the miners. Or these two sentences, cut from the same dispatch. Many strike breakers imported into the trouble zone have deserted. Today hundreds of these men reached the city from the mining district and walked the streets. It is especially interesting to note that the date of the dispatch from which the above two paragraphs were cut corresponds exactly with the date when Mr. French, according to his own testimony, sent a special correspondent to Charleston to report the news more fully. He sent a special man, and when this special man sent news favorable to the miners, Mr. French or his assistants sliced out whole chunks from his dispatches, practically everything giving the miners' side. On September 25, 1912, the Associated Press correspondent in Charleston was moved by some unaccountable impulse to tell the world the precise mechanism of the blacklist which the companies maintained, while insisting, of course, that they had never heard of a blacklist. Says the dispatch. This, it was shown, was accomplished through a personal description of a miner on the back of house leases. If the miner was dismissed as undesirable, other operators were given a copy of the description. But was this dangerous information allowed to go out to the world? It was not. Or again, take the dispatch of February 10, 1913, which tells how, whenever the militiamen came after the strikers would dodge trouble, they would defeat the purpose of the authorities by quietly retiring into the mountains. Mr. French's office makes such a slight change, it merely cuts out one word, the word quietly, thus turning a joke into a military operation. Or take the night dispatch of April 22, 1913, which tells how the governor of West Virginia made a speech to the miners' delegates. Among other things, the governor said, "I assure you that the laboring world has no better friend in public office than myself." The Pittsburgh office of the Associated Press cut out this incendiary sentence from the governor's speech. A still more illuminating method of approaching the problem is to compare the Associated Press dispatches as they actually reached the public with the facts as developed by sworn testimony of hundreds of witnesses before the Senate committee. I have made many such comparisons, I will give one. Among the men who testified before the Senate committee was Lee Calvin, a mine guard of the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. Calvin later made an affidavit, in the course of which he told of his experiences on board the Bull Moose Special, an armored train which was taken up and down the railroads of these valleys, to shoot up the homes and tent colonies of the strikers with a machine gun. This Bull Moose Special was at the disposal, not merely of the state militia and of the mine guards, but of the mine operators as well. Calvin tells how he was invited by Quinn Morton, the largest coal operator in the Kanawha Valley, to join a shooting party on the night of February 7, 1913. There were 2 or 3 dozen men with several boxes of guns, also the machine gun. I quote from an affidavit by Calvin. "When we got near Holly Grove, the brakeman commenced turning down the lights. When the engineer came in front of Holly Grove, he gave 2 short blasts from the whistle. I was leaning out of the window and they commenced firing out of the baggage car. Flashes, lights, reports and cracks from the machine gun took me all at once, and the train was a long stream of fire which commenced coming out of the Gatling gun. In about 20 or 30 seconds there came a flash here and there from the tents. About 4 came from the tents altogether, and they were about 100 feet apart, it would seem to me. No shots had been fired from the tents prior to the time the shots were fired from the train. Do not imagine that these incidents rest upon the credibility of Lee Calvin alone. They were sworn to by numerous persons of all classes. Mr. Quinn Morton himself admitted before the Senate committee that he had called up the superintendent of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad and ordered the Bull Moose Special for that night, Also that he had gone to a hardware store and purchased 30 Springfield rifles and taken them in a taxi cab to the train. He objected to the train being referred to as his train, explaining that by the objection he meant that he did not own the train. Also there was introduced the evidence of many persons who happened to be at the muzzle end of Mr. Morton's 30 Springfield rifles are, for example, Mrs. Estep, wife of a miner in Holly Grove. Senator Kenyon, had there been any disorder in the settlement that night? Had you beard any shooting before that time? Mrs. Estep, no, sir. Senator Kenyon, could you hear this train coming? Mrs. Estep, we heard it after it commenced shooting. We had not heard it before. We had our doors closed. Senator Kenyon, could you see the train? Mrs. Estep, no, sir, I never went out the front way at all. Senator Kenyon, when did you know your husband was shot? Mrs. Estep, I didn't know he was killed until after the train quit shooting, and I heard some of them speak to him and call his name, and I never heard him answer. And now, put yourself in the place of the Associated Press correspondent, with your office in the OIT General's office in the State House. This train, you understand, starts from Charleston, and comes back to Charleston, and militia officers are on it, and deputy sheriffs are on it. You know Quinn Morton well, you know everybody concerned well, you are in the midst of the gossip and excitement, you see the warriors come back from the fray, boasting of their achievements, laughing and kidding one another. You know that they have done this thing several times before, and intend to go on doing it. It is your duty to furnish the American people with news concerning their doings. The matter is a ticklish one, because Quinn Morton is the largest coal operator in the Kanawha Valley. Of course you cannot mention his name in such a connection, you cannot imply that any mine operator ever had anything to do with violence, nor must you admit that a striker was killed during a machine gun attack upon a village at night. You cover the death of Mrs. Estep's husband in one clever sentence as follows. According to information received here late today, Robert Estep, a miner, was killed last night during the rioting at Mucklow. The above sentence is from an Associated Press dispatch. And here are the 3 dispatches in which the news of the Bull Moose special was sent out to the world. I give them exactly as they stand, with all the telegraph marks and technicalities. I might mention that the word correct, which has been inserted, is an AP mark. I do not know its relation to the dispatch. Also I might add that the words passenger train are Associated Press euphemism for Bull Moose special. You may not recognize the events, but this is really the same Bull Moose expedition that Lee Calvin and Quinn Morton and Mrs. Estep have just told us about. Bulletin. Charleston, W. Virginia, February 7th. Conditions are critical tonight in Paint and Cabin Creeks, Kanawha County, where a coal strike has been on over a year. A Chesapeake and Ohio passenger train was shot up late tonight. The town of Mucklow, W. Virginia, was riddled with bullets, and a physician, with a man dying driving through the district, was fired upon. When the physician with his patient arrived at the hospital, the patient was dead. Will be ad. H. ATJ 12:55 AM. Bulletin. Charleston, W. Virginia, February 7th. Ad Bulletin. The Chesapeake and Ohio passenger train ran for half a mile under fire, but no one was injured. At Mucklow a majority of houses bear marks from rifles, but in this place no one was injured. Late tonight a conference was held with Governor Glasscock, during which Sheriff Bonner Hill asked the governor that troops be sent into the strike territory. Sheriff Hill notified the governor that the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad would have a special train ready to move the troops at once. Will be ad. H. A 2J1:11 AM. Bulletin. Charleston, W. Virginia, February 7th. Ad Bulletin. At midnight striking miners were gathering from Paint and Cabin Creeks in the vicinity of Mucklow. There is anxiety here as to the next move of the strikers. The engineer and 2 passengers were injured when the passenger train on the Chesapeake and Ohio was fired upon. Correct. Deputy sheriffs waiting for such an attack as occurred tonight were prepared. The officers directed bullets into Mucklow from rapid-fire guns and rifles. The miners' camp was subjected to a heavy fire, and whether the shots were effective is not known. Mucklow is surrounded by mountains, and the fighting between strikers and the authorities is difficult. H. A 2J1:22 a.m. These are your night dispatches. Next day more details come in, and you send a message to the effect that the sheriff and his deputies cannot get into the miners' camp to see if any of the campers have been killed or injured. Then, realizing that serious trouble is coming, you wonder whether you may not have distorted the news a little more than is permitted, even to an Associated Press correspondent. You fear that you have put in a fatal dose of poison, and decide to protect yourself by sending a small quantity of antidote, such a small quantity of antidote. You write. Shooting from the train, attacked on the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad during the night, was in the direction of the camp, and it was feared that if any of the women and children had been hurt, the sheriff and his men would be unable to restrain the angry men, as they outnumber the posse 10-1, and are said to be well armed. Such is the news, and all the news which the Associated Press sent to the public about that exploit of the Bull Moose Special on the night of February 7, 1913. And now, do you think, or do you not think, that the editors of the masses were justified in their cartoon alleging that this news was poisoned at the source? I think so. Also I think that Senator John W. Kern of Indiana was justified in his statements made in the United States Senate 3 months later, regarding the suppression of other news from this coal strike. But to me the most startling fact bearing on the subject under discussion was this: here was a proceeding not only unusual but almost unheard of, being carried on almost in sight of the capital of West Virginia and within 300 miles of the national capital. One of the best-known women in America, a woman past her 80th year, a woman known and loved by millions of the working people of America, for the promotion of whose welfare and for the amelioration of whose condition she had dedicated her life, a woman so honored and beloved by these millions that she was known to all of them in every humble home as Mother Jones, was being tried in this unusual way before this mock tribunal. The fact of the trial was sensational. The subject matter of the trial was of the deepest interest. The incidents of such a trial would be of necessity, not only sensational, but would interest the country. And yet the great news-gathering agencies of the country, active, alert, with a large, intelligent force searching everywhere for items of news, were not able to furnish a line of information to their newspaper patrons concerning this astonishing proceeding. This fact speaks volumes as to the conditions in that terror-stricken country. A zone had been established for these infamous proceedings for the purpose of suppressing information concerning them. I was informed by a representative of the greatest of all these news-gathering agencies that the proceedings were not reported because the conditions there were such that it was not safe for newspaper men to enter the field to secure the facts for publication. This same agency has had a representative in the city of Mexico throughout the period of the recent revolutions. He was not afraid to remain there and report faithfully the news while the streets were being plowed and mowed by the deadly missiles from the cannons of contending armies. But in West Virginia the situation was such that the American reading public was kept in profound ignorance of the startling happenings there because of a reign of terror which could not be braved by the dauntless representatives of the American press associations. This single fact alone will justify fully the most searching investigation. I have discussed in Chapter XLII the mystery of why the Associated Press dropped the case against the masses. I always prefer to give both sides of a question, and it was my hope that I might be able to give the Associated Press explanation of this mystery. My hope was roused by Mr. Stone himself, who entered into correspondence with me, and made the flat-footed statement, "I am glad to give anyone information respecting this organization." I, being a trusting person, took Mr. Stone at his word, and wrote him a courteous letter, putting to him 4 questions, as follows. 1. Was any investigation made of my wife's complaint to you of the false report sent out by the Associated Press that she was arrested on April 29, 1914, in New York City? And why was no correction of this false report ever made, in spite of my wife's written request? Every New York newspaper and every other press association in America sent out a correct report of my arrest. Only the Associated Press reported that my wife was arrested. 2. What was the result of the investigation which you promised to make concerning my article published in the Appeal to Reason in the latter part of May, 1914, telling of the refusal of the Associated Press to send out a report of a deliberate lie told by Gov. Ammons of Colorado to President Wilson? Mr. John P. Gavitt of the New York Evening Post showed me your letter, promising to investigate this matter. 3. What was the reason the Associated Press decided to drop the libel suit against the masses? 4. What action, if any, did the Associated Press take concerning the charges published in Pearson's magazine by Charles Edward Russell, dealing with its gross and systematic misrepresentation of the Calumet strikers? I put these 4 questions politely, and in entire good faith, and instantly my correspondence with Mr. Stone comes to an end. I wait day by day, I wait with sorrow and yearning, but no answer comes from Mr. Stone. I delay sending my book to the printer for more than 2 months, hoping to get a reply from Mr. Stone, but I get no reply. I now publicly address to Mr. Stone one final communication. I implore him, for the sake of the honor of the great institution which he represents, for the sake of the good name of all American journalism, not to swallow in silence the charges published in a book called The Brass Check. I implore him to have the author of that volume arrested for criminal libel, and when the case is ready for trial, not to drop it. My wife reads this chapter and asks me to omit the last paragraph. She says I am bow-wowing at Mr. Stone. I think it over and decide to accept the metaphor. I picture a big dog walking down the street, a stately and dignified dog, and a very little dog comes up behind him and says bow wow, and the big dog puts his tail between his legs and runs. However we may think about this incident, one thing certainly has been accomplished: the big dog has been robbed of his pose. Never again will we regard him as a stately and dignified dog. Licks the press and the war. War came upon the world, and the writer, as a student of journalism, watched the great tide of public opinion. There had been newspapers in America which had kept a careful pretense of impartiality. Under the pressure of war this pretense was forgotten. For example, the New York Times. Everyone would admit that the editorial page of the Times is class propaganda, but the Times tries not to let you know that its news columns are class propaganda. It avoids the cruder blunders, such as false headlines. But when the threat of war came, and the Times was trying to force the country into war, the Times forgot even that precaution. On Thanksgiving Day, 1915, some 1,200 clergymen in New York preached sermons. The Times selected 11 of these sermons and put them all under this headline: Preparedness from Many Pulpits. Thanksgiving sermons justify war for defense of American liberty and ideals. Then you read the sermons, and what did you find? 3 of them contained utterances which might be construed as urging preparedness, the other 8 contained not a word in reference to preparedness. And the same with the magazines. There had been magazines which in the old days would give excuses for not publishing this or that they were concerned with questions of dignity, of art, they could not lend their columns to propaganda. But now these magazines became frankly organs of propaganda. Long before America entered the war, McClure's turned all its energies to a campaign for preparedness. The American, the Metropolitan, the Outlook did the same. Current Opinion abandoned its policy of reprinting from other publications, and introduced propaganda of its own. The Literary Digest, supposed to be an impartial survey of public opinion, became a partisan organ of hate. Says a writer in Reedy's Mirror. The standardizing of the press had already proceeded to inordinate lengths before the war. As one sectional bookcase may differ from another of the same pattern only in its greater or lesser number of sections, so differs one American newspaper from another American newspaper. However, some small opportunity for individuality, forethought, or pretense of thought, still existed, but even this has ended. With the opening of the war the American press ceased to think. The abstention has been so complete and prolonged that it may never be possible to resume the habit of thinking. Look over these newspapers as they come in from the mails. Flag waving of the cheapest, most brainless sort, Liberty bonds, thrift stamps, Red Cross. This is the gamut that has countless repetition from New York to San Francisco, supplemented only by super-censored, mercilessly standardized stuff from the fighting fronts. The writer of this book gave his support to the war against Germany, and has no apology to make for that course. He believed that the world would be a safer place for radicals to work in when the Kaiser had been overthrown. He still believes this even though at the moment it seems that the result of our fighting has been to set up new imperialisms in Italy, France, England, and America. But my support of the war did not mean that I had given myself into the hands of war profiteers. I saw that the old-time plunderers of America were among the war's most ardent supporters, and they went right on with their plundering, becoming $a-day men in Washington, with a great cry of patriotism, and letting themselves contracts out of which hundreds of millions of profit were made. The Beef Trust, the Steel Trust, the Oil Trust, the Powder Trust, multiplied many times over the profits they were taking from the necessities of the people. Also they dictated legislation which spared their profits, and saddled the cost of the war upon future generations. A war has to be won with materials then existing in the world, or immediately produced. It manifestly cannot be won with materials produced a generation later. The only question is, shall the necessary materials be taken from the owners by means of taxes, or shall they be borrowed? Shall the labor of future generations be pledged in exchange? This is clear and simple, but if you tried to explain it to the people during the war you would be lynched, or sent to jail for 20 years. It was the grand chance for the plunderers of America to put their enemies, the radicals, out of the way. Many of these radicals opposed the war, but others were put out of the way merely for opposing the profiteers, and they received sentences which, for ferocity, exceed anything in the records of the Russian Tsardom. Some 2,000 of them are still in jail, their sentences aggregating 25,000 years. It would have been a simple matter to persuade the socialists to support the war. We know today that Nicholas Lenin asked only a promise of support from America, offering to repudiate the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and join the war on Kaiserism. As to labor at home, an intelligent army officer showed the way in the Northwest. He gave the lumberman an 8-hour day, decent living conditions, and generous wages, and so turned the IWW of the Spruce Country into a patriotic society. But elsewhere the army officers were less intelligent, and the profiteers had their way. In the oil country of Kansas they threw scores of IWW organizers into jail without trial, and held them there for a couple of years. They are holding some 30 of them still, and my mail is full of pitiful letters from poor devils who are asked to raise $10,000 bail. All over the country this was done in a frenzy of public excitement, deliberately created by the capitalist press. The story of what the newspapers did to American radicals in this crisis would be unbelievable if you had not read the rest of this book. Thus, for example, the case of Ban Wart, a Boston pacifist, one of a committee which called upon Senator Lodge to protest against the declaration of war. Senator Lodge lost his temper and struck Ban Wart in the face, and all over the country went the report that Senator Lodge had been assaulted in his office by a pacifist. The senator became a national hero. The Boston newspapers printed columns and columns about the incident, and when Ban Wart called upon the senator to admit the truth, he not only refused to admit it, but gave out for publication many telegrams congratulating him upon his heroism. No newspaper would publish Ban Wart's side, and he was helpless for 2 years, until his suit for damages was about to come up in court. Then the senator gave way, and admitted in writing that he had struck the first blow. You have been acquainted with the Evening Transcript, organ of Boston's aristocracy of wealth and culture, which publishes half-page advertisements of Harvard Beer 1000 Pure, and full-page advertisements of the arguments of gas company attorneys, and sends out dope for the New Haven plunderers. So you will be prepared to hear that the Transcript buried this apology of Senator Lodge in a remote corner, and without comment. Or take the experience of my friend Feigenbaum, socialist assemblyman of New York State. The socialist assemblymen had been protesting against the custom of the machine gang to drive through bills without consideration. They resolved to put a stop to the custom, whereupon the machine leaders set a little trap for the socialists. A bill was introduced, without being read, and the speaker asked unanimous consent to advance it to the second reading. The leader of the socialist group immediately objected. The bill had not been read, he declared. No one on the floor knew what was in the bill, no one even knew the name of the bill. The speaker cut him short. No explanation is necessary. Your objection is sufficient. So the bill, under the rules, went over to the next day. Says Feigenbaum. The members drifted out to the cloakrooms, or they remained at their desks. They didn't know what the bill was about, because 9/10 of them hadn't read it, and not more than 4 or 5 were in the secret of the day's mysterious doings. But next morning the socialists found out what had happened. The bill was to turn over certain lands in Saratoga County to the War Department, and the socialists had been guilty of stopping war legislation which was desperately needed. The New York Tribune carried an elaborate account of a tempestuous scene, in which the speaker had scathingly rebuked the socialist leader. The members had swarmed around the socialists, shaking their fists in their faces, threatening them with physical violence. Also, the socialist leader had refused to stand at the playing of the national anthem. Says Feigenbaum, the whole story was a fabrication, pure and simple, out of whole cloth. And he tells what happened afterwards. A campaign of vilification hitherto unheard of. It went so far that Albany papers called for the raiding of the rooms we occupied, called for a boycott of us by shopkeepers and restaurant men in Albany, and gave high praise to a drunken ruffian, an ex-prizefighter, member of the Assembly, who in a drunken fit of temper called for the lynching of the socialists. This speech was highly praised editorially in Albany and Troy. During the war our industrial autocracy has learned to organize for propaganda, it has learned the arts of hate. Today all the energies which were directed against the Kaiser have been turned against the radicals, also the spy system which the government developed for the war has been turned against the radicals. Government agents raid their offices and seize their letters, and these letters are spread broadcast in the capitalist press duly doctored, of course, and supplied with commentaries to distort their meaning. For example, the Lusk Committee of the New York State Legislature holds a secret session with the executives of the New York newspapers, June 3, 1919, at the Murray Hill Hotel, and lays out its campaign in detail. It then proceeds, with a carload of soldiers and detectives, to raid the Rand School of Social Science, taking along a Secret Service agent of the British government, which is shooting radicals in Ireland and India, and wishes to find out all it can about their supporters in America. They find a manuscript, outlining a plan for propaganda among Negroes. It was a rejected manuscript, as it happens, but the Lusk Committee accepts it, and spreads it broadcast. I shiver, contemplating the day when they raid my office, and publish all the queer manuscripts that arrive in my day's mail. Manuscripts of health cures, manuscripts of Bible prophecies, manuscripts of plans to abolish money, to communicate with Mars, to exterminate the vermin in the Los Angeles County Jail. Also they find a circular of the Rand School, saying that the socialists must prepare to take over the government. They publish this in the newspapers with horrified clamor: sedition, treason. Let the charter of the Rand School be annulled. As if there were any political party or political association in America which does not propose to take over the government. As if there were anything else which any political party or political association could propose. Among the other seditious documents are some copies of the Prophets of Religion, which gives occasion for sarcasm from the investigators. They propose to investigate the prophets of agitation, so they spread broadcast the fact that Scott Nearing was paid $600 by the Rand School and deny Nearing an opportunity to testify that part of this was payment for lectures delivered outside of the school, for which the school had collected the money on a percentage basis, and the balance for lecturing at the school, at a rate approximating 10 cents per week for each student. They lie about the pacifists and those whom they call Bolsheviks, they lie equally about a man like myself, who supported the war, and is opposing Bolshevism. In the accounts of the proceedings of the Senate Committee investigating Bolshevism in America, there was submitted, according to newspaper accounts, a long list of writings urging the overthrow of the United States government by violence, among the writers named being Upton Sinclair. I at once wrote to Solicitor Lamar of the Post Office Department, to Major Humes, and to Senator Overman, these being the parties who had compiled the writings in question. I explained to these gentlemen that for 20 years I had been writing for the precise purpose of avoiding the overthrow of the United States government by violence, and I requested to know what writings of mine could have justified their charge. I have letters from all three of these parties, stating that nothing of mine was included, or had been included in the list. The published report of the Overman Committee reveals that this statement is correct, yet the dispatch including my name was sent broadcast over the country by the Associated Press, and I am without redress. The listing of anecdotes of this sort is merely a question of the amount of space one is willing to give. The United States government is deporting Hindu revolutionists to be executed by the British government when they reach India. Professor Richard Gottheil of Columbia University writes to the New York Times denying that this is so. Robert Morse Lovett, editor of the Dial, writes to the Times, citing case after case, upon British official authority. And the Times refuses to print Mr. Lovett's letter. A friend of mine writes to Professor Gottheil about it, and he answers that he wishes the Times would print Mr. Lovett's letter, because he believes in fair play. But the Times does not believe in fair play. In the same way, the Times attacks Jimmy Higgins. In the last chapters of this story, an American soldier is represented as being tortured in an American military prison. Says the Times. Mr. Sinclair should produce the evidence upon which he base his astounding accusations, if he has any. If he has simply written of hearsay evidence, or, worse still, let himself be guided by his craving to be sensational, he has laid himself open not only to censure but to punishment. In reply to this, I send to the Times a perfectly respectful letter, citing scores of cases, and telling the Times where hundreds of other cases may be found. The Times returns this letter without comment. A couple of months pass, and as a result of the ceaseless agitation of the radicals, there is a congressional investigation, and evidence of atrocious cruelties is forced into the newspapers. The Times publishes an editorial entitled, Prison Camp Cruelties, the first sentence of which reads, "The fact that American soldiers confined in prison camps have been treated with extreme brutality may now be regarded as established." So again I write a polite letter to the Times, pointing out that I think they owe me an apology. And how does the Times treat that? It alters my letter without my permission. It cuts out my request for an apology, and also my quotation of its own words calling for my punishment. The Times, caught in a hole, refuses to let me remind its readers that it wanted me punished for telling the truth. All the news that's fit to print. Or take the case of Henry Ford, who brings suit against the Chicago Tribune for libel, and cites 5 lies in one single news item. Lie number 1. That guardsmen employed by Ford would lose their places. Lie number 2. That no provision would be made for their dependents. Lie number 3. That their families could get along as best they might. Lie number 4. That when they returned they would have to apply for their old jobs as strangers. Lie number 5. That this rule applied to the Ford plants everywhere. At the trial it was proven that all these statements were false. All the Ford workers who were drafted to Mexico had their wages paid to their families while they were away. On the other hand, it was shown, through the testimony of Joseph Medill Patterson, one of the editors of the Tribune, and a renegade socialist, that he had ordered the stopping of the pay of all those Tribune men who were drafted to Europe. I quote the testimony. "How many of your employees went to the Great War?" "About 268. "None of them drew salaries?" "No." "But you drew your salary when you went overseas, didn't you? And your salary is about $20,000 a year, isn't it?" Witness admitted that it was. the world's greatest newspaper. Or take the Nonpartisan League of North Dakota. All through the war the newspapers strove to make this appear a disloyal organization. The League held a convention at St. Paul, at which hundreds of speeches were made, and the Associated Press found it possible to make one of the speakers, La Follette, appear disloyal by misquoting him. So it featured La Follette and reported the other speakers hardly at all. As this book is going to press, the League Bank is raided, and the farmers by thousands come pouring into Fargo in the rain, and at 2 enormous gatherings they pledge themselves to make their bank the biggest in the state. The bank is reopened, and on the first day $45,000 is put in and only $9,000 taken out. And how is all this handled by the Associated Press? Hear the Idaho Leader. Several newspaper representatives from St. Paul and Minneapolis were present to send as unfavorable reports of the great meeting to their papers as they could, and the Associated Press, the news agency which supplies the Boise Statesman with its daily fables from North Dakota, evidently fearing that their local manager was not capable of falsifying in the manner which big business demands, sent a special representative out from St. Paul to report the meeting. And this AP representative did himself proud, or rather he did the bidding of his masters. Among other highly colored and untrue statements which the Associated Press representatives made was that when the speaking was ended in the auditorium and a recess taken before the evening meeting, the crowds made a rush for the doors to get away so that they would not have to subscribe for stock in the Scandinavian Bank. The crowd did make a rush, but it was not for the doors. The crowd rushed, jostled, and pushed, in the anxiety of dozens of men to reach the front of the building, where a number of persons took subscriptions for stock. Those handling the subscriptions were swamped, and many men were forced to stand in line for a long time before they were waited on. LX the case of Russia. But the perfect case of journalistic knavery, the case which in the annals of history will take precedence over all others, past or present, is the case of Russia. You might say that all previous experience of the capitalist press of America in perverting and distorting news was but training for what it was to do to the Russian Revolution. Say to yourself as follows: American journalism did thus and so to an American author who advocated the abolition of privilege and exploitation. What would this journalism do to 180 million people who rose up and actually put an end to privilege and exploitation upon the half of 2 continents? Let me make clear at the outset my point of view, oft repeated. I am not a Bolshevik, and have never been a Bolshevik. I understand that a Bolshevik is one who repudiates political action, and wishes to accomplish the social revolution by mass action of the proletariat, the direct overthrow of our present capitalist government and the setting up of a government by councils of the workers, something corresponding to our present trade union councils and conventions. For my part, I agree with the syndicalists in thinking that the best way to govern industry is through trade unions, that is the only real industrial democracy. But I believe that the trade unions can get this power by the ballot, backed by the mass strike. I don't believe that it will be necessary for the workers to seize guns and turn the politicians out of office. I believe that they can elect their own politicians, or force even capitalist legislatures to pass laws recognizing union control of industry. I am well aware that this method will be slower, but I believe it will be quicker in the long run, because it will avoid the waste incidental to civil war, and the possibilities of failure and temporary reaction. Anybody can see that, as a matter of business, it would pay the workers better to continue working for the capitalists a few months or even a few years longer, than to take a course which might result in burning down the factories and getting the best leaders of the movement stood up against a wall and shot. But such a program, of course, can be effective only in a country where political rights are recognized. Russia was not such a country. The Russian people had been held down by an utterly ruthless and utterly corrupt despotism, deprived of all opportunity to organize and to educate themselves, to acquire experience in government affairs, so, when they rose, they turned upon their oppressors the weapons they had been taught to understand. We, who were born in a more fortunate land, and have learned to use, if only half successfully, the ballot and public discussion in the settlement of our affairs, what attitude were we to take towards the Russian people, striking out blindly against their oppressors, groping for liberty and life. The first revolution, the Kerensky Revolution, was a political one, and that suited us fairly well. It made no threat against property, and it proposed to support our war. Our capitalist newspapers had no difficulty in getting the news about it, and had no objection to letting us read this news. But then came the second revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, and that did threaten property, and proposed to withdraw from our war. How did we treat that? We had been training ourselves for a generation, so as to be instantly ready. We had been training ourselves in the office of Mr. Hearst's Cosmopolitan magazine, where Mr. Hearst had a $25,000 a year journalistic wizard by the name of Edgar Sisson. When we needed a molder of opinion for Russia, we sent this Hearst wizard across the seas, where he came upon a set of documents proving that Lenin and Trotsky were German agents. These documents had been examined and rejected as forgeries by Raymond Robbins, also by the British Embassy, none too favorably disposed to the Bolsheviks, but matters like that do not trouble Hearst editors, who have learned to think in headlines. The Sisson documents were shipped to Washington, and issued under the authority of the United States government, and published in every newspaper in America. We know today who were the real pro-Germans in Russia. Viscount French, in his recently published book, has told us that the Russian court was rotten with pro-Germanism, and that if it had not been for treason among the Russian aristocracy, the war would have been won 2 years earlier. As for Lenin and Trotsky, not only were they bitter enemies of the German government, they were at this time offering to reject the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, if America would support them, but America was a virtuous capitalist nation, and the entire capitalist press of America was a unit in proclaiming that our country should have no relations with men who refused to pay interest on the Tsar's debts to J.P. Morgan and Company. All the lying power of our journalism was turned against the Russian Soviets, and if you have read this book without skipping, you know what that lying power is. No tale was too grotesque to be believed and spread broadcast. In the same week we would read that Trotsky had fled to Spain, that he had been put in jail by Lenin, that he had been seeking a job on the Appeal to Reason, Girard, Kansas. They published so many inventions that they couldn't keep track of them. Here are 2 paragraphs from a single issue of one newspaper. Nikolai Lenin, the Bolshevist premier, is the only prominent Bolshevist left who appears to lead an austere life. New York Times, February 26, 1919. Premier Lenin, refugees say, is not affected by the food problem. His bill for fruit and vegetables in a recent month amounted to 60,000 rubles. New York Times, February 26, 1919. In his book, Russia in 1919, Arthur Ransom tells how in Finland he read detailed accounts of mutiny and revolt in Petrograd, the city being bombarded by naval guns. He went into Petrograd and found the city peaceful, and everybody laughing at his tales. Returning to England he found that the tales had been forwarded to England, and published and universally believed. As I write these words, I read in my paper every other day of the fall of Petrograd. The accounts are detailed, some of them are official, and they continue for weeks. But finally I read that the anti-Bolshevik armies are in retreat from Petrograd. Or take the nationalization of women, the most grotesque scarecrow ever constructed to terrify a highly moral people. I have shown you how the imagination of kept journalists runs to foul tales about sex orgies of radicals. A comic paper in Moscow published such a skit on Bolshevism, and the outcome is explained in the following from the Izvestija, the official organ of the Central Soviet government, May 18, 1918. Moscow Soviet decision. The Moscow newspaper, The Evening Life, for printing an invented decree regarding the socialization of women, in the issue of the 3rd of May, number 36, shall be closed forever and fined 25,000 rubles. And then again, in the city of Saratov, in central Russia, the anarchists were making trouble, and some wag, to discredit the anarchists, invented an elaborate decree, signed, the Free Association of Anarchists of Saratov. This decree was discovered one morning, posted in several parts of the city. An American official, Oliver M. Saylor, who was in Saratov, wrote the story in the New Republic, March 15, 1919. He visited the anarchist clubs, and found them boiling with indignation, calling it a Bolshevist plot. Needless to say, of course, the decree had no relation to reality. The anarchists never had any power to enforce any decree, whether in Saratov or anywhere else in Russia. Several hundred anarchists had been jailed by the Bolsheviki. But that, of course, made no difference to the editors of capitalist newspapers in America, to whom anarchists, Bolsheviki, and socialists were all the same. From one end of the country to the other this decree took the front page. The Los Angeles Times published it with a solemn assurance to its readers that the authenticity of the decree might be accepted without question. And forthwith all our capitalist clergymen rose up in their pulpits to denounce the Bolsheviki as monsters and moral perverts, and a good part of the moving picture machinery of Southern California has been set to work constructing romances around this obscene theme. The New Europe, which had first published the story, made a full retraction and apology. Harold Williams, who had sent the story to England, also apologized. The American State Department denied the story officially, February 28, 1919. Jerome Davis, of the American Red Cross, denied it from first-hand knowledge in The Independent, March 15, 1919. But did you read these apologies and denials in American capitalist newspapers? You did not. It would not be too much to say that 9 people out of 10 in America today firmly believe that women have been nationalized in Russia, or at any rate that the Bolsheviki attempted it. In the World tomorrow, for July, 1919, I come upon a letter signed Remington Rogers, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I find something very quaint and pathetic about this letter. How does it strike you? I find that, like most radical papers, you assume that your reader knows a great many things that may be trite in the discussion of parlor socialists, but with which the average citizen is not in the least familiar. For example, in your May issue, page 141, I find the assertion that the reports purporting to show how family life had been officially demoralized in Russia are now happily proved false. If this is the fact, no such proof has leaked into the newspapers or other periodicals to which I subscribe, and in view of the fact that we have what purport to be authentic copies of the official edicts and decrees, I cannot believe that these reports have been proved false. And here is a letter from Alice Stone Blackwell, which, needless to say, could only be published in some radical paper. It appeared in the Public, New York. Catherine Breshkovsky, the grandmother of the Russian Revolution, is getting badly misquoted. She is astonished to see how different some of the press reports are from what she really said. She tells me she declared the other day that she would work 20 years longer to keep Russia from having another Tsar, and she was reported as saying that she would work 20 years longer to get the Tsar back. She also denied that women have been nationalized, or made common property, or that the government puts any compulsion upon them in matters of sex. She said to me, "Women have more freedom in Russia now than they ever had before." As Madame Breshkovsky is strongly opposed to the Bolshevist regime, her denial of this particular accusation may be accepted as conclusive. I have at several places in this book portrayed the degeneracy of McClure's magazine, since it has become an organ of privilege. Also I have mentioned Newell Dwight Hillis, agent of the clerical camouflage, and his knavish pamphlet against the Colorado strikers. Now we see McClure's hiring Hillis to vilify the Russian Soviets. After all these denials have been published, and are available to all honest men, this agent of the clerical camouflage contributes to McClure's, June, 1919, a long article calling for the blood of the Russian people. McClure's puts over the article a picture representing a hideous fiend with a torch and bomb, also this editorial statement. Dr. Hillis's articles have brought in a flood of letters of commendation. He writes as he preaches, fearlessly, truthfully. I ask, could the recrucifixion of Christ go farther than the application of the words fearlessly, truthfully, to the following dastardly lie? It is now conceded that the interior towns and cities of Russia have gone over to this nationalization of women. This agent of the clerical camouflage of course portrays Russia as a chaos of murder and bloodshed, in which our whole capitalist press agrees. We now know that most of the time Petrograd and Moscow were the most orderly capitals in Europe, but our newspaper correspondents in Stockholm and Copenhagen and Odessa and Omsk, meeting in the cafes with exiled Russian noblemen, thought nothing of standing a few thousand Russians against the wall of the Kremlin and shooting them in a news dispatch. For weeks they harrowed us with a projected St. Bartholomew's Eve massacre, in which all the bourgeoisie in Russia were to be destroyed. Bartholomew's Eve came, and next morning I looked in the papers, and saw that there had been a general amnesty for political prisoners in Russia, something for which I am still petitioning the president of my own country. I saw no mention of the massacre, but this did not surprise me. I, too, have been lied about by capitalist journalism on the front page, and have seen the retraction buried in small print among the advertisements. That there was much killing in Russia, I do not doubt, but whether there was more killing than under the government of the Tsar, that is the real question. Fraser Hunt tells us that in the first 14 months of their rule, the Bolsheviki executed 4,500 persons, mostly for stealing and speculation, whereas, in 12 months after the 1905 revolution, Stolypin, minister of the Tsar, caused the execution of 32,773 persons. That is about the usual proportion of the White Terror to the Red, and the proportion that would have prevailed had the Allies succeeded in their plan of getting Kolchak to Moscow. Our papers were giving us lurid accounts of the Bolsheviki advancing in the Baltic provinces, burning and slaying as they went, but the conspiracy slipped a cog, and there crept into an Associated Press dispatch a little paragraph which gave the game away. In reading it, understand that these provinces are a part of Russia, which the Russians were taking back from the Germans. Warsaw, December 29. The Bolsheviki are advancing rapidly toward Vilna, and are favored by mild weather. Their advance guards are said to be orderly, well clothed and well armed. They have committed no depredations except where they met with resistance. And here is another from Berlin, February 15, 1919, which gives us the real reason for the worldwide dread of the Bolsheviki. Ralph Rotheit, correspondent of the Berlin Vossische Zeitung, visited the Bolshevik line at Vilna. He pictured the situation as extremely pessimistic, although so far the Bolsheviki have always been defeated by the Germans whenever they ventured skirmishing. However, Rotheit writes, the Bolsheviki do not rely so much on fighting as on corrupting opponents by never ceasing wireless propaganda, and by sending emissaries into the districts still occupied by the Germans, and by Bolshevik literature with which the latter's positions are flooded. Rotheit says unfortunately the effect of this propaganda at Kovno, headquarters of the German commander, was only too evident, as in many other places on German territory, as well as the Russian and Polish. Here we have the real quarrel with the Soviets, the real reason why they cannot be permitted to survive. They are propagandists, day and night they agitate, they preach, and they print, and for some reason, the more loudly we proclaim that their propaganda is false, the more deeply we seem to dread its success. Since when have we lost our faith in the might of truth? Since when have we decided that error must be fought with bullet and machine gun? Surely there must be some dark secret here, some skeleton in our family closet. The truth is that we have seen in Russia a gigantic strike, an IWW strike, if you please, and it has been successful. The workers have seized the factories, and now we call for the militia to drive them out. The very existence of capitalism depends upon their being driven out, as the phrase is, they must be made an example of. And so the capitalist press is called in, our great lying machine is given the biggest job in its history. The Associated Press does for Russia precisely what Charles Edward Russell showed it doing for Calumet, what I showed it doing for Colorado. All our newspapers, big and little, do what they are accustomed to do whenever there is a strike in America, telling everything evil about the strikers and nothing good about them, clamoring for violence against them, justifying every crime committed against them in the name of law and order. Recently the Soviets, pressed by starvation, have bowed so far to the will of world capitalism as to agree to pay interest on the Tsar's debts. They have offered to pledge some of the vast natural resources of Russia to pay for the machinery and supplies they must have. So Allied diplomacy hesitates and falters. Dare the diplomats risk the terrors of Bolshevist propaganda, that mysterious black magic? Dare they allow the world to see a prospering social revolution, a government of the workers, by the workers, for the workers, which does not perish from the earth? They decided upon a conference with the Bolsheviki, on a remote island in Turkish waters. Our newspapers printed the fact that the invitation had been extended to the Bolsheviki, but they did not print the Bolshevik acceptance. They did not print the text of the Russian foreign minister's appeal to the French socialist, Longuet, as to the meaning of the Allied proposals. They did not print the fact that the conference was abandoned because William Allen White, American delegate and man of honor, insisted upon full publicity. President Wilson sent a confidential mission to Russia, composed of William C. Bullitt and Lincoln Steffens. They came back and reported that there was order in Russia, that the Russian people were satisfied with the Soviet regime, that the nationalization of women in Russia was an absurd yarn, that the cause of the starvation and misery in Russia was the Allied blockade, and that Lenin wanted peace, and was willing to do almost anything to get peace. President Wilson, for reasons presumably known to him, turned down the advice of this commission. Steffens made a public statement as to his position, which was reported in the London Daily Herald, but in no American newspaper or magazine. Bullitt resigned from the Peace Commission, and addressed to President Wilson a brief and dignified letter, explaining his reasons, which letter was published in the New York Nation, but in no capitalist newspaper in America, so far as I could find out. Then Bullitt was summoned before the Senate committee, and the Associated Press sent out a brief and inadequate report of his testimony. Next day he submitted the confidential report about Russia which he had delivered to President Wilson. This was the most important information about Russia yet available to the American people, and the Los Angeles Times, from which I get my first news of the world, gave not a line of this report. More than that, in order to avoid having to mention the report, the Times cut out that day every word of its news about the struggle over the peace treaty in the Senate. Instead, it gave 2 columns, of which I quote the headlines. Roosevelt scores red smash M. Cries Teddy, Jr., in talks telling of perils in radicalism. That was on Sunday morning. On Monday morning again, the Times had not a word about Bullitt, and not a word about the agitation over the peace treaty in Washington, the most important news of the day, the reason being simply that Washington was talking about the Bullitt report, and about nothing else. But on Tuesday, the British government issued a denial of some of Bullitt's statements, one of those evasive denials whereby the gigantic trading corporation tells lies without quite telling them, so once more the Los Angeles Times was willing to mention William C. Bullitt. I call up the Los Angeles Examiner, to ask if the Associated Press handled the Bullitt report. The Los Angeles Examiner, you understand, gets the Associated Press service is one of the 41-vote newspapers. Both the city editor and the Telegraph editor assure me that the Associated Press did not send the Examiner a word of it, the most important news about Russia yet made available to the American people. Says the Nation. No newspaper has printed Mr. Bullitt's testimony in full or even in generous part. There were only 3 press representatives present when he testified, and he has had the invariable experience of having his testimony misquoted and altered, and interviews attributed to him which he never gave. The social revolution came in Hungary. It came in an orderly and sensible way, without terror, without bloodshed, and how was it treated by capitalist journalism? It was treated just as the Russian Soviets had been treated, as an outcast and outlaw. All the power of world capitalism was turned against the Hungarian communist government. Poland, Romania, the Ukraine, all made war upon it, with French officers and British tanks and American money, and at the same time the great lying machine was put to work. The news agencies brought the report that Bellicon had fled to the Argentine, and 2 days later that he was about to be overthrown in Budapest. All the power of American journalism was set to keeping the workers from realizing that a nation of 15 or 20 million people had overthrown the profit system, and was making a success of the cooperative commonwealth. I have before me some letters from a correspondent in Budapest, representing one of the most influential and supposed to be respectable of the great New York newspapers. This correspondent explains that she sends her articles with the instructions that they shall be published as written or not at all, and they are not published. One of my confreres here had an article twisted and turned about so badly that it meant exactly the opposite of what he knew and wrote to be true. And there is a group of correspondents in Budapest, all having the same experiences, it appears. Their economic sentences are cut out of articles and their radical articles are paid for but never printed. There isn't a day passes that we don't have an indignation meeting. One man wrote a long article for one of the prominent magazines 2 months ago alluding to the new order. He received a fat check with the letter announcing that the article could not be used. They wished him to write more moderately. Since my trip to Hungary and my conviction that Budapest is the only honest place in Europe outside Russia, I am not any longer willing to write moderately. Only once before in modern history was there a crime like this, when the kings and emperors of Europe went to war to wipe out the French Revolution, which their hired propagandists described in precisely the same terms as we now see applied to the Bolsheviki. Then it was political revolution, now it is social revolution, but the program is the same. The earth is to be soaked with the blood of revolutionists, their new ideal is to be corrupted in the military campaign necessary to its defense, and the world is to be made safe for another holy alliance, this time of the profit system, of industrial exploitation. It is for the people, who pay for all privilege and maintain all parasites, to decide whether history shall repeat itself to the full, whether the holy alliance of world capitalism is to crush for another century the hopes of the working masses of the world. Alexei Bolshevism in America. And what of those American radicals who have ventured to protest against this policy, and to expose this campaign of falsification? Here again it is only a question of how much space one is willing to give to anecdotes. My friend Rose Pastor Stokes is a pacifist, under sentence of 10 years in jail for pacifist activities. Again and again the New York newspapers report her as calling for a bloody revolution in America, and refuse to publish her protest that this is false. You may not like pacifists. I myself admit that during the war I found some of them extremely trying to my patience. But do you believe that the proper way to treat them is to lie about them? Listen to the experiences of Mrs. Stokes on a lecture trip in the Middle West. The Kansas City Star, a one-time liberal paper, sent a special writer to interview her on the laundry workers' strike then in progress, but finding that this interview put her in a good light, they suppressed it, and sent another reporter to write up her address to the Women's Dining Club. Says Mrs. Stokes. The Star so garbled and twisted my speech that it was actually unrecognizable. For example, one of the things I was quoted as having said was that the Red Cross was a war camouflage. It so happened that I did not mention the Red Cross during the entire speech. Then she went to speak in Springfield, Missouri, and the Star had a lurid account of how she had been arrested in Springfield, and admitted to bail, and has stolen out of the city at daybreak, forfeiting the $100 bond of a socialist comrade. Says Mrs. Stokes. Except for the arrest, the story was a fabrication. I had left Springfield at a respectable hour, wholly cleared, and no bond was forfeited. She came back to Kansas City, and a Star reporter was sent to interview her. She asked him to deny the Springfield story, and he turned in a denial, but not a word of it was published. As a direct result of this newspaper misrepresentation, Mrs. Stokes was arrested by the federal authorities and sentenced to 10 years in jail. She tells me how this trial and sentence were reported, and points out the obvious motive of the falsifications. Anything to frighten people away from socialist meetings. If you want to see this motive running through the capitalist press of the entire country as a single thread, come and read the hundreds of editorials on my 10-year sentence. Every state and every important industrial community is represented. The wording is almost as if one man, let alone one spirit, had dictated them all. And here is Judson King, writing to members of Congress. For your information, permit me to state that at the meeting at Polly's Theater Sunday afternoon at which I presided, there was no advocacy of anarchy or violence, no attack upon the American form of government, and no propaganda that Bolshevism be adopted in our country. The well-nigh unanimous sentiment of audience and speakers was that American troops be withdrawn and Russia be permitted to settle her own fate in her own way. The article in Monday's Washington Post headed, "Urge Red America," is an absurd perversion of the truth and a gross violation of journalistic ethics. Discussions in Congress regarding this meeting, based apparently upon this article, have proceeded under a misapprehension of facts. Whether any attempt was made to verify the truth of the article I do not know. No inquiry was made of me. Mr. King goes on to state that the address of Albert Rees Williams at this meeting was read from a typewritten text, and a carbon copy handed by him to a reporter of the Washington Post. The falsification of Williams' remarks by the Post was therefore deliberate. At this same time Max Eastman was touring the country, addressing enormous meetings. The meeting in Los Angeles was reported by the Examiner as follows. Radicals talk brings police. Max Eastman stops address when disgusted auditors leave and officers arrive, cutting his lecture short. When many of his auditors left Trinity Auditorium in disgusted anger, probably saved Max Eastman, editor of a radical socialist publication, from a police intervention last night. Before the speaker had entered far upon his subject, hands off Russia, his remarks were deemed so unpatriotic and his unwarranted attack upon the administration so vitriolic that scores left the auditorium and telephoned the federal authorities and the police, denouncing Eastman and demanding his arrest. Apparently scenting trouble, Eastman effected a sudden diminuendo, his anticlimax coming when he left the rostrum to conduct a canvassing of his audience for prospective subscribers to his magazine and purchasers of stock in same. When the police officers appeared on the scene, nothing of treasonable nor anarchistic nature was heard. Eastman's address contained many statements so preposterous that even the most gullible refused to believe them. He demanded that Eugene Debs, Thomas J. Mooney and all IWW's in jail should be freed and advised his hearers to emulate the Russian Bolsheviks and rise in revolution. Only a scant audience heard the address. As it happens, I do not have to ask the reader to take either my word or Eastman's about this meeting. Here is part of a letter written to Max Imsen, managing editor of the Los Angeles Examiner, by Rob Wagner, artist and author of Film Folk. March 2, 1919. Dear Max Imsen. The other night Mrs. Wagner, Charlie Chaplin, and I, seeking light on darkest Russia, went to hear Max Eastman's lecture. During what we thought was a very thoughtful and unimpassioned address, he made the statement that the press of the country was in a deliberate conspiracy to withhold or color all news from that country. We all felt that he was unfair in including all the papers with those notorious offenders, such as the Times, from which one could expect nothing else. But the next morning we read an account of the lecture in the Examiner that was false from the headline to the final sentence, which said, "Only a scant audience heard the address." The lecture was not broken up by the police, in fact if there were any police present no one even saw them. The chairman announced that Mr. Eastman would speak on Russia, then Mr. McBride would tell them about their magazine, and then at the end Mr. Eastman would answer questions. The program was finished exactly that way, without the slightest interruption, and to the very sympathetic applause of some 2,500 auditors. Nor did Mr. Eastman insult the president. In urging the withdrawal of American troops from Russia, a policy vigorously urged by Hearst papers, he simply stated that there was a striking inconsistency between President Wilson's words and his deeds, for when the president addressed his memorandum on the Marmora Conference he assured the delegates that America had absolutely no interest in the internal affairs of Russia, and would not take sides, while at that moment he was commander-in-chief of an army that was at war with the Russians on two fronts. Rob Wagner went on to explain that he wrote this protest in the kindliest spirit, and Mr. Imsen in reply expressed his regret, and promised to investigate the matter. You remember how it was with the express companies in the old days, they would lose your package, and promise to investigate, which meant that they filed your complaint away with 500,000 others of the same sort. 6 months later I am preparing the manuscript of this book, and I write to Mr. Imsen that I desire to verify every charge I bring against American journalism. Will he inform me if he has ever published a correction of this falsehood? Mr. Imsen replies that he has unfortunately overlooked the matter, but will be glad to publish a correction now. He does the very next day. I wonder if this will seem as funny to the reader as it seems to me. Mr. Imsen brands Max Eastman in the public mind as a coward and a blatherskite, and for 6 months he lets that brand remain, though he knows it is undeserved. But then suddenly he learns that he himself is to be branded as a character assassin, and so he makes a quick jump. But even so, he cannot be really fair. He gave the original story half a column, he gives the correction 2 inches of space, in a corner so remote that I, who read the Examiner every morning, do not see it until he sends me a marked copy. A month or 2 after Max Eastman's lecture came Louise Bryant, freshly returned from Russia, and gave one of the most interesting talks I have ever heard, and next morning not a line in any Los Angeles newspaper. The following evening she spoke again, and I came upon the platform, and called the attention of the audience to this case of newspaper suppression, and asked for funds to get the truth to the people of Los Angeles. Before I had finished speaking, money began to shower upon the stage, and the total collection amounted to $1,240. I interviewed the assistant managing editor of the Los Angeles Examiner, and he agreed to publish a report of the meeting, and allowed me to dictate a column to a reporter of which he published 2 inches. A committee called upon the managing editor of the Los Angeles Times, and this gentleman not only refused to publish a line, but refused to accept a paid advertisement giving the news. Incidentally, he flew into a rage and insulted the ladies of the committee. The money collected at the meeting was expended upon an edition of 50,000 copies of a local radical paper, The New Justice, containing an account of the whole affair, and when an attempt was made to distribute these papers among the shipyard workers in the harbor, the distributors were arrested, and the judge declared that he wished he could get the editors of the paper. In connection with this meeting, there was a humorous incident which ought to be mentioned. Among the statements made by Miss Bryant was that the Bolsheviki had taken Odessa because the French troops had refused to fight them, several companies had gone over to the enemy. This statement was published in the New Justice, and was among those which the Los Angeles newspapers refused to admit to their columns. Louise Bryant had traveled all over the country making the statement, and almost everywhere the capitalist press refused to print it. But 2 months later came an Associated Press dispatch from Paris. The Odessa incident had become the subject of interpellations in the French Parliament, so at last the news was out that French troops had mutinied when ordered to fight the Bolsheviki. Now cometh the joke of the matter. To the Associated Press dispatch, the New York Times added the following comment. The account of the mutiny of the seamen on the French Black Sea Fleet, given by M. Goud in the French Chamber, rationally explains for the first time the extraordinary events which took place at Odessa on April 8, the day the city was evacuated by the Allies and by all the population who could get away. Don't you think those words, "for the first time," are funny? Almost as funny as the story of Tom Muni from Petrograd. And then President Wilson comes to Los Angeles, and there is held in the largest music auditorium in the city a mass meeting of 2,000 citizens, which unanimously submits to the president a request for amnesty for political prisoners. The Los Angeles Times gave this meeting not one word. I am invited to address the City Club of Los Angeles, and I tell them of this failure of the Times to report the news. Whereupon the Times starts a campaign to have me put in jail. I quote its first editorial. They have followed it up, every other day for a couple of weeks. They are quite determined that I shall go to jail. Get the IWW seditionists. And lock them up. Tight. Right? But why let Upton Sinclair roam at large? He spits more poison than the cheapskate. It is villainy to promote anarchy in these ticklish times. Blood will be on the heads of some of the civic club managers, male and female. It is a crime for them to invite disloyal speakers to spout for them, just for amusement. The City Club and some of the women's clubs have boosted the red cause. Bolshevism is no toy to play with, ladies and gentlemen. An open forum should not be open to mobocracy and treason. As I have said, I know several of the men and women who helped to edit the newspaper in which the above murderous raving is published. These men and women will read this book, and I now request the general public to step outside for a few moments, while I address these editors privately. I speak, not in my own voice, but in that of an old-time journalist, venerated in his day, John Swinton, editor of the New York Tribune. He is answering, at a banquet of his fellow editors, the toast, an independent press. There is no such thing in America as an independent press, unless it is in the country towns. You know it and I know it. There is not one of you who dares to write his honest opinions, and if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid $150 a week for keeping my honest opinions out of the paper. I am connected with others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you who would be so foolish as to write his honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. The business of the New York journalist is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of Mammon, and to sell his race and his country for his daily bread. You know this and I know it. And what folly is this to be toasting an independent press? We are the tools and vassals of rich men behind the scenes. We are the jumping jacks, they pull the strings and we dance. Our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. Part 3, The Remedy. LXII cutting the tiger's claws. Every day the chasm between the classes in America grows wider. Every day the class struggle grows more intense. Both sides become more conscious, more determined, and so the dishonesty of American journalism becomes more deliberate, more systematic. And what is to be done? It must be evident to any sensible man that the conditions portrayed in this book are intolerable. Mankind will not consent to be lied to indefinitely. William Marion Reedy discussed the question 10 years ago, and his solution was pamphleteering. We must return to the custom of the 18th century, printing and circulating large numbers of leaflets, pamphlets and books. And for the past 10 years we have been doing this. The Socialist Party, for example, is a machine for the circulating of pamphlets and leaflets, and the holding of public meetings to counteract the knaveries of the capitalist press. There are innumerable other organizations which serve the same purpose: the People's Council, the Civil Liberties Bureau, the International Workers' Defense League, the IWW groups, the Rand School, the People's College, the Young People's Socialist League, the Intercollegiate Socialist Society. But, obviously, this can only be a temporary solution. The workers of the country are in the condition of a frontier settlement besieged by savage Indians. They defend themselves with such weapons as they find at hand, but sooner or later, it is evident, they will organize a regular force, and invade the woods, and be done with those Indians once for all. Take the Moyer-Haywood case, the Mooney case, the Ludlow massacre, the Bisbee deportations, and consider what happens. For days, for weeks, perhaps for years, the Associated Press and its 1,000 newspapers prepare a carefully constructed set of falsehoods, and 20 or 30 million copies per day of these falsehoods are sold to the public. Whereupon men and women of conscience all over the country are driven to protest. They call mass meetings, they organize a new league and raise defense funds, print leaflets and pamphlets and devise a system of house-to-house distribution, call big strikes and parades of protest. By this prodigious mass of effort they succeed in conveying some small portion of the truth to some small portions of the population. Is it not obvious that society cannot continue indefinitely to get its news by this wasteful method? One large section of the community organized to circulate lies, and another large section of the community organized to refute the lies. We might as well send 1 million men out into the desert to dig holes, and then send another million to fill up the holes. To say that William Marion Reedy, after a study of our journalistic dishonesty, could find no better solution of the problem than pamphleteering, is merely to say that bourgeois thought is bankrupt. The first remedy to which every good American takes resort is the law. We pass 50,000 new laws in America every year, but still we cling to the faith that the next 1,000 will do the business. Let us have laws to punish the lying of the press. I, as a good American, have thought of laws that I would like to see passed. For instance, a law providing that newspapers shall not publish an interview with anyone until they have submitted the interview and had it okay. D. Or unless they have obtained written permission to quote the person without such okay. Also, a law providing that when any newspaper has made any false statement concerning an individual, and has had its attention called to the falsity of the statement, it shall publish a correction of the statement in the next edition of the publication, and in the same snot and with the same prominence given to the false statement. For example, the press sends out a report that the Rev. Washington Gladden is about to resign his pulpit. His mail is full of letters from people all over the country, expressing regret. Says Dr. Gladden. The trouble with such a report is that you can never get it corrected. I have done my best to get such correction, but in this I have signally failed. Anything which discredits a man is good stuff, which most newspapers are ready to print, provided it is not actionable. Any correction which is made of such a report is not so apt to find a place on the wires, and is pretty sure to be blue-penciled by the telegraph editors. It happens, while I am preparing this book for the printer, that I visit a friend, and mention what I am doing. He says, "There was one newspaper story which almost caused me to despise you. I wonder how much truth there was in it." He explains that he was in Chicago in the early days of the war, attending a conference of the People's Council, and in a Chicago newspaper he read that I had denounced Emma Goldman to the government, and had turned over some of her private letters to the government. I tell my friend what happened. An insane man had threatened my life, and I had applied to the Los Angeles Police Department for permission to carry a revolver. They promised to keep secret my application, but within half an hour there were 2 newspaper reporters after me. I refused to talk about the matter, so, as usual, they made up a story. It happened that I had given to the chief of detectives what information I had as to the insane man's past conduct, among other things, that he had caused a disturbance at a meeting of Emma Goldman's. That was the way her name came in, and the only way. I barely know Emma Goldman, having met her twice at public meetings. I knew nothing whatever about her activities at this time, and had no letters from her in my possession. I now have one, for immediately I wrote to her to say that the published story was false, and she replied that I need not have worried, she had known it was false. Now, I sent a denial of that story to every newspaper in Los Angeles, and also to the Associated Press, but my denial went into the wastebasket. And why? At this time the capitalist press was engaged in hounding Emma Goldman to prison. The lie was useful to the hounders, so it stood, in spite of all my protests. Obviously enough, here is a gross injustice. Common sense dictates a law that any newspaper which prints a false statement shall be required to give equal prominence to a correction. The law should provide that upon publication of any false report, and failure to correct it immediately upon receipt of notice, the injured party should have the right to collect a fixed sum from the newspaper, $5,000 or $10,000 at least. At present, you understand, the sum has to be fixed by the jury, and the damages have to be proven. If the Los Angeles Times calls Upton Sinclair an anarchist writer, if the Chicago Tribune calls Henry Ford an anarchist, it is up to the plaintiffs to prove just how and to what extent they have been damaged. The newspaper has the right to question their character and reputation, to examine them about every detail of their lives and opinions. Was Upton Sinclair justified in divorcing his wife? Does Henry Ford know how to read? If not, then it is all right to call them anarchists. Also there is the problem of the Associated Press, the most powerful and most sinister monopoly in America. Certainly there will be no freedom in America, neither journalistic freedom nor political freedom nor industrial freedom, until the monopoly of the Associated Press is broken, until the distributing of the news to American newspapers is declared a public utility, under public control, until anyone who wishes to publish a newspaper, in any American city or town may receive the Associated Press service without any formality whatever, save the filing of an application and the payment of a fee to cover the cost of the service. Proceedings to establish this principle were begun a year ago by Hearst before the Federal Trade Commission. Hearst had been barred from getting the AP franchise in certain cities, and I venture to guess that his purpose was to frighten his enemies into letting him have what he wanted. At any rate, he found himself suddenly able to buy the franchises, so he dropped his proceedings against the AP. The attorney in this case was Samuel Untermeyer, who writes me about the issue as follows. If the prevailing opinion is right, the monopoly of the Associated Press over the news of the world is complete. Unless the courts will hold, as I think they will, when the question comes before them, that news is a public utility, that the Associated Press is engaged in interstate commerce, using the cables, telegraph lines and telephones, and that it is, therefore, bound to furnish its service on equal terms to all who choose to pay for it. If that is not the law, it should be the law, and can readily be made the law by federal legislation. Until this is done, the monopoly of the Associated Press will continue intolerable. I have fought it for years and thus far in vain, but I shall continue to fight until it is broken. The little clique that controls the Associated Press is in turn under the complete domination of a few of the most narrow-minded and reactionary of the great capitalists of the country. If our government fails to stand the strain of these terrible times, and if revolution and bloodshed follow, which God forbid, the responsibility will rest at the doors of men like Gary and lawbreakers like the U.S. Steel Company who lack all vision and sense of justice. Also, there should be a law forbidding any newspaper to fake telegraph or cable dispatches. At present, this is a universal custom in newspaper offices. The most respectable papers do it continually. They clip an item from some other newspaper, rewrite it, and put it under a telegraphic headline. They will take the contents of some letter that comes to the office, and write it up under a London dateline. They will write their own political propaganda, and represent it as having come by telegraph from a special correspondent in Washington or New York. In Harper's Weekly for October 9, 1915, there was published an article, at the front with Willie Hearst. Mr. Hearst's Universal News Bureau was shown to be selling news all over the country, purporting to come from more than 80 correspondents, many of them of worldwide fame. Every day, if you read this universal service, you became familiar with the names of Hearst correspondents in London, Paris, Vienna, Rome, Berlin, Petrograd. All these correspondents were imaginary persons. All this news was written in the Hearst offices in New York, being a rehash for American afternoon papers of the news of the London morning papers. This is obvious fraud, and the law should bar it, precisely as it bars misbranded maple syrup and olive oil and strawberry jam. Such laws would help, and I could suggest others that would help. Nevertheless, the urging of such laws is not the purpose of this book. It is a problem of cutting the claws of a tiger. The first thing you have to do is to catch your tiger, and when I undertake the hard and dangerous job of invading a jungle and catching a tiger and chaining him down, am I going to be content with cutting off the sharpest points of the beast's claws, and maybe pulling one or two of his teeth? I am not. The mental munition factory. A solution that comes at once to mind is state-owned or municipal-owned newspapers. This is the orthodox socialist solution, and is also being advocated by William Jennings Bryan. Fortunately, we do not have to take his theories, or anyone's theories. We have facts. The experience of Los Angeles with its public paper, the Municipal News, which was an entire success. I inquire of the editor of the paper, Frank E. Wolf, and he writes, "The Municipal News. There's a rich story buried there. It was established by an initiative ordinance, and had an ample appropriation. It was launched in the stream with engines going full steam ahead. Its success was instantaneous. Free distribution, immense circulation, choked with high-class, high-rate advertising, well edited, and it was clean and immensely popular. Otis said, "Every dollar that damned socialistic thing gets is a dollar out of the Times till." Every publisher in the city re-echoed, and the fight was on. The chief thing that rankled, however, was the outgrowth of a clause in the ordinance which gave to each political party polling a 3% vote a column in each issue for whatsoever purpose it might be used. The Socialist Labour Party nosed out the prohibitionists by a fluke. The Socialists had a big margin in the preceding elections, so the Reds had 2 columns, and they were quick to seize the opportunity for propaganda. The Goo-Goos, who had always stoutly denied they were a political party, came forward and claimed space, and the merry war was on. Those 2 columns for socialist propaganda were the real cause for the daily onslaught of the Painted Ladies of Broadway, newspaper district of Los Angeles. There were 3 morning and 3 evening papers. 6 times a day they whined, barked, yelped, and snapped at the heels of the municipal news. Never were more lies poured out from the mouths of these mothers of falsehood. The little, weekly whelps of the pornographic press took up the hue and cry, and Blanche, Sweetheart, and Trey were on the trail. Advertisers were cajoled, browbeaten, and blackmailed, until nearly all left the paper. The news was manned by a picked staff of the best newspaper men on the coast. It was clean, well edited, and gave both sides to all controversies using the parallel column system. It covered the news of the municipality better than any paper had ever covered it. It was weak and ineffective editorially, for the policy was to print a newspaper. We did not indulge in a clothesline quarrel, did not fight back. The news died under the axe 1 year from its birth. They used the initiative to kill it. The rabble rallied to the cry, and we foresaw the end. The paper had attracted attention all over the English reading world. Everywhere I have gone I have been asked about it, by people who never dreamed I had been an editor of the paper. Its death was a triumph for reaction, but its effect will not die. Someday the idea will prevail. Then I might want to go back into the game. City-owned newspapers are part of the solution, but not the whole part. As a socialist, I advocate public ownership of the instruments and means of production, but I do not rely entirely upon that method where intellectual matters are concerned. I would have the state make all the steel and coal and oil, the shoes and matches and sugar. I would have it do the distributing of newspapers, and perhaps even the printing, but for the editing of the newspapers I cast about for a method of control that allows free play to the development of initiative, and the expression of personality. In a free society the solution will be simple. There will be many groups and associations, publishing their own papers, and if you do not like the papers which these groups give you, you can form a group of your own. Being in receipt of the full product of your labor, you will have plenty of money, and will be surrounded by other free and independent individuals, also receiving the full product of their labor, and accustomed to combining for the expression of their ideas. The difference is that today the world's resources are in the hands of a class, and this class has a monopoly of self-expression. The problem of transferring such power to the people must be studied as the whole social problem, and not merely as the problem of the press. Fortunately there are parts of America in which the people have kept at least a part of their economic independence, and have gone ahead to solve the problem of the kept press in true American fashion, that is, by organizing and starting honest newspapers for themselves. The editor of the Nonpartisan Leader, Oliver S. Morris, has kindly written for me an account of the experiences of the Nonpartisan League, which I summarize as follows. The League commenced organization work early in 1915 in North Dakota. By the summer of the next year it had 40,000 members, yet no newspaper in the state had given, even as news, a fair account of the League's purposes. Every daily paper in the state was filled with gross misinformation and absurd lies. So the League started a little weekly paper of its own. With this single weekly, against the entire daily press of the state, it swept the primaries in June, 1916. Then the League decided to have a daily paper. The Courier News of Fargo had been for sale, but the owners would not sell to the League. The League went ahead to start a new paper, actually buying machinery and taking subscriptions. Then the Courier News decided to sell, and its circulation under League ownership now exceeds the total population of Fargo. The League at present has weekly papers in 7 states, with a total circulation of 200,000, and another weekly, the Nonpartisan Leader, published in St. Paul, with a circulation of 250,000. It is starting cooperative country weekly papers, supervising their editorial policy and furnishing them news and editorial service. Over 100 of these weekly papers are already going. There is another League daily in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and one at Nampa, Idaho. Finally, the League is going ahead on its biggest venture, the establishment of a daily in Minneapolis. This paper is to be capitalized at $1 million, and the stock is being sold to farmer and labor organizations throughout the state. Says Mr. Morris, many wealthy professional and businessmen, disgusted with the controlled press, have purchased stock, and are warm boosters for the League publications. Also, he says, one of the chief results of the establishment of a League press is a different attitude on the part of many existing papers. With competition in the field, many publishers who have hitherto been biased and unfair have been forced to change their tactics. Few of these papers have gone over to the League side of political and economic questions, but they have been forced at least to print fair news reports on both sides of the question in their news columns, reserving their opposition to the movement for their editorial columns. That, of course, is fair enough. The menace of the controlled press in America is due to the fact that as a rule this press does not confine its arguments and opposition to the editorial columns, but uses the news columns for propaganda, and, failing to print the news, printing only a part of it, distorting it, or actually lying, sways opinion through the news columns. Such is the procedure in places where Americans are free. But what about our crowded cities, with their slum populations, speaking 40 different languages, illiterate, unorganized, and dumb? Even in these cities there have been efforts made to start newspapers in the interest of the people. I know few more heroic stories than the 20-year struggle to establish and maintain the New York Call. It began as a weekly, The Worker. Even that took endless campaigns of begging, and night labor of devoted men and women who earned their livings by daytime labor under the cruel capitalist grind. At last they managed to raise funds to start a daily, and then for 10 years it was an endless struggle with debt and starvation. It was a lucky week when the New York Call had money enough to pay its printing force. The reporters and editors would sometimes have to wait for months. A good part of the space in the paper had to be devoted to ingenious begging. The same attempt was made in Chicago, and their bad management and factional quarrels brought a disastrous failure. At the time of writing, there are socialist dailies in Butte, in Seattle, and in Milwaukee, also a few foreign-language socialist dailies. There are numerous weeklies and monthlies, but these, of course, do not take the place of newspapers. They are merely a way of pamphleteering. The people read falsehoods all week or all month, and then at last they get what portion of the truth the Appeal to Reason or the Nation or the Liberator or Pearson's can find room for. In the meantime the average newspaper reader has had his whole psychology made of lies, so that he cannot believe the truth when he sees it. There are a few millionaires in America who have liberal tendencies. They have been willing to finance reform campaigns, and in great emergencies to give the facts to the people. They have been willing now and then to back radical magazines, and even to publish them. But I state the fact, without trying to explain it, there has not yet appeared in America a millionaire willing to found and maintain a fighting daily paper for the abolition of exploitation. I have myself put the proposition before several rich men. I have even known of cases where promises were made, and plans drawn up. My friend Gaylord Wilshire intended to do it with the proceeds of his gold mine, but the gold mine has taken long to develop. I had hopes that Henry Ford would do it, when I read of his purchase of the Dearborn Independent. I urged the matter upon him with all the eloquence I could muster. He said he meant to do it, but I have my fears. The trouble is his ignorance. He really does not know about the world in which he finds himself, and so far the intellectual value of the Dearborn Independent has been close to zero. So our slum proletariat is left to feed upon the garbage of yellow journalism. Year by year the cost of living increases, and wages, if they move at all, move laggingly, and after desperate and embittered strife. In the midst of this strife the proletariat learns its lessons. It learns to know the clubs of policemen and the bayonets and machine guns of soldiers. It learns to know capitalist politicians and capitalist judges. Also it learns to know capitalist journalism. Wherever in America the workers organize and strike for a small portion of their rights, they come out of the experience with a bitter and abiding hatred of the press. I have shown you what happened in Colorado, in West Virginia, in Paterson, New Jersey, in Calumet, Michigan, in Bisbee, Arizona, in Seattle, Washington. I could show you the same thing happening in every industrial center in America. The workers have come to realize the part which the newspapers play. They have come to know the newspapers as the crux of the argument, the key to the treasure chamber. A modern newspaper, seen from the point of view of the workers, is a gigantic munition factory, in which the propertied class manufactures mental bombs and gas shells for the annihilation of its enemies. And just as in war sometimes the strategy is determined by the location of great munition factories and depots, so the class struggle comes to center about newspaper offices. In every great city of Europe where the revolution took place, the first move of the rebels was to seize these offices, and the first move of the reactionaries was to get them back. We saw machine guns mounted in the windows of newspaper offices, sharpshooters firing from the roofs, soldiers in the streets replying with shrapnel. It is worth noting that wherever the revolutionists were able to take and hold the newspapers, they maintained their revolution. Where the newspapers were retaken by the reactionaries, the revolution failed. In Petrograd the Little Gazette, organ of the Black Hundreds, became the Red Gazette, and has remained the Red Gazette. The official military organ, the Army and Fleet, became the Red Army and Fleet. The Will of Russia, organ of Protopopov, last premier of the Tsar, became the Pravda, which means truth. In Berlin, on the other hand, the Kreuzzeitung, organ of black magic and reaction, became for a few days Die Rote Fahne, the red flag, but, alas, it went back to the Kreuzzeitung again. Will it come this way in America? Shall we see mobs storming the offices of the New York Times and World, the Chicago Tribune, the Los Angeles Times? It depends entirely upon the extent to which these capitalist newspapers continue to infuriate the workers, and to suppress working-class propaganda with the help of subservient government officials. I personally am not calling for violent revolution. I still hope for the survival of the American system of government. But I point out to the owners and managers of our great capitalist news organs the peril in which they place themselves, by their system of organized lying about the radical movement. It is not only the fury of resentment they awaken in the hearts of class-conscious workingmen and women, it is the condition of unstable equilibrium which they set up in society, by the mass of truth they suppress. Today every class-conscious working man carries about with him as his leading thought, that if only he and his fellows could get possession of the means of news distribution, could take the printing offices and hold them for 10 days, they could end forever the power of capitalism, they could make safe the cooperative commonwealth in America. I say 10 days, and I do not speak loosely. Just imagine if the newspapers of America were to print the truth for 10 days. The truth about poverty, and the causes of poverty, the truth about corruption in politics and in all branches of government, in journalism and throughout the business world, the truth about profiteering and exploitation, about the banking graft, the plundering of the railroads, the colossal gains of the Beef Trust and the Steel Trust and the Oil Trust and their hundreds of subsidiary organizations, the truth about conditions in industry, the suppression of labor revolts and the corrupting of labor movements, above all, the truth about the possibilities of production by modern machinery, the fact that, by abolishing production for profit and substituting production for use, it would be possible to provide abundance for all by 2 or 3 hours work a day. I say that if all this legitimate truth could be placed before the American people for 10 successive days, instead of the mess of triviality, scandal, crime, and sensation, doctored news and political dope, prejudiced editorials, and sordid and vulgar advertisements upon which the American people are now fed, I say that the world would be transformed, and industrial democracy would be safe. Most of our newspaper proprietors know this as well as I do, so, when they read of the seizing of newspaper offices in Europe, they experience cold chills, and one great newspaper in Chicago has already purchased half a dozen machine guns and stored them away in its cellar. For 20 years I have been a voice crying in the wilderness of industrial America, pleading for kindness to our laboring classes, pleading for common honesty and truth-telling, so that we might choose our path wisely, and move by peaceful steps into the new industrial order. I have seen my pleas ignored and my influence destroyed, and now I see the stubborn pride and insane avarice of our money masters driving us straight to the precipice of revolution. What shall I do? What can I do save to cry out one last warning in this last fateful hour? The time is almost here, and ignorance, falsehood, cruelty, greed, and lust of power were never stronger in the hearts of any ruling class in history than they are in those who constitute the invisible government of America today. LXIV. The problem of the reporter. One important line of attack upon capitalist journalism occurred to me some 5 years ago, after the Colorado coal strike. I have saved this story, because it points so clearly the method I wish to advocate. You will find the story in Harper's Weekly for July 25, 1914, Hearst Made War News, by Isaac Russell. You remember how Hearst made the war with Spain. 16 years later, in 1914, Hearst was busy making another war, this time with Mexico. President Wilson, trying to avoid war, had arranged for arbitration of the difficulty between Mexico and the United States by delegates from Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. This was the Niagara Conference, and to it the New York American sent an honest reporter. It did this, not through oversight, but because the usual run of Hearst reporters had found themselves unable to get any information whatever. One Mexican delegate had taken the card of a Hearst reporter, torn it to pieces, and thrown the pieces into the reporter's face. The delegates for the United States refused to talk to the Hearst representatives, the other newspapermen refused to have anything to do with them. So the managing editor of the New York American selected Mr. Roscoe Conklin Mitchell, a man known to be honest. Mr. Mitchell came to Niagara, and got the news to the effect that all was going well at the conference. He sent a dispatch to that effect, and the New York American did not publish this dispatch. Day by day Mr. Mitchell sent dispatches, describing how all was going well at the conference, and the American, which was determined that the conference should fail, doctored these dispatches and wrote in false matter. Mr. Mitchell had to explain to the delegates and to the other reporters how he was being treated by his home office. On 2 occasions Mr. Mitchell forced the American to send up another man to write the kind of poisoned falsehoods it wanted, and on each occasion these men were forced to leave, because no one would have anything to do with them, they could get no information. Finally, in the midst of Mr. Mitchell's dispatches, the New York American inserted a grand and wonderful scoop, President Carranza's confidential message to the mediators. Mr. Mitchell had sent no such dispatch, and upon inquiry he learned that the document was a fake, no such confidential message had been received from President Carranza. So Mr. Mitchell wired his resignation to the New York American. The managing editor of the American protested. "Please be good soldier and good boy," he telegraphed. Again he telegraphed, "Come home comfortably, be philosophical. Good soldiers are patient, even if superior officers make mistakes. Be resigned without resigning." When the news of Mitchell's resignation reached the other reporters, they formed an impromptu committee and rushed in automobiles to his hotel to congratulate him. The American delegates to the convention held a reception, during which the head of the delegation made to Mr. Mitchell a speech of congratulation. Summing up the story, Isaac Russell puts this question to you, the reader: Will you leave it to the men on the firing line, the reporters, to fight out alone the question of whether you are to receive accurate information concerning what is going on in the world? Or will you help to find means whereby both you and your agent, the reporter, may be less at the mercy of the unscrupulous publisher, who finds that lying and misrepresentation serve his personal ends? Isaac Russell, you recall, was the reporter for the New York Times who had stood by me through the struggle over the Colorado coal strike. This struggle was just over, and both Russell and I were sick and sore. Russell was fighting with his editors day by day. They objected to his having written this Hearst-made war news, by the way, and took the first opportunity thereafter to get rid of him. Russell had word of an impending break between Amos Pinchot and Theodore Roosevelt, and wrote it up. Gifford Pinchot, brother of Amos, made a furious denial, whereupon the Times fired Russell. But very soon afterwards Amos Pinchot broke with Theodore Roosevelt. Russell and I talked over the problem of the reporter and the truth. Must a reporter be a cringing wretch, or else a man of honor in search of a job? Might not a reporter be a member of an honored profession, having its own standards, its sense of duty to the public? Obviously, the first trouble is that in his economic status the reporter is a sweated wage slave. If reporting is to become a profession, the reporters must organize, and have power to fix, not merely their wage scale, but also their ethical code. I wrote an article calling for a reporters' union, and Russell began to agitate among New York newspapermen for this idea, which has now spread all over the country. What would be the effect upon news writing of a reporters' union? What assurance have we that reporters would be better than owners? Well, in the first place, reporters are young men, and owners are nearly always old men. So in the newspaper world you have what you have in the world of finance, of diplomacy, of politics and government: a league of the old men, giving orders to the young men, holding the young men down. The old men own most of the property, the young men own little of the property, so control by old men is property control, while control by young men would be control by human beings. I have met some newspaper reporters who were drunken scoundrels. I have met some who were as cruel and unscrupulous as the interests they served. But the majority of newspaper reporters are decent men, who hate the work they do, and would gladly do better if it were possible. I feel sure that very few of the falsehoods about Helicon Hall would have been published if the reporters who accepted our hospitality had been free to write what they really thought about us. I know that throughout our Broadway demonstration a majority of the reporters were on our side. They took us into their confidence about what was going on in their newspaper offices. They went out of their way to give us counsel. Again and again they came to my wife, to plead that our morning stunt was petering out, and could we not think up some way to hold the attention of the public? Would not my wife at least rescind her request that they omit descriptions of that white military cape? After the last assault upon the street speakers in Tarrytown, it was a reporter who warned my wife that the situation was getting out of hand, the authorities would not listen to reason, there was going to be violence, and she had better persuade me to withdraw. 27. I have before me a letter from C.E.S. Wood, poet and lawyer. You doubtless know more newspaper men than I do, but I know a great many fine fellows personally, themselves writhing in the detestable position of moral bandits, the disgrace of which they feel as keenly as any, and yet economic determinism keeps them there. They are in a trap. They are behind the bars, and as the thief said to Talleyrand, or some minister of France, one must live. I know of no other profession that deliberately trains its neophytes to lying and dishonor, which makes it a part of the professional obligation to ruin man or woman by deliberate lies, which never honestly confesses a mistake, and never has the chivalry to praise an adversary. And again, William Marion Reedy. To one who has lived all his life in cities, to one who has spent most of his days and nights with the men who write the great daily papers of the cities, it is perfectly evident that 90 out of 100 editorial writers on the press today are men who are in intellectual and sympathetic revolt against present-day conditions. You will find the average editorial writer a socialist, and as for the reporter, he is most likely to be an anarchist. The reason of this is plain enough. The men who make the newspapers are behind the scenes. They see the workings of the wires, they note the demagogy of politicians, they are familiar with the ramifications by which the public service corporations control the old parties down to the smallest offices, and even at times finance reform movements, which always stop at the election of some respectable figurehead or dummy, but never proceed to any attack upon the fundamental evils of our social and economic system. It is my firm belief that were it not for the capitalists at the head of the great daily newspapers, if it were possible for the men who write the news and the editorials of all the newspapers in the United States, to take absolute charge of their publications, and print the news exactly as they see it, and write their views exactly as they feel them, for a space of 3 days, there would be such a revolution in the United States of America as would put that of France to shame. The only possible reason why this might not occur is that the editorial writers and reporters actually believe in nothing, not even in the various remedies, rational or wild-eyed, which occasionally, in private, they proclaim. And here is another letter, written by Ralph Bays, for many years city editor of the Los Angeles Record, and now laid up in a sanitarium with tuberculosis. I wonder, as you gallop gaily along the way, throwing rocks in gypsy-like abandon at the starched and frilled little children of privilege, I wonder whether you will give your readers just one glimpse of the tragedies that are the lives of the men hired by the system to do the work you condemn. It isn't merely that we journalists must prostitute our own minds and bodies in answer to the call of that inexorable tyrant, our collective belly. Every man who toils and sweats for a wage is perforce doing the same thing. The bitterness of our portion is this precisely, that we are hired poisoners, whose lot it is to kill the things we love most. To kill them, not as bold buccaneers in a stand-up fight, but to slay them artfully, insidiously, with a half-true headline or a part suppression of fact. In my 10 years of experience on various sheets as reporter, editor, and Associated Press representative, I have come to know the masses with whom I had to deal. Their intellects were the pawns with which I must learn to play the editorial game. I knew, for instance, sitting at my desk, just how many extra papers I could sell with a scare line on a police scandal. I knew to how many men on the street the filthy details of some married woman's shame would prove a lure to buy. And as I watched the circulation rise or fall, day by day, like a huge beating pulse, I became familiar, somewhat, with the mental processes of the average human animal. It was my tragedy, as it is the tragedy of the majority of my fellows, that this knowledge, acquired always at a tremendous cost of our life's energies, must be used not for the uplift, but for the further enslavement, the drugging of the minds of men. How many times have I sat at my desk, and in apparently heartless fashion, cut the big truth out of the stuff that honest reporters wrote. Sometimes there were other moments in my life, as in the lives of the rest of my kind, when there were opportunities for sly sabotage, when we thought by the ridiculous speciousness of our alleged facts, to make the pseudo-truths which we pretended to propound stand forth in their gaunt shamelessness for the things they actually were. Do you remember Harwood, of the Los Angeles Times? If I were only with you now, I could point out to you in that daily concatenation of lies, a few truths about things, peering covertly through the mass of corruption, and seeming almost to be holding their figurative noses in disgust. How we used to chuckle when he would succeed in passing a sly sentence, a word, over the sleepy night editor at the desk. Poor intellectual pierrots that we were. Literary pantaloons. But out of the tragedy of my own experience, and out of the tragedies of the experiences of the fellows I have known, I can glimpse a great light ahead. For I'm an optimist, you see. I was talking the other day to the editor of one of the sheets which poison public opinion in Phoenix, Arizona. He is a thoroughly fine and likable chap, but I had always known him for an ultra-conservative, a kept man entirely. The conversation drifted to Russia, and to my utter astonishment he quite frankly, but confidentially, told me that he didn't believe a word of the dispatches put forth by the Associated Press which hitherto had been Almighty God to him. I glanced at him curiously, and then, "You're not a radical?" I said, dubiously. "I don't know what I am," he replied. I've lost my perspective and I haven't anchored to any economic philosophy as yet, but sometimes my thoughts are so bitter that I'm afraid of them. I've just seen a man sent to jail for 20 days, he continued. He had been in town but half an hour, and his only crime was that he couldn't obtain work and that he had run out of money. God, he said, someday I may be that man. I feel his feelings now, and I must hide them or lose my job. Poor fellow, his wife is dying of tuberculosis, and he is almost distracted with the burden of his financial troubles. It was just another journalistic tragedy I had seen, but joy burst in upon me as I listened to him talk. Things aren't so bad after all, I thought, for the press, at least, isn't any more rotten or venal than the rest of the system. In the editorial rooms of the country there are good fellows and true, sheer tired of the daily assassination in which they participate. Their fine delusions are spent. Their faith in the old is waning. And when the big day comes, I think you will find the press full riper perhaps than most of our institutions for the change. On page 149 I stated that the publisher of the New York Times gave a dinner to his staff, and my friend, Isaac Russell, corrected me, saying, "We reporters paid for that dinner." Now let me give you another glimpse into a reporter's soul. I can understand it now. We were trying to get together in an association, but the big bosses always got in, and Mr. Oakes always came to our dinner, and always made the principal speech, and always dismissed the gathering after vaudeville stunts by old vets. I remember that at that dinner I paid, but sat away at the foot of a horseshoe table, and the big guns of the Times all sat around the center of the horseshoe, and the big guns thundered and sent us away me boiling, that we writers had to sit mute and dumb at our own dinner, and could never talk over our affairs. The bosses rushed so to every gathering we planned. I wish you could print the menu card for that dinner, the illustration on the cover. I kept it as the most humiliating example I ever saw of the status of the news writer. The illustration showed Adolph S. Oakes as a man with his coat off wielding a big sledgehammer. He was knocking one of those machines where you send the ball away up in the air, and get a cigar if the bell rings at the top of the column. Well, a little figure stood behind the redoubtable plutocratic owner of the Times. This little figure was labeled the staff. Staff was flunk-eyeing it for Oakes holding the great man's hat and coat, if you will, while he hit the circulation ball a wallop. LXV the press set free. Some years ago Alan Benson told me of his troubles as an honest journalist. I asked him to repeat them for this book, and he answered, "I doubt if my experiences as a daily newspaper editor would serve your purpose. When I was a daily editor I edited. I printed what I pleased. If I could not do so, I resigned. I didn't resign with a bank account to fall back upon, I resigned broke. I am sorry that I struck my friend Benson in an uncommunicative mood. It doesn't in the least interfere with my thesis to learn that some editors resign. It is plain enough to the dullest mind that it doesn't help the public when an honest man resigns, and a rogue or a lickspittle takes his place. I am not one of those narrow radicals who believe that the pocket nerve of the workers is the only nerve, or even the principal nerve, by which they will be moved to action. I know that the conscience of newspaper men is struggling all the time. Now and then I come on a case of truth-telling in a capitalist newspaper, which cannot be explained by any selfish, competitive motive. What does it mean? If you could go inside that office, you would find some man risking the bread that goes into his children's mouths, the shoes that go onto their feet, in order that the knavery of capitalist journalism may be a little less knavish, going to his boss and laying down the law. I won't stand for that. If that goes in, I go out. As a rule, alas, he goes out, and this reduces the inclination of others to fight for honesty in the news. One purpose of this book is to advocate a union of newspaper workers, so that they may make their demands as an organization, and not as helpless individuals. Events move fast these days. While I write, I learn that there is already a news writers union in Boston, and one in New Haven. There is one being formed in Omaha, one in Louisville, one in Seattle, one in San Francisco. In Louisville, the Courier-Journal and Times served notice on their staff that joining the union would automatically constitute resignation. In San Francisco, I am told by an editor of that city, the movement was carried through swiftly and silently at the start, the evening papers being 100% organized, the morning papers about 50%. Then the publishers got wind of it, and held a secret meeting in the St. Francis Hotel. That fearless backer of organized labor and the rights of the working classes, to wit, William Randolph Hearst, preferred to carry out his great program of betterment without consulting his handmaidens and bondmen. The Chronicle, the paper of Mike DeYoung, took the same stand, so. Upon the morning after the meeting, every man on both papers who had signed the charter roll of the proposed association was told to recant with bended knee, or to go forth and earn his bread with a pick and shovel. Some did and some did not. All honor to the latter. It is certain that the publishers of the morning papers will fight to the last ditch. My informant goes on to tell about his own position. You remember the immortal utterance of President Eliot of Harvard, that the true American hero of our time is the scab. How does this true American hero feel about himself? Listen. And I? Well, old man, I somewhat shamefully admit that I am at present guarding my bread and butter, and looking to the future with one eye on the bosses and my own opportunities, and in my heart damning the conditions that make me an undoubted renegade. I am drawing a little better than 44, am in the best of standing, being now and with the possibility of being its head shortly, and with certain advancement coming in both pay and rating. Now what the deuce? Shall I tell Polly to support us and get in on the big game, or shall I eat my bitter bread? I do know this, that there is going to be no present big success of the union movement, that whoever joins it too prominently is going to fight the owners for the rest of his life, and that the union can do me myself no good at all from any standpoint. You will remember that in my story of the Los Angeles Times I mentioned a young reporter, Bob Harwood, who had told me of the Times knaveries. Harwood is now in San Francisco, where you may have another glimpse of him. Bob told them all to go to hell, and is now organizing actively. There is an addition coming to the Harwood family shortly. Why comment further? And then, let us see what is happening on the other side of the continent. In New Haven, the News Writers Union goes on strike, and while they are on strike, they publish a paper of their own. In Boston, the News Writers Union declares a strike, and wins all demands. Incidentally, they learn, if they do not know it already, that the newspapers of Boston do not publish the news. They do not publish the news about the news writers' strike. When the strike is settled, on the basis of recognition of the union, not a single Boston newspaper publishes the terms of the settlement. In every union there is always a little group of radicals, occupied with pointing out to the men the social significance of their labor, the duty they owe to the working class, and to society as a whole. So before long we shall see the News Writers Union of Boston taking up the task of forcing the Boston newspapers to print the truth. We shall see the News Writers Union taking up the question, shall the Boston Evening Transcript permit its news columns to be edited by the gas company, and by Harvard Beer, 1000 Pure? We shall see the union at least bringing these facts to public attention, so that the Transcript can no longer pose as a respectable newspaper. I quote one paragraph more from my San Francisco letter. All three evening papers, I am told, are 100% organized. A charter is on the way from the ITU, and the movement has the full backing, or is promised the full backing, of the AFL and the local labor organizations. Just what that is worth is yet to be learned. This man, you see, is groping his way. He doesn't know what the backing of organized labor is worth. But the newspapermen of Boston found out. They won because the typesetters and the pressmen stood by them. And the New York actors won because the musicians and the stagehands stood by them. And this is the biggest thing about the whole movement, the fact that workers of hand and brain are uniting and preparing to take possession of the world. One purpose of this book is to urge a hand and brain union in the newspaper field, to urge that the news writers shall combine with the pressmen and typesetters and the truckmen, one organization of all men and women who write, print and distribute news, to take control of their own labor, and see to it that the newspapers serve public interests and not private interests. What I ask at the very outset is a representative of the News Writers Union, acting as one of the copy readers of every newspaper. This man will say, in the name of his organization, that is a lie, it shall not go in. This news item is colored to favor the railroad interests, it must be rewritten. Tonight there is a mass meeting of labor to protest against intervention in Russia. That meeting is worth a column. Such demands of the copy reader will, if challenged, be brought before a committee of the workers of the paper, the workers both of hand and brain. If any demand is not complied with, the paper will not appear next day. Do you think that lying about the labor movement would continue under such conditions? I recognize the rights of the general public in the determining of news. I should wish to see a government representative sitting in all councils where newspaper policy is laid down. The owner should be represented, so long as his ownership exists, but unless I misread the signs of the times, the days of the owner as owner are numbered in our industry. The owner may best be attended to by a government price-fixing board, which will set wages for newspaper work and prices of newspapers to the public at a point where interest, dividends, and profits are wiped out. So the owner will become a worker like other workers. If he is competent and honest, he will stay as managing director. If he is incompetent and dishonest, he will go to digging ditches, under the eye of a thoroughly efficient boss. Little by little the workers of all industrial nations are acquiring class consciousness, and preparing themselves for the control of industry. In America they seem backward, but that is because America is a new country, and the vast majority of the workers have no idea how the cards are stacked against them. I have just been reading an account of the general strike in Seattle, the most significant labor revolt in our history, and I observe how painfully chivalrous the Seattle strikers were. Because they did not permit the capitalist papers of their city to be published, therefore they refrained from publishing their own paper. This was magnificent, but it was not war, and I venture to guess that since the Seattle strikers have had the capitalist newspapers, not merely of their city, but of all the rest of the world telling lies about them, they will be more practical next time, as practical as those they are opposing. How all this works out, you may learn from the syndicalist movement of Italy only. Of course, capitalist journalism has not allowed you to know anything about the syndicalist movement of Italy. The glass workers were beaten in a terrific strike, and they realized that they had to find a new weapon. They contributed their funds and bought a glass factory, which they started upon a cooperative basis. When this factory had its product ready for sale, strikes were called on the other factories. By applying this method again and again, the union broke its rivals, and bought them out at a low price, and so before the war practically the entire glass industry of Italy was in the hands of cooperative unions, and the glass workers were getting the full value of their product. The same thing was being done before the war by the agricultural workers in Sicily. The strikers had been shot down by the soldiery, their own brothers and sons. They bought several estates and worked them cooperatively, and when harvest time came there was labor for the cooperative estates, and there were strikes against the absentee landlords, who were spending their time in Paris and on the Riviera. So the landlords made haste to sell out, and the agricultural unions were rapidly taking possession of the land of Sicily. The same methods were recently tried out in the newspaper field by strikers in the Argentine Republic. I quote from an account in the Christian Science Monitor, a Boston newspaper which gives fair accounts of radical happenings abroad, and which may someday give fair accounts of radical happenings in America. The Christian Science Monitor is interviewing a United States Embassy official, just returned from Buenos Aires. An incident of the latter strike shows the unique control, as Mr. Barrett puts it, that they exercise over the newspapers. During the 73 days the port was closed, the only goods handled were shipments of newsprint. The newspapers represent the workers. If a paper dares to send to its composing room an item opposed to the interest of the labor element, the compositors probably will refuse to put it in type. If they do set it up and it appears, the paper can expect no more newsprint from the docks. I hear the reader says, these strikers don't represent the public, they represent themselves. You are only substituting one kind of class interest for another. Ah, yes, dear reader of capitalist opinion. This at least you admit, the class represented by the strikers is vastly larger than that represented by the owners, we are that much nearer to democracy. But you demand 100% pure democracy, dear reader of capitalist opinion. Well, the workers offer you the way, they cheerfully permit all owners to become workers either of hand or brain and to receive their full share with all other workers of hand or brain, whereas, in the nature of the case, the owners do not welcome the workers as owners, and are doing all in their power to make sure that no one shall be owners but themselves. This is the fundamental and all-determining fact about the class struggle, and the reason why he who serves the interest of the workers is serving the interest of all society, and of the cooperative commonwealth which is to be. To the argument that the taking of power by the workers is the substitution of one kind of class tyranny by another kind of class tyranny, the answer, complete and final, is that there is no need of the capitalist class as a class and that the world will be a happier place for all men when the members of that class have become workers, either of hand or brain. When that has been done, there will be no classes, therefore no class tyranny, and no incentive to class lying. Thus, and thus only, shall we break the power of the capitalist press by breaking the power of capitalism. And so it is that I, an advocate of pure democracy, am interested in this story from the Argentine Republic, and tempted to cry to the American dockers, the American typographers, the American news writers, help! Help against the lying, kept press. And as I am reading the final proofs of this book, I hear the answer to my cry. I read the following in the New York Times. Boston, October 28. Pressman employed by the Chappie Publishing Company, Limited, on discovering in a cartoon in Life which is being printed here during the New York strike, what they considered a reflection on organized labor, suspended work, and refused to return until the objectionable cartoon was taken out. The cartoon was eliminated, and the men returned to work. The drawing depicts a room apparently meant to typify conditions existing in a city tenement district. The artist portrays a man beating his wife over the head with the leg of a chair. The woman is shown lying on the floor, the man has one knee on her body and one hand clutching her throat. A child about 2 years old is shown in bed watching the scene. Its face is expressive of horror. Another child, evidently a little older, is stretched on the floor, face downward. At the door is standing a patrolman in full uniform. He is talking with a captain of police, who has rushed on the scene with drawn revolver. The patrolman with hand upraised says, "It's all right, Captain, he's got a union card." You may think my remedy drastic, but, honestly, do you think that any remedy could be too drastic for an infamy such as this? Here, as everywhere, the salvation of the world rests upon you, the workers of hand and brain. I took up half this book telling how the capitalist press lied about one man. You said, perhaps, that I liked to be in the limelight. Anyhow, I was only one writer fellow, and it didn't matter to you what the newspapers did to a writer fellow. But now I make my appeal for yourself, for your wives and your children. I have shown you how this knavish press turns the world against you. I have shown how it turns you against yourself, how it seduces you, poisons your mind, breaks your heart. You go on strike, and it plays upon your fears, it uses your hunger and want as weapons against you, it saps your strength, it eats out your soul, it smothers your thinking under mountain loads of lies. You fall, and the chariot of big business rolls over you. These men who own the world in which you struggle for life, what is it that they want? They want power, power to rule you. And what is it that you want? You want power to rule yourself. Between those two wants there is eternal and unending and irreconcilable war, such is the class struggle, and whether you will or not, you take your part in it, and I take mine. I, a writer fellow who wants to write the truth, appeal to you, the laboring fellows of hand and brain, who want to read the truth, who must read the truth, if civilization is not to perish. I cry to you, help. Help against the lying, Kept press. I cry to you for the integrity of your calling, for the honor and dignity of journalism. I cry to you that journalism shall no longer be the thing described by Charles A. Dana, master cynic of the New York Sun, buying white paper at 2 cents a pound and selling it at 10 cents a pound. I cry to you that journalism shall be a public ministry, and that you who labor in it shall be, not wage slaves and henchmen of privilege, but servants of the general welfare, helping your fellow men to understand life, and to conquer the evils in nature outside them, and in their own hearts. Why cannot the men and women of this great profession form a society with a common mind and a common interest and a common conscience, based upon the fact that they are all necessary, they have each, down to the humblest office boy, their essential part in a great social service? By the blindness and greed of ruling classes the people have been plunged into infinite misery, but that misery has its purpose in the scheme of nature. Something more than a century ago we saw the people driven by just such misery to grope their way into a new order of society. They threw off the chains of hereditary monarchy, and made themselves citizens of free republics. And now again we face such a crisis, only this time it is in the world of industry that we have to abolish hereditary rule, and to build an industrial commonwealth in which the equal rights of all men are recognized by law. Such is the task before us. Go to it with joy and certainty, playing your part in the making of the new world, in which there shall be neither slavery nor poverty, in which the natural sources of wealth belong to all men alike, and no one lives in idleness upon the labor of his fellows. That world lies just before you, and the gates to it are barred only by ignorance and prejudice, deliberately created and maintained by prostitute journalism. LXVIA frame up that fell down. In concluding this, the most important and most dangerous book I have ever written, I have a personal word to leave with the reader. I have here attacked the most powerful interests in America, and it seems to me hardly conceivable that they will permit the attack to go out to the world, to be circulated among the general public, without some attempt at interference. What will they do? I cannot say. There are things on every page of this book which are libelous unless they are true. If I am brought into court and required to prove them, I may be facing a judge who has been appointed by the interests I have exposed, a jury which has been selected by the interests I have exposed, a prosecuting attorney who is looking to these interests for his campaign funds and his publicity at the next election. The trial will be conducted on this simple basis that everything favorable to me is kept from the public, and everything that can be made to seem unfavorable to me is sent by telegraph and cable all over the world. I would not mind losing what little property I own in the world. I would not mind going to jail for this book. There are only two things I would mind: first, having the book barred from circulation, and second, being discredited in the eyes of those I seek to influence in favor of social justice. So in this, the last word I may be able to get to you on the subject, I wish to warn you of one crucial fact, which is this. Our police and prosecuting authorities, our political machines and big business interests, are many of them practiced in the art of producing in court whatever testimony may be required in an emergency. There are few traction interests or other public service corporations in America which do not regularly employ perjured witnesses in case of need, and those which have given up the custom have done so merely because they have got the courts and the jury system so completely in their hands that they no longer care what evidence is introduced against them. We have seen Tom Mooney held in jail for 3 years, entirely upon the basis of perjured testimony. Even the trial judge has written that he is satisfied that Tom Mooney is innocent, but still Tom Mooney stays in jail. I am doing what I can to get this book to the people. I intend to go on doing what I can to that end. Meantime I say to you, my readers, what I said to my wife when I went out to Colorado on behalf of the coal strikers: whatever you read about me, don't worry. If there is any scandal, pay no attention to it, for that is the way they fight in Denver. That is the way big business fights all over America. The above was written in August. In November I am reading the page proofs of the book, and big business steps forward to prove me a prophet. A plot is laid against me, so wanton and so utterly without basis of truth that no less than an assassin could have planned it. I escaped, but by a margin so narrow that it is unpleasant to think about it. Literally by a minute or two of time I missed having printed on the front page of every big newspaper in America convincing evidence that I am a secret German conspirator, contriving underhand plots for the undermining of my country. My wife remarks, I have been watching the radical movement for 7 or 8 years, and I have heard much about frame ups. I always thought it was foolish talk, cheap melodrama, but now I know that the frame up is a real thing, and it has changed my whole view of the class struggle. I have mentioned on page 399 how I made a speech before the City Club of Los Angeles, exposing the dishonesty of the Los Angeles Times, whereupon the Times opened up a furious attack upon me, demanding that I should be put in jail. I have quoted one sample of its ravings. Every day or so for a week it printed similar abuse, and it continues the attack, both editorially and in its news columns. I have stated publicly in the Appeal to Reason that I am collecting evidence against the Times, and preparing a book exposing it, so the Times proclaims me as the trumpet of Bolshevism, and will be satisfied with nothing short of a life sentence for me. There is in Los Angeles a returned soldier's paper, The Dugout. The editor, Sidney R. Flowers, is an American citizen who was in South Africa at the outbreak of the war, and was so anxious to fight the Kaiser that he left his wife and baby and enlisted. Invalid to England, he tried again to enlist, and finally enlisted in Canada, and served for 3 years in Belgium and France. He was twice wounded and once gassed, and has only one lung as a result. Returning to his home in Los Angeles with his wife and child, he found the War Veterans Organization being courted as a strike-breaking agency by the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of the city. Flowers rebelled, and started a rival organization, the Allied World War Veterans, and with the support of these veterans he started the Dugout. I met him, and heard him speak several times, and gave him my support to the extent of raising some money. He told me of the efforts of the M&M to bribe him, and of their plots against him. He knew, and I knew, that there were spies in his office. There came to the office a letter from a stranger who signed himself Paul Reitman. The envelope bore a Chicago return address, but had been mailed in Los Angeles. It was typewritten, and the type was bad, the ribbon double, with traces of red showing here and there. Paul suggested to Flowers that he should send sample copies of his paper to socialist and labor papers abroad. Flowers, who is out to prevent the next war by the spirit of international fraternity, thought this a good idea. His impulse was encouraged by a mysterious Austrian who happened into his office a few minutes after the letter arrived, and suggested to him exactly the sort of letter he should write to these foreign editors, most of whom, by a curious coincidence, happened to be in Silesia, where American troops are going. Flowers wrote the letters and mailed them, and an hour or two after he had mailed them, 2 men who have been seen frequently in the offices of the M&M, called upon Flowers' wife and terrified her by the announcement that her husband had committed a crime which would cause him to be sent to jail for life. His only chance was to drop the Dugout, and he had 1 hour in which to make his decision. Flowers was summoned by a telephone call, purporting to come from the United States District Attorney's office. He obeyed this call, and in the hallway of the federal building was met by 2 mysterious persons who exhibited shields of authority, and informed him that he had 3 minutes in which to decide whether he would drop the Dugout or be sent to jail for life. He refused to decide so quickly, and telephoned me for advice. I advised him to stand firm. I went to his office, and in my hearing he gave orders over the telephone for the printing of the next issue of his paper. In less than 1 hour after he had given that order, someone, identity unknown, came to the United States Attorney with definite information that Flowers was in relation with enemy publications abroad, and a search warrant was issued and served. I happened to be present in the office of the Dugout and witnessed the events, and can testify that the federal agents, in defiance of the law, refused to permit Flowers to read the search warrant, that they held him against his will in violation of the law, that they raided the office of the Allied World War Veterans, which they had been given no authority to enter, and finally that they left the place a wreck. Next morning there appeared in the Los Angeles Times a front-page 2-column story about the uncovering of a nest of treason. Among other things, it was stated that Flowers had been publishing seditious material before the armistice, and had been warned by the federal authorities and forced to change his tone, the fact being that at this time Flowers was in the trenches in France, and did not start the publication of the Dugout until 4 or 5 months after the armistice. I have said that the raid was brutally conducted. I might mention that I protested to one of the federal agents against the unnecessary rowdyism, and this man remarked concerning the other man, his chief, "He's a roughneck." I don't believe in roughhouse business myself, there's no sense at all in it. Also I might mention that I brought 2 assistant U.S. attorneys to the scene, and they arrived 5 minutes after their agents had left, and admitted to me that the proceedings were wholly unwarranted. One of them called up Flowers' home and very angrily ordered the agents to desist from the search they were making of that place. But next morning the Los Angeles Times reported, "Violence faked. The government agents disturbed no property in the office, simply carrying away the papers they desired." After the inspectors had gone, witnesses say that certain known followers of Flowers took possession of the offices, tore down an American flag which was on the wall, threw it on the floor, and generally wrecked the place. Then they sent for a Los Angeles Examiner photographer to make a photograph of the offices, with the apparent desire to have the publication of the photograph give the impression that the federal officers had desecrated the flag and destroyed the office property. Prior to this episode one had been too busy with my own writings to have even read a copy of the Dugout through. But I knew the record of Flowers in the war, and I knew his purpose since the war, and when I saw this plot to destroy his magazine, I made up my mind to stand back of him. I engaged a lawyer for him, and I sent long telegrams about the case to the Appeal to Reason and other socialist papers over the country. So the masters of Los Angeles decided to get me in the same net with Flowers. There came to Flowers' office a second letter signed by the mysterious Paul. This letter was written on the same bad typewriter, with a double ribbon showing traces of red. But this time the return address on the envelope was not Paul Reitman, Chicago, Illinois, this time it was Upton Sinclair, Pasadena, California. Flowers called me on the phone, and said, "Did you mail me a letter yesterday?" I answered, "No, I haven't written you any letter." "Well," said Flowers, "here is a letter with your name on the envelope. Evidently somebody wants it to appear that you are writing me letters signed with an assumed name. What is in the letter?" I asked, and Flowers started to read it to me over the phone. It was a letter of violent denunciation of the government, full of the most venomously treasonable sentiments, and offering to supply Flowers with more names of papers in Germany with which he might correspond. I waited to hear only about half of it, then I cried, "Get that letter out of your office." "But wait," said Flowers. "Don't wait for anything," I insisted. "Drop what you are doing and take that letter to my lawyer as quickly as you can run." Flowers promised me he would do that, and I hung up the receiver. 2 or 3 minutes after he left his office with the letter in his pocket, there were 2 agents of the District Attorney's Office of Los Angeles County looking for him at his office. When he returned there were 4 of them on hand, and they held him up and proceeded to make another raid. The man in charge, I might mention, was C.E. Sebastian, once mayor of the city, prosecuted for a sexual crime, kicked out of office by the people, and now working as a detective for the district attorney's office. The first thing this man did was to examine all Flowers' letters on his desk, letters in the drawers of his desk, letters in his pockets. There were some 150 letters altogether, and they went over them all several times, studying the return addresses on the envelopes. They spent something like an hour and a half at it, and their balked anger was comically evident. In their whispered consultations Flowers heard them mention my name several times, and once he heard Sebastian say, "He's a slick one." Flowers was hailed before the grand jury, indicted under the criminal syndicalism law, and thrown into jail at once. The authorities fixed the bail at $15,000, which they hoped would be prohibitive, and denied Flowers the right to see his counsel that night. They have taken every scrap of paper belonging to the magazine. They have frightened off one printer and raided another, and so they think they have smashed the dugout. Come to my lawyer's office for a minute and examine this mysterious Paul letter. It is a long letter, very abusive and stupid, and I won't waste space on it, except to point out one more of the subtle traps that were placed in it. One sentence denouncing the acts of the government agents adds the phrase, "as I stated in the papers." It so happens that out of the 500,000 population of Los Angeles, just one person had been quoted in the newspapers as protesting against the raid on the dugout, and that one person was myself. So when this letter was published, the newspapers would be able to say, Upton Sinclair is carrying a secret correspondence with a pro-German conspirator, using the alias Paul. But you see, he forgets and puts his name on the envelope. And also he gives himself away in the text of the letter. He identifies himself as the mysterious conspirator. If you have any doubt that this was the plan, you have only to look at the Los Angeles Times next morning, a double-column, front-page story about the second raid on the dugout, giving the full text of the first Paul letter as a part of Flowers' conspirings with the enemy and without any hint that this mysterious Paul might be an imaginary person. If the second Paul letter had been found, that too would have been published in full, and the entire country would have read a story to the effect that both letters had come from Upton Sinclair, who was thus caught red-handed in a vile German conspiracy against his country. Maybe you are like my wife, maybe you never believed in the frame-up. But study this case, and see what else you can make of it. Ask yourself, how comes it that the raids of both the federal agents and of the Los Angeles County officers are so precisely timed to the arrival of letters from a mysterious Paul whom nobody has ever seen? And how comes it that this mysterious Paul puts the name of Upton Sinclair on his envelope? If Paul is afraid to put his own name on the envelope, why does he not mail it without return address, as millions of letters are mailed every day? And why does he employ the words, "as I stated in the papers," when he hasn't stated anything whatever in the papers, and when Flowers must know he hasn't stated anything? Is it not plain that some dark agency is here working behind the scenes, plotting to ruin Upton Sinclair, and tipping off both the federal authorities and the county authorities at the precise critical moment? What is this agency? I do not know, and my lawyer, who takes this conspiracy very seriously, will not permit me to guess in public. But he admits my right to study these Paul letters, and to point out a peculiar bit of internal evidence. It would seem that this dark agency which is plotting to ruin Upton Sinclair is also interested in injuring the Los Angeles Examiner. The first Paul letter offers to supply Flowers with the names of more German papers, if he will insert a request in the personal columns of the Examiner, and the Times publishes this letter in full, calling particular attention to the damaging mention of the Examiner. Day after day the Times is attacking the Examiner, calling it a pro-German sheet, and here is a German conspirator using this pro-German sheet as a medium for his schemes. The above is what is done to me before this book comes out. What will be done after my enemies have actually read the book, I cannot imagine. All I can do is to repeat my warning to you. 20 years ago old one Hoss Whalen told me he had made it the rule of his life never to write a letter that he would not publish in the Appeal to Reason. And that is the principle upon which I have always carried on my propaganda. I have no secrets. What I have to say is said once a week in a full page of the Appeal, and the opposition to violence and conspiracy in the class struggle which I there write in public I advocate just as vigorously in private, and all my friends know it. So, if at any time you read that a carload of dynamite bombs has been found in my home, or that I have been carrying on a cipher correspondence with some foreign assassins, or that I have poisoned my wife and eloped with a chorus girl, or that I have taken a job on the Los Angeles Times, please go back and read this warning, and understand what is being done to both of us. Conclusion. When I first talked over this book with my wife, she gave me a bit of advice: give your facts first, and then call your names. So throughout this book I have not laid much stress on the book's title. Perhaps you are wondering just where the title comes in. What is the brass check? The brass check is found in your pay envelope every week, you who write and print and distribute our newspapers and magazines. The brass check is the price of your shame, you who take the fair body of truth and sell it in the marketplace, who betray the virgin hopes of mankind into the loathsome brothel of big business. And down in the counting room below sits the madam who profits by your shame, unless, perchance, she is off at Palm Beach or Newport, flaunting her jewels and her feathers. Please do not think that I am just slinging ugly words. Off and on for years I have thought about this book, and figured over the title, and what it means. I assert that the brass check which serves in the house of ill fame as the price of a woman's shame is, both in its moral implications and in its social effect, precisely and identically the same as the gold and silver coins and pieces of written paper that are found every week in the pay envelopes of those who write and print and distribute capitalist publications. The prostitution of the body is a fearful thing. The young girl, trembling with a strange emotion of which she does not know the meaning, innocent, confiding and tender, is torn from her home and started on a road to ruin and despair. The lad, seeking his mate and the fulfillment of his destiny, sees the woman of his dreams turn into a foul harpy, bearer of pestilence and death. Nature, sumptuous, magnificent, loving life, cries, "Give me children." And the answer comes, "We give you running sores and bursting glands, rotting lips and festering noses, swollen heads and crooked joints, idiot gabblings and maniac shrieks, pistols to blow out your brains and poisons to still your agonies." Such is the prostitution of the body. But what of the mind? The mind is master of the body, and commands what the body shall do and what it shall become. Therefore, always, the prostitution of the mind precedes and causes the prostitution of the body. Youth cries, "Life is beautiful, joyous. Give me light, that I may keep my path." The answer comes, "Here is darkness, that you may stumble, and beat your face upon the stones." Youth cries, "Give me hope." The answer comes, "Here is cynicism." Youth cries, "Give me understanding, that I may live in harmony with my fellow men." The answer comes, "Here are lies about your fellow men, that you may hate them, that you may cheat them, that you may live among them as a wolf among wolves." Such is the prostitution of the mind. When I planned this book I had in mind a subtitle, "A Study of the Whore of Journalism." A shocking subtitle, but then, I was quoting the Bible, and the Bible is the inspired word of God. It was surely one of God's prophets who wrote this invitation to the reading of the brass check. "Come hither, I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication." For 1800 years men have sought to probe the vision of that aged seer on the lonely isle of Patmos. Listen to his strange words. "So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 head and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hands full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth." Now, surely, this mystery is a mystery no longer. Now we know what the seer of Patmos was foreseeing: capitalist journalism. And when I call upon you, class-conscious workers of hand and brain, to organize and destroy this mother of all iniquities, I do not have to depart from the language of the ancient scriptures. I say to you in the words of the prophet Ezekiel, "So the Spirit took me up, and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of the Lord filled the house. And I heard him speaking unto me out of the house. Now let them put away their whoredom, and the carcasses of their kings, far from me, and I will dwell in the midst of them forever." A practical program. As I am about to send this book to press, I take one last look at the world around me. 500,000 coal miners have struck, a court injunction has forced the leaders to call off the strike, the miners are refusing to obey their leaders and the newspapers of the entire United States are concealing the facts. For a week it has been impossible for me to learn, except from vague hints, what is happening in the coal strike. And at the same time, because of false newspaper stories from Centralia, Washington, a white terror reigns in the entire West, and thousands of radicals are beaten, jailed, and shot. I have pleaded and labored long to avoid a violent revolution in America. I intend to go on pleading and laboring to the last hour. I know that thousands of my readers will, like myself, be desperately anxious for something they can do. I decided to work out a plan of action, something definite, practical, and immediate. I propose that we shall found and endow a weekly publication of truth-telling, to be known as the National News. This publication will carry no advertisements and no editorials. It will not be a journal of opinion, but a record of events pure and simple. It will be published on ordinary newsprint paper, and in the cheapest possible form. It will have one purpose and one only, to give to the American people once every week the truth about the world's events. It will be strictly and absolutely nonpartisan, and never the propaganda organ of any cause. It will watch the country, and see where lies are being circulated and truth suppressed. Its job will be to nail the lies, and bring the truth into the light of day. I believe that a sufficient number of Americans are awake to the dishonesty of our press to build up for such a paper a circulation of 1 million inside of a year. Let me say at the outset that I am not looking for a job. I have my work, and it isn't editing a newspaper, nor do I judge myself capable of that rigid impartiality which such an enterprise would require. It is my idea that control of the paper should be vested in a board of directors, composed of 20 or 30 men and women of all creeds and causes, who have proven by their lifetime records that they believe in fair play. By way of illustration, I will indicate my idea of such a board: Alan Benson, Alice Stone Blackwell, Harriet Stanton Blatch, Arthur Bullard, William C. Bullitt, Herbert Crowley, Max Eastman, William Hard, Mrs. J. Borden Harriman, Rev. John Haynes Holmes, Hamilton Holt, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, Paul Kellogg, Amos Pinchot, Charles Edward Russell, Lincoln Steffens, J. G. Phelps Stokes, Ida Tarbell, Col. William Boyce Thompson, Samuel Untermeyer, Frank A. Vanderlip, Oswald Garrison Villard, Rabbi Stephen S. Wise. The above list is confined to men and women who live in or near New York, and who therefore could attend directors' meetings, and not be merely dummies. You will note that the list contains some practical publishers and editors. It contains socialists and anti-socialists, pro-Bolsheviks and anti-Bolsheviks, radicals and liberals of all shades. In addition, I would like to provide for a number of directors to be appointed by various organized groups in the country, one representative each from the Nonpartisan League, the American Federation of Labor, the National Teachers Federation, the Federation of Catholic Societies, the Federation of Protestant Churches, the Federation of Women's Clubs, etc. The members thus named should not be sufficient in number to control the publication, for it is obvious in common sense that control must rest with the stockholders who have founded and made possible the paper. But these various groups should have a voice on the board, for the purpose of criticizing the publication and holding it rigidly to its declared policy: the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It should be provided that each director has the right to a column twice a year in the publication, in which to state any criticism of its policy which he may have. Also that any 5 directors have the right once a month to insert a column pointing out what they consider failure of the paper to live up to its professed standards. There should be a directors' meeting in New York City once every month, and all these meetings should be open to representatives of the press. The editorial staff should be present, and answer all criticisms and explain their policy. Unless I am mistaken, this would result in making national news in another sense. The capitalist press would be forced to discuss the paper, and to advertise it. I picture a publication of 64 pages, size 9 inches by 12, with 3 columns of ordinary newspaper type. The paper will have special correspondents in several of the big cities, and in the principal capitals of Europe, and will publish telegraphic news from these correspondents. It will obtain the names of reliable men in cities and towns throughout America, and in case of emergency it can telegraph, say to Denver, ordering 500 words about the Ludlow massacre, or to Spokane, ordering the truth about the Centralia fight. The editor of the national news will sit in a watchtower with the world spread before him. Thousands of volunteers will act as his eyes. They will send him letters or telegrams with news. He and his staff will consider it all according to one criterion: is the truth being hidden here? Is this something the American people ought to know? If so, the editor will send a trusted man to get the story, and when he has made certain of the facts he will publish them, regardless of what is injured, the Steel Trust or the IWW, the Standard Oil Company or the Socialist Party, even the national news itself. Our editor will not give much space to the news that all other papers publish. The big story for him will be what the other papers let alone. He will employ trained investigators, and set them to work for a week, or maybe for several months, getting the facts about the lobby of the Beef Trust in Washington, the control of our public schools in the interest of militarism, the problem of who is paying the expenses of the American railway mission in Siberia. Needless to say, the capitalist press will provide the national news with a complete monopoly of this sort of work. Also, it will provide the paper with many deliberate falsehoods to be nailed. When this is done, groups of truth-loving people will buy these papers by the thousands, and blue pencil and distribute them. So the national news will grow, and the kept press will be moved by the only force it recognizes: loss of money. There are in America millions of people who could not be persuaded to read a socialist paper, or a labor paper, or a single tax paper, but there are very few who could not be persuaded to read a paper that gives the news and proves by continuous open discussion that it really does believe in the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do not think I am too optimistic when I say that such a publication, with a million circulation, would change the whole tone of American public life. What would such a paper cost? To be published without advertisements, it would have to charge a high subscription price, $2 a year at least, and there are not enough who will subscribe to a paper at that price. It would be better for the people to go without shoes than without truth, but the people do not know this, and so continue to spend their money for shoes. If the national news is to succeed, the few who do realize the emergency must pay more than their share. In other words, the paper must have a subsidy, and the subsidy must be large enough to make success certain. Otherwise, of course, no one ought to give anything. I have telegraphed to publishers of liberal sympathies in the East, and present here with the following estimate of the cost of launching and maintaining the national news. Weekly cost on basis of $500,000 circulation, editorial, overhead, and paid matter, $1,000, paper, composition, and printing, $9,000, addressing and mailing, $1,000, stencil list, $1,000, postage, $1, $250, telegraph $250, business and circulation, $500, total, $14,000 per week, $728,000 per year. The above is figured, as requested, on 64-page paper, size 9 by 12. Such work has to be done in a job plant and is more expensive. By making 32 pages, size 12 by 18, the cost could be cut to $650,000 per year. Income on basis of 500,000 circulation, 3/5 consisting of paid subscriptions at $1 per year, and 2/5 of newsstand sales at 5 cents per copy retail, 3 cents wholesale, $612,000. Deficit to be made up by subsidy, $116,000. Deficit on larger size, $38,000. On basis of 1 million circulation, cost in smaller size will be $1,300,000, income will be $1,224,000, deficit, $76,000. On the larger size there would be no deficit. It is recommended that no definite policy as to advertising be fixed in preliminary stages, but the matter left to the directing board. There is a great deal of advertising, relating to books, liberal organizations and political movements, which adds to the interest of a publication. Also there is some commercial advertising which would not seek to control policy. A definite declaration contained in advertising contracts, to the effect that the contract carries no expectation of editorial favors, and rigid adherence to this principle should suffice. The deficits here figured would be covered by 1 or 2 pages of advertising per week, so it is not necessary to figure a permanent deficit on the paper. The income from subscriptions has been figured without agents' commissions and premiums, on the understanding that the paper will rely on volunteer labor for canvassing. For the same reason the sum of $100,000 may be set as the maximum cost of establishing the paper. The above represents the combined views of 3 different persons, all qualified experts. As suggested, I will leave the questions of detail to be worked out by the governing board. It appears that we may have an honest paper if we will give $100,000 in cash, and will pledge, say $30,000 a year for 2 years to cover a possible deficit. Such are the figures. I believe that this amount of money can be raised, and I purpose to set out and raise it. To every reader of this book I say, will you help, and if so, how much? Presumably nobody will want to cut out a page from a book, so I will not print a stock subscription blank. I ask that you write me a letter as follows. Upton Sinclair, Pasadena, California. Assuming that you are able to raise the total necessary endowment fund and permanent annual subsidy for the national news, and that you name an organization committee satisfactory to us, we, the undersigned, agree to contribute to the project as follows. Then give, in vertical columns, names, addresses, the number of subscribers that each signer undertakes to obtain, on a basis of not more than $1 per year, the amount of money that each signer will contribute to the endowment fund, the amount that each will contribute each year to make up the permanent deficit. Please do not send money for the paper. I will let you know when I reach that stage, and meantime I do not want the responsibility of keeping money. If you are enough interested in the plan to care to help in advertising it, printing circulars and soliciting pledges from people of means, I will be glad to receive such money and to account for it. If I succeed in raising the necessary sum, I will name an organization committee, and have a charter prepared, and submit the whole matter to you for endorsement. Sometimes people criticize my books as being destructive. Well, here is a book with a constructive ending. Here is something to be done, something definite, practical, and immediate. Here is a challenge to every lover of truth and fair dealing in America to get busy and help create an open forum through which our people may get the truth about their affairs, and be able to settle their industrial problems without bloodshed and waste. Will you do your share? Publisher's note. 2 years ago I finished The Prophets of Religion, and offered it to publishers. They said it could not be sold, no book on religion could be sold, it was the deadest subject in the world. I believed that The Prophets of Religion could be sold, and I published it myself. In less than a year I have sold 40,000 copies, and am still selling them. One reason, of course, is the low price. Everybody told me that a book could not be published at that price. I would report on the figures if I could, but I gave the book as a premium for my magazine, and never made any attempt to separate the two ventures. All that I can report is that since February, 1918, when I started the magazine, I have taken in for magazines and books a total of $14,269, and I have paid out for printing, postage, labor, and advertising, a total of $20,995. This deficit represents some 200,000 magazines sent out free for propaganda purposes. The deficit was made up by donations from friends, so it cost me nothing but my time, which I gladly gave. And I am willing to give it again. I can't expect either royalty as author or profit as publisher from the brass check. The cost of book manufacturing has increased 50% in the past 2 years, and to make matters worse, the brass check is exactly twice as long as the Prophets of Religion. If this book were published in the ordinary way, to be sold to bookstores, it would be priced at $2.00, postage extra, or possibly even $2.50. Sold, as it is, at $1.00, postpaid, it is an appeal to the conscience of every reader to do his part in helping to get it widely distributed. The Prophets of Religion was practically boycotted by the capitalist press of America. Just one newspaper, the Chicago Daily News, reviewed it, or rather allowed me space in which to review it myself. Just one religious publication, the Churchman, took the trouble to ridicule it at length. Half a dozen others sneered at it in brief paragraphs, and half a dozen newspapers did the same, and that was all the publicity the book got, except in the radical press. That this was a deliberate boycott, and not the fault of the book, is something which I leave for my readers to assert. The brass check, of course, will be treated in the same way. If it gets any publicity, it will be only because of a libel suit or something sensational. If the great mass of the people ever hear of the book, it will be because you, the reader, do your part. If it seems to you an honest book, and one which the public ought to know, get busy. If you can afford it, order a number of copies and give them to your friends. If you can't afford that, make up a subscription list among your friends. If you need to earn money, turn agent and sell the book among your neighbors, in the shop where you work, on the road. If your experience is the same as mine, you will find nearly everybody distrustful of capitalist journalism, and willing at least to consider the truth about it. Postscript to second edition. A letter from E. J. Costello, managing editor of the Federated Press. Let me say in this very first sentence that The Brass Check is the most remarkable book that has ever been published in America. It is one that should, in the quickest possible manner, be placed in the hands of every American who can read, and read to every American who cannot read. I have been in this newspaper game for about 20 years, and I know from my own experience that your story is the absolute truth. For dozens of the incidents of kept press rottenness I can cite counterparts. Your story of the Associated Press is without doubt the most concise expose on record of the despicable methods which prevail in that organization. Mr. Costello goes on to tell me that he was for 7 years a staff correspondent and editor for the Associated Press. He was in charge of its Des Moines bureau at the time I was trying to get out the truth from the Colorado coal strike. One day there came through on the Associated Press wire instructions from the New York office that henceforth Upton Sinclair must be kept out of the Denver office, and that no relations with him might be had by any employee of the Denver bureau. I remember that my operator copied the message and brought it to me, and that I determined to keep it for possible future reference. Within 15 minutes after the message had been sent, the chief operator at Chicago asked the Des Moines operator if he had copied it, and on being informed affirmatively he ordered the copy sent to Chicago. The operator asked me for the message, but I declined to let him have it. I placed it in a locked compartment of my desk, where it remained for several weeks, when one day it turned up missing. I have never been able to ascertain just how it disappeared, but I am quite positive that other keys fitted my desk, and that there was a reason for its disappearance. It wasn't so many months after this occurrence that I was ordered into the Chicago office, presumably because it was thought I would bear watching. My radical views led finally, in 1916, to my leaving the Associated Press service entirely. Perhaps you have not heard that it was because of his efforts to do the square thing by you in the Ammons matter that Rousey was discharged by Superintendent Cowles upon the orders of Melville E. Stone. Yet that was what was currently reported in inner AP circles at the time. Mr. Costello goes on to tell me that he left the Associated Press with his mind made up as to what was to be his life's work, the establishment of a press association which would represent the people who work, as against the 8 or 10 millionaire publishers, who, through the ownership of Associated Press bonds, outvote nearly 2,000 other members of the organization, and absolutely control the channels through which the great public gets its poisoned news. The Federated Press had its inception at a convention of the Labor Party in Chicago, November, 1919. It is a cooperative non-profit-making organization of working-class newspapers, and maintains an admirable service of vital news from all over the world. It publishes a weekly 4-page bulletin, which it will mail to you for $5 a year, and which you will find worth the price many times over. The address of the Federated Press is 156 West Washington Street, Chicago, 111. A book which has been absolutely boycotted by the literary reviews of America. The Prophets of Religion. By Upton Sinclair. A study of supernaturalism as a source of income and a shield to privilege, the first examination in any language of institutionalized religion from the economic point of view. Has the labor as well as the merit of breaking virgin soil, writes Joseph McCabe. The book has had practically no advertising and only 2 or 3 reviews in radical publications, yet 40,000 copies have been sold in the first year. From the Rev. John Haynes Holmes, I must confess that it has fairly made me writhe to read these pages, not because they are untrue or unfair, but on the contrary, because I know them to be the real facts. I love the church as I love my home, and therefore it is no pleasant experience to be made to face such a story as this which you have told. It had to be done, however, and I am glad you have done it, for my interest in the church, after all, is more or less incidental, whereas my interest in religion is a fundamental thing. Let me repeat again that I feel that you have done us all a service in the writing of this book. Our churches today, like those of ancient Palestine, are the abode of Pharisees and scribes. It is as spiritual and helpful a thing now as it was in Jesus' day for that fact to be revealed. From Luther Burbank, no one has ever told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth more faithfully than Upton Sinclair in The Prophets of Religion. From Louis Untermeyer, let me add my quavering alto to the chorus of applause of The Prophets of Religion. It is something more than a book, it is a work. From Gertrude Atherton, The Prophets of Religion is both erudite and courageous aside from its compelling interest. 315 pages. Single copy, paper, 50c postpaid, 3 copies, $1. 20, 10 copies, $3. 50. By freight collect, 25 copies or more at 30 cents per copy. Single copy, cloth, $1. 00 postpaid, 3 copies, $2. 25, 10 copies, $7. 00. By freight collect, 25 copies or more at 60 cents per copy.